Hello and welcome to 6 Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series, What If Deku Made Tsuyu His Side Chick? Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Come on, Midoriya, let's just go play heroes somewhere else. Asui Tsuyu, the girl, attempted to comfort the boy who was kneeling after he had been taunted and insulted by a different group of boys. From a distance, the two played while the boys laughed at them. They were all about 4 years old, and one of their favorite games was acting like heroes and taking down villains. Midoriya Izuku, the boy, had desired to play a little differently. He desired a situation in which they would save other people, but it was a controversial decision because there was little to no fighting, and as a result, he was shunned. It was just the two of them now, but she had been the only one who had wanted to go with him. After wiping away his tears and getting up with her assistance, Izuku said, "Sorry, Asui. Everyone kinda left. If you want to play with them, that's fine." "No, I like your idea better." She gave him a reassuring smile and said, "I would rather help people than fight them." After the boy was bullied, Tsuyu didn't want to abandon him. The fact that she didn't defend him already troubled her, but at least she could keep him company. "Really, I'll let you be All Might then. What kind of thing are you saving me from?" the boy asked, his face brightening. They strolled over to another area of the playground. Tsuyu was relieved that he had brightened up, and Izuku was beaming with excitement. "It's all right. I'll be a different hero," the boy exclaimed in surprise. Who wouldn't want to be All Might?" "I'll be Froppy," she cried, blushing a little red with shame. "Froppy? I've never heard of that hero before." Presenting her ideal hero persona was challenging, as she explained, "That's because she's not a hero, yet. That's the hero name I came up with. Might sound a little weird." The first person who recognized her in her dream smiled at her and said, "I think it's a good name, Asui." "It's not super awesome, like All Might," the boy whispered, receiving a dissatisfied look from his companion. "But it's cute." She had told her family and a few other children, but she could tell they didn't believe her. The adults dismissed it as a phase that all children go through, and the children had laughed at how ridiculous the name was. "Call me Tsuyu." With her cheeks flushed, she turned away from the boy and said, "I'll call you Izuku, all right?" All right, stay away from Deku, Asui." "What are you talking about, Katsuki?" Bakugo Katsuki, the boy, was berating Tsuyu for playing with the other boy. Izuku had not been allowed to join the small group of boys led by Katsuki. For weeks, she and Izuku had been practically together, and the other boy appeared to find it bothersome. "Deku's useless at everything. You should join my group from now on. Unlike him, you're useful." "Who's Deku, Katsuki? I hope you're not talking about Izuku." A few small explosions came from the boy's hands as he exclaimed, "He's Deku. He's going to drag you down. If you stick with me, you'll become a great hero." She didn't understand his behavior, but it was starting to irritate the young girl. "I hope you don't mean sidekick, Katsuki. I don't mind being used, but I've got my own dreams and goals. Also, stop calling Izuku Deku. It's insulting." With constant explosions coming from his palms, the boy yelled in exasperation, "You're going to regret this, you idiot. You'll see how bad it is to stay with that useless Deku." Before he fled, people who had been nearby were taken aback when he rushed past them while smoking. As she watched him leave the park area to return home, Tsuyu sighed. She had no real reason to stay because no children in the area knew her. It was disappointing that Katsuki was being unreasonable, but she had hoped he would have been a little friendlier when he had asked her out today. On her way home from the park, Tsuyu noticed a group of children congregating by the river. They might not have known to play away from the river unattended because they were a year younger than her and old enough to start walking. She walked to their location and yelled, "Don't stand so close to the river, it's dangerous if you fall in." As she drew nearer, she realized her warning had been too late. A child was struggling close to the center, and another person was with him. Her friend Izuku was with the child. When Tsuyu dove into the water and swam in the direction of the two, she could see beneath the surface that the younger child had trapped his foot in some rocks and something that had been thrown into the river. The situation was rather disorganized. It was much more difficult to get out because the child had become entangled in the rubble. Izuku must have attempted to free him, but he was unable to see how to do so because of the water, or it must have hurt his eyes, so he concentrated on keeping the boy's head above the water. Izuku was able to get the boy up onto land after she used her tongue to untangle the trash from his legs. The young girl carried out the trash because she was unable to leave it in the river. She saw that it was the wreckage of a bicycle as she emerged from the water onto the riverbank. The boys began expressing their gratitude to her as she exited. Tsuyu was also thanked by another child who came with what appeared to be the child's mother. The two children were left alone after the mother and children departed. The water didn't bother Tsuyu, so she dried her clothes as much as she could. Although it was a little chilly, she could withstand the weather for 20 minutes because they lived close by. As they walked home together, Izuku humbly rubbed his head and said, "Thanks again, Tsuyu. They were lucky you were around. I was really worried about them when they were playing so fast near the river. I didn't really do much. They were going to be okay since one of the kids went to get an adult and that you were there." "Ah. No, I wasn't really needed," she sighed as she saw his dejected expression. "You helped. I had an advantage due to my frog form." "I know. It's just that, I wonder what my quirk's going to be, and when I'll get it." Tsuyu grinned at her friend, who was relaxing, and said, "From what I've heard about your dad, you'll also have some sort of fire thing. Knowing your mom, it'll be pretty cool." After giving it some thought, Izuku wrapped a warm cloth around her shoulders and said, "Maybe." "Wha this is?" He had encircled her shoulders with his jacket. She turned to face him and noticed that he was not looking at her. "I took my jacket off before I went into the water. I thought it might be a little cold out so." The frog girl leaned against him and tucked herself further into the jacket, halting their stride. "Thanks, Izuku." "Tsuyu, thanks for being here, Izuku. This helps a lot." She croaked joyfully a few times, and each time Izuku tensed up. "It's warm." Tsuyu could feel his heartbeat through the jacket and their damp clothing. Unable to speak, he chose to stop talking in order to hide his embarrassment from her. "NN no PP pro PR pro." Tsuyu found his response hilarious as his body warmed her. When Izuku looked around, he saw that Tsuyu and he were standing motionless on the side of the road while onlookers watched them. Tsuyu croaked as he heard his heart rate rise. She slowly moved away from him, whispering in his ear, "Thanks for walking me this far. I'll return your jacket later, okay?" she said. Tsuyu croaked as he gazed at Izuku, who was motionless and had a red face. "Meet you after the weekend. Hey, did you hear? Midoriya's got no quirk? He's so weird. How can anyone be quirkless? Kids, please, behave yourselves." The school's teachers pleaded as the rowdy children sprinted past Tsuyu. Startled, the girl looked around for her friend. He was seated, his bloodshot eyes fixed on a wall, while the other children chattered non-stop beside him, as though he didn't exist. She was on her way to him when a group of children stopped her. Katsuki smiled and said, "You hear that, Asui? Deku's the most useless one?" She was filled with impatience as he persisted in blocking her path, his friends encircling her. She couldn't see Izuku because the boy was in her way. "Not now, Katsuki. Something like that doesn't matter," she said. By this point, Katsuki was yelling and his uncontrollable quirk was beginning to explode. "Why do you always hang out with him? What's so good about him anyway? Do you like him or some?" Katsuki exclaimed. A loud smack reverberated throughout the room, and Katsuki collapsed to the floor, gazing at the girl who had struck him. The children were then placed in separate rooms to help them relax. Izuku was eventually gone by the time Tsuyu could depart. "Hold it, Asui." Katsuki and his friends had made the decision to hold off on exacting their retribution until they were out of the school's sight. They were standing in a small alleyway in the residential area, and the group of children surrounding Katsuki had blocked Tsuyu's path. "It's not fair that you get to hit me, so I'm going to hit you." Tsuyu nearly struck him again, but she had to find Izuku first. "I'm not playing games with you, Katsuki. Leave me alone." Katsuki clenched his fists and glared at her, saying, "This isn't a game. You should have listened to me when I told you to stay away from Deku." She tried to strike him again with her tongue, but he punched back, causing an explosion. "Don't call him that," she said. Tsuyu screamed briefly when the explosion burned her tongue. As the other children backed away nervously, she fell and pulled her tongue out to examine the burn. Hey, Kachan, let's just go, alright?" "And no," the boy exclaimed, perspiring profusely as he realized his mistake. "She started this. This is her fault." The other children gazed at Tsuyu, who was crying a little because she was in so much pain. Katsuki took a few steps in her direction and yelled, "Come on, Asui. Get up. We're fighting." One of the children yelled, "I don't like this," and fled. Another child said, "Hey, don't leave," and soon Katsuki and Tsuyu were by themselves. The boy raised his fist in Tsuyu's direction and said, What the hell, what a bunch of cowards. Tsuyu retreated as far as she could. With perspiration streaming down his face and causing tiny explosions, Katsuki was clearly in a panic. Come on, fight, he exclaimed. Though she knew the boy wouldn't let her go so easily, Tsuyu was beginning to gather herself. I don't have time for you right now, Katsuki, she said, growing to her feet and giving the other boy a fierce look. You don't have a choice, I'm not going to let you leave until we settle this. She ducked as he charged at her, his right fist cocked back. As she passed him and struck him in the shins with her tongue, the explosion exploded above her head. The boy managed to survive the assault, and with a grimace, he gave her head a backhand, causing another explosion. Tsuyu's head struck the wall and she fell, her ears ringing. Katsuki glared at the girl as he stood above her, panting. He knelt down to her and exclaimed, I win, Asui, with a victorious smile on his face. Don't hang around Deku anymore, got it? If you don't join my group, this is gonna happen, Aga. One of his teachers had seized his ear and violently pulled him away from Tsuyu, saying, What the hell are you doing, Bakugo? You've gone too far this time. The frog girl used this opportunity to flee, leaving Katsuki to deal with the school's wrath alone while she searched for Izuku. After some time spent stumbling around, she eventually arrived at Izuku's apartment. She wiped away some of the blood from a cut in her mouth and knocked on the door, waiting. Izuku? But his mother answered the door, not her friend. Sorry, Mrs. Midoriya. Izuku's mother knelt down to the child and looked over her head at the black mark on the side of her head and the scrapes. Tsuyu. What happened to your face? She said. I got into a fight, but I'm alright. I wanted to see Izuku. His mother took the girl's hands and said, I'm sorry about that. My son hasn't come home yet. But if you would like, you can wait for him here and I'll help you clean up. After a brief pause, Tsuyu nodded, and the two entered the apartment. There were areas where Izuku had taken up residence and worked in his notebooks, but it was a tidy sort of place, with posters of All Might on some of the walls and photos of Izuku's family and All Might strewn across the tops of tables. As she went to retrieve a first aid kit, Izuku's mother led her to the dining table. There weren't many heroes' paraphernalia other than All Might's, and there were many drawings of other heroes scattered across the table. Looking at one of the images, we can see that Izuku had created a list of names, but All Might was clearly the inspiration. She was drawn to one of the photos. Froppy was printed above one of the two characters, which were drawn as well as a 4-year-old could. However, someone in great distress crossed out the other figure entirely. Here we go. Izuku's mother returned with a big smile and a little white box. Let's look at your head, Tsuyu, she said. The girl remained motionless while the older woman examined her head, occasionally flinching as the woman gasped while tending to the wounds. The surroundings were dark, and Izuku's mother's eyes were red. A damp cotton swab was applied to her head to remove the soot, and she said, I'm really glad that Izuku has a friend like you, Tsuyu. It's been a rough couple of days. Is this about Izuku being quirkless? Despite continuing to wash the girl's head and hair, Izuku's mother gasped. Yes. It's been difficult for Izuku and me these past couple of days. We only found out on Saturday about Izuku's condition, and Tsuyu saw tears streaming down the mother's face and was startled by a choked sob. Holding the swabs in her hands, she attempted to wipe her eyes with her wrists and said, I really am, it's just that, even though Izuku, he really wanted to be a hero. Tsuyu tentatively touched the mother's shoulder and said, Mrs. Midoriya. The woman blurted out, I couldn't tell him, as she shrank in size, appearing to be shorter than the young girl. I couldn't even say that he could become a hero. Tsuyu had no idea how much suffering her friend and his mother had endured. She may have held herself responsible for Izuku's predicament because she knew the kind woman. It'll be all right, Mrs. Midoriya. The young girl had to stand on her tiptoes, but she slowly put her arms around the woman's neck. After sobbing some more, Izuku's mother finally gave in to the girl's embrace. For a while, the two remained that way. Are you sure you're going now? Izuku, he might show up soon. It's all right, Mrs. Midoriya. I'll see him tomorrow at school. Okay then, stay safe, Tsuyu. The young girl tried to locate her friend by taking a long and far-flung detour on her way home. She eventually located Izuku a few hours later, just as the sun was going to set. An enraged Katsuki was beating him. The other one was on top of the boy, who was on the ground, and he was repeatedly striking him in the face while releasing explosions. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's neck and struck him firmly in the head with his other hand, saying, damn it. Shit. You shit muncher, Deku. Why can't anything go right? It's all your fault, Deku. Katsuki reached for whatever had begun to choke him as something encircled his neck and pulled his upper body away from the other boy. He was freed from the enigmatic object, but a strong blow sent him flying to the side. He noticed Tsuyu staring at him as he straightened up. Gah, do you want to be beaten, Aga? He attempted to grab her tongue when it flew out at him once more, but it leaned down toward his knees, wrapped around one of his shins, and pulled. Before her foot struck his head, he was about to blast her after he fell backwards but managed to catch himself. She kept stomping on his head after he hit the ground, only ceasing when he stopped thrashing his arms. She raised his head to see if he was seriously injured after noticing some blood oozing from his head. She was satisfied with the fact that he appeared to have lost his conscience, despite the minor cut on his head. She moved to Izuku after gently lowering his head in a way that didn't cause any discomfort. She scowled when she saw how he was now, looking up into the sky without a thought. It might be a little late in saying this, but here's your jacket. Ever since she left the school, she had been wearing the jacket. When she fell to the ground, Katsuki hit it, causing it to get slightly burned and scratched. Tsuyu knelt down, placed the jacket on her lap, and placed Izuku's head on top of it after folding it as neatly as she could. She grinned and gazed down into his eyes, saying, I wish I found you sooner. I've wanted to talk to you. I'm sorry I wasn't able to find you, Izuku. She saw the tears beginning to well up in his eyes before they poured down onto her lap like waterfalls. I'm so sorry, Tsuyu, she said. What do you mean? Tsuyu asked, struggling to maintain her smile as she heard him go on. You didn't do anything wrong. He continued to sniffle, seemingly unabated. I'm quirkless. Can you believe it? I didn't even think that was possible. All right. Everything will be fine, Izuku exclaimed, her tears starting to well up. Something like that doesn't matter. Then even without a quirk, can I be? Tsuyu wanted him to stop, even though she knew what he was going to ask. She never wanted to respond to a question like that, and she didn't want him to ask. She tried desperately to make herself prepare yes, for him, but her thoughts were fading. He choked out, barely raising his voice above a whisper, a hero. On her legs, the boy felt frail. It felt like he would break into a million pieces if she moved a muscle. She believed that this kind of stress was too much for her heart to handle. She tried to speak the words she wanted him to hear, but it was difficult. Anything to restore his sense of well-being or correctness. Half a croak, half a hiccup, was the sound that escaped her throat. It wasn't a word, and it wasn't what she wanted to do. It was only one word, she told herself, and she only needed to utter it. The only thing that escaped her throat was that horrible sound. That was the only sound she could make, and she made it repeatedly. She tried telling him, yes, you can be a hero, over and over. However, she was unable to. She just sobbed as she buried her head in his chest. Izuku sobbed, and Tsuyu felt a piece of him shatter. It's not fair. I'll wait, she yelled in Izuku's chest, startling him. I'll help you, I'll make you stronger, I'll do whatever it takes, so please don't give up. She gently took hold of his head and gently moved it away from his chest to meet his eyes. Froppy can't fight crimes alone, you know, and there's no one else she would want, but. She forced a smile and did everything she could to help her friend. Although she wasn't inclined to lie and wasn't sure what to say in this circumstance, she didn't want to watch him fail and do nothing to prevent it. Even though her face was very close to his, he sniffed loudly and didn't look away. I want to be a hero, he said. Although it felt a little forced, the two made an effort to smile at one another. Tsuyu had given him a glimmer of hope for the future, if only briefly. All right. Let's do our best, Izuku. Why yes. They both wore light clothing and met at the riverside a few days later. As they shivered in the cold, the two were aware that it was 5 in the morning. Are you all right, Tsuyu? As she fought to stay conscious, the frog girl drowsily replied, I'm fine. Maybe we should meet at another time? Izuku. The moment we start to procrastinate is where we lose. We must do this now, Tsuyu said, grabbing Izuku by the shoulders and drawing him in. As she kept staring at him, she could hardly see the boy's face turn a dull red. All right. Let's do this, Tsuyu. Tsuyu continued to cling to his clothing while Izuku remained motionless. Tsuyu. Closing the distance, she nestled into his arms and said, You're warm. She buried herself even more when he wriggled and she held on to him. He said. What about RRR running? She withdrew, and he knelt down, panting loudly, saying, yeah, I only needed to warm up a little. Tsuyu left the boy behind and began to run. Wait for me. Alright, we need to do a well-rounded workout. Both of them were exhausted after running for a while, even though they didn't measure the distance. As they came to a halt, Izuku was more worn out than she was and could hardly stand. Push-ups. As first. The boy was sweating profusely as he attempted to maintain eye contact with his friend. How do you push up? He asked. She saw how exhausted he was, and even she was having trouble breathing. Let's rest a bit before we do that, she said. They took a seat, resting their legs and catching their breath. The book said it was better to do the exercises right after the run, but maybe it's okay. I can't really do much more, Tsuyu. The boy exclaimed, gasping for air while on his hands and knees. After giving him a close look, Tsuyu regretfully acknowledged that she might have pushed him too much. It's all right, Izuku. I might have been a bit too pushy. He had looked at her and then abruptly said, and no, what I meant was, I need a few more seconds, yeah. Are you sure? Why yeah, he said, grinning and rubbing his head. Okay, then, she exclaimed, feeling slightly more driven after seeing him. It's push-up time. She placed her hands on the floor, straightened her body, and used the balls of her hands and feet to support herself. Then. You do this. She lowered her arms until she nearly touched the ground, then reverted to her starting position. Now you try it. He assumed a posture akin to hers, with the exception that his lower body was elevated above hers. She slapped his butt, causing him to yell and fall, saying, wrong, again. Izuku was able to perform a push-up following some corrections in his odd behavior as a result of Tsuyu touching him. Now that push-ups are out of the way, we have to run again. Although Tsuyu's arms felt a little weak, she was able to manage it. It made her feel guilty because Izuku appeared worse than she did. Izuku. It's alright if this is too much. We're only 4, so we have plenty of time. Picking himself up on wobbly legs, he said, why you said that we can't stop. I don't want to quit. His eyes were trembling and he was perspiring profusely, but for a few seconds Tsuyu was at a loss for words. Tsuyu. She said, yes. Alright then, running. Now. And left without saying anything more. She kept running, trying to reorganize her thoughts, not knowing if Izuku could keep up with her at the speed she was running. Tsuyu was now beginning to feel the effects of the workouts. Though they had run less this time, her breaths were deep and quick. Her pacing was the cause of her fatigue. She had exhausted herself by running too quickly, almost sprinting, along the river. Izuku took some time to rest and consider the current exercise routine because she was still a little ways from reaching her position. Training every day was the plan, but that may no longer be feasible. Naturally, their parents were unaware that this was the first day of the training. At around 6 in the morning, they were bound to run afoul of the law, but Tsuyu had no real plan. She was aware that they had to move in this direction. If she didn't follow through on her promises, regret would follow, and the frog girl didn't want to see Izuku in such hopelessness ever again. She had already calmed down and knew what to do next by the time he reached her. Take a break, Izuku. You must be tired. Why you're so strong, Tsuyu. He fainted and fell onto his back. I had more time to rest than you. If you fall asleep, I'll wake you up. Tsuyu became concerned when Izuku failed to reply. He had fallen asleep and was breathing heavily when she crawled over to him. He didn't feel as warm as before, so she took his head in her hands and held it in her lap. Really? Now I have to wake you up, she said. She remained there for some time, starting to fall asleep, until she unintentionally croaked. I'm up, he exclaimed, lifting his head and sitting up away from her. Were you awake, Izuku? Turning away, he rubbed his head and said, no. Sorry for falling asleep. She lay on the ground with her knees raised, saying, I see. It's time for sit-ups. So, come over here and hold my feet. I can't really do it without support, so help me. He hurried over to place his hands on her feet and exclaimed, why yes, to her. With some effort, she raised her body, bringing her knees to her chest, and then lowered herself. Okay, here I go, she said. How many are we doing? Tsuyu looked up at his red face and said, until I'm tired. So please take care of me, Izuku. As she finished another rep, he remained silent. Izuku lay on the ground while Tsuyu stood up and stretched after completing the sit-ups. One more run. She waited until he picked himself up because his breathing had become shallow. All right. But shortly after, he collapsed. She hurried to him and supported him by settling his body on hers. He breathed poorly, and his skin was cold and sticky. Izuku. He fought her in vain as she held him close, saying, not yet. I can keep going. It's okay, Izuku, it's my fault for pushing you so far, rest now. Although it was simple to hold him to stop him from acting further, she was under a lot of mental stress. Although she didn't intend to overwork him, she wasn't as worn out as he was. On some level, she now realized that her body was too different. She became stronger as a result of her quirk. Izuku had no peculiarities. She was hurt to learn that his body had no unique adaptations or enhancing features. Alright, now it's time for sparring. Sparring? The 6-year-old children were on the same bank of the river that they had been using from the start. Initially, Tsuyu's return with her son in such a state had infuriated their parents, particularly Izuku's. Eventually, under specific restrictions, the families allowed the two to do as they pleased. Yeah, it's like a fight, except it's more like practice. Tsuyu clarified, the first one to admit defeat or when someone faints is when it ends. Faints? Are we really going that far? Probably not. I don't really want to hurt you, Izuku, but it's for your sake. He was slammed in the face and sent sprawling to the ground as her tongue swung out at him. She approached him and knelt by his head as he groaned on the ground, saying, heroes don't get a warning before they're attacked. He kept groaning until Tsuyu realized that the attack had actually caused him to faint. She gave him a lap pillow and scowled at him before guiltily licking his face to wake him up. Ready? Are ready. Izuku rolled in the direction of his friend, barely avoiding the tongue that nearly hit him in the face, but he couldn't stop it from coming back and hitting him in the back of the head. Oh wow. I think that's enough for today. The 7-year-olds pulled out their homework and sat down close to their backpacks. Izuku's training included a requirement that they perform well academically, which had improved both of their grades. I need help with math, Izuku. That? She asked, a little uneasy, as he quickly muttered to himself, here, this should help you. She was given very specific instructions by her friend on how to tackle the problem. After giving it a quick look, she said, this is too complicated. She then set it aside and sat down nearer to him. Explain it for me, please? She asked. Okay. It's the frog and Deku. Katsuki was leading a group of children that the two saw coming their way. What are you doing, you frog bitch? You're known for picking up trash, but playing with it is a bit much, isn't it? Tsuyu asked the boy bluntly. Katsuki, I see you're still rude. Did you need something? While Izuku froze. Asui hangs out with Deku a lot, doesn't she? Maybe they're, together? Hey, it's fitting, isn't it? This must be the prime dating location for frogs. The volatile boy's palms began to spark as Katsuki's group persisted in talking loudly in an attempt to tease Tsuyu and Izuku. Turning to leave, he yelled, what the hell would I need with a slimy frog like you? To the surprise of the children. Hey, Kachan? I thought you said you wanted to mess with Asui? You stupid bastard. If you don't want to get hurt, you better shut up. No, I didn't say nothing, I swear. Tsuyu and Izuku were left stunned as they departed. As her friend shifted around, Tsuyu muttered, what exactly did he want? I never know what's going on with him. I really don't know, Tsuyu. Tsuyu. It's time. Go tell little Izuku. After giving her a gentle shove outside the house, her mother watched her leave for her friend's apartment. The 9-year-old had a difficult time getting there. Many of the locations where she and Izuku had played were visible to her. The elementary school she went to, the riverbank where they had trained for 5 years, and the location where she had discovered Katsuki striking Izuku. Tsuyu was in front of Izuku's apartment door before she knew it. For the young girl, it felt like a flash, even though it had actually taken a while. Her hand rose to the door and knocked, trembling. She could hear Mrs. Midoriya telling her son to answer the door, and she could hear rustling coming from inside. She was met by a bowing Izuku as the door opened. Tsuyu. Thank you. Izuku. Really, you've been my friend for so long. The tea time I've spent with you was really fun. He raised his head slowly. The frog girl could see the dark circles around his eyes even if his eyes were closed. So, thank you for being my friend. When he opened his eyes, they were incredibly bloodshot. He had been crying for so long that his eyes were a bright red. Aye. She froze as tears streamed down her cheeks. Rather than speaking, she hurried over to embrace him and sobbed into his shoulder. The boy gave a feeble hug in return, but his body seemed to be losing strength. They merely conveyed their sorrow at this parting of ways without exchanging words. Tsuyu was too thrilled to take a seat. She hadn't felt this energized in a long time, but she was powerless to stop herself. She eventually managed to board a train to travel back to her former hometown when she was 12 years old. She was here because she wanted to see him again. The frog girl was annoyed but relieved that they weren't totally cut off since their parents had shared contact details without telling them. It was not the same as meeting him face to face. She turned to smile at her friend, startled by the sound of footsteps. "The hell you looking at, Asui?" Katsuki was there, along with a few goons. "Katsuki. It's nice to see you again." "What? This is that same Asui from years ago. How are you?" When they saw her, the goons became agitated and immediately attempted to strike up a discussion with their old acquaintance. "Let's go. I don't think I want to be here anymore." What about that garbage collection thing you do? Did you not hear me? We're fucking leaving." Katsuki stormed off with his pals, leaving Tsuyu feeling a little worn out. Izuku finally appeared, though it took longer than she had anticipated. His face was covered in bruises, and some parts of it were covered with bandages. Izuku. The stuttering speech he always adopted when he spoke to her made her smile. "Tsuyu. It's nice to see you again," she said. She walked over to him and said, "It's been a while, I'm happy to see you again." He recoiled when she hugged him. Same T to YYU. She looked at his face anxiously and asked, "Are you okay? Your face doesn't hurt, does it?" His face turned to a tomato, making it difficult to tell if they were being serious. "Why yeah. It doesn't hurt or anything. That's good. I've kinda got to go now though." "Ah, it's about your family, right? It's fine, Tsuyu. It was really nice seeing you again. How's Samadare?" More energetic now that he can walk on his own. "Here's some pictures of my sister, Satsuki." She pulled out her phone and showed him some photos of her sister, who is 3 years old. "She's so cute. She's amazing." Tsuyu grinned at him as he perused the photos. "I can send more to you later, but I really should be going." "Ah, sorry. Here you go." She gave him a tight hug as he returned her phone. "I missed you, Izuku." "Yeah, I really missed you too, Tsuyu." I want to work with you again too." "That's not possible, you know." I'll wait here after school." "Okay. My grades have been slipping a bit without you, and I still need to work on my figure." "We both know that's not really true. I'll wait for you here, okay?" She backed away and croaked loudly, hiccuping, "Yeah. I need to go. See you later, Tsuyu." She turned and left him after hesitating and slowly backing away. Izuku. This is Habuko. Habuko, Izuku. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. Mongoose Habuko, the other girl, stayed motionless as the boy bowed deeply to her. This was, that, Izuku, huh? Nice to meet you, I guess, Midoriya. Habuko. You can call him Izuku. Tsuyu felt a little shiver up his spine when she replied, Nah, he looks weak. I actually expected something different from the way you talk about him. Please treat me well. Izuku continued to bow. As Habuko attempted to assess her new friend, she muttered, Hey now, isn't that a bit too much? I'm not really that great of a person. Actually, I'm rather terrifying, you know. Sorry. I don't do well with cute girls. Taking a few steps back, Habuko turned away from the two and began to panic, saying, See cute? Are you blind? Me? Cute? She calmed down and turned to face the smiling Tsuyu while continuing to bow to Izuku. He's alright, I guess, she said. Habuko? Do you want to come over for dinner? Izuku and I were going to go have dinner with my siblings. Didn't you mention you wanted to meet them? Jiga. I guess it wouldn't hurt to meet your family. Hey, are you teasing him or something? Why do your fights always end up embarrassing? Izuku's apartment was close to the riverbank where the three students were. Habuko had conflicted feelings about Tsuyu's suggestion to assist Izuku in her hero training. Before Habuko requested to accompany him for the training, a year had gone by. Tsuyu casually responded to Habuko's question, They're not fights, it's sparring. Izuku's head and shoulder were wedged between her calf and hamstring, and her tongue was holding his lower body in place. She clung to her chest with his other arm. Can he even breathe? I'm not sitting on him. Izuku? Are you tapping out, or can you free yourself? He wouldn't be able to react, judging by the heat emanating from her leg, so she released him, and he stayed on the ground as she got up. Ah, he's doing that thing again where you won't move for a few minutes. You didn't freeze him, did you? Nah, this is all him. I told you, don't do this sort of thing in your school uniform. You make me feel a little bothered when you're like this. He stood up in a frenzy as they gazed at him long enough for him to feel it. Thanks, Tsuyu, thanks, for what, and nothing. He's probably thanking you for touching him, what? No. You're dirty, Izuku. It wasn't that. Pervert. Do you want to punish him, Tsuyu? It must be done, or else he'll never learn, why. Izuku was momentarily frozen when Habuko used her quirk. Tsuyu hurried up to embrace the frozen boy. When Habuko said, Tsuyu, she wasn't referring to punishment. Pervert, she said, bringing her tongue to his ear at the side of his neck. Izuku remained motionless for 3 seconds while Tsuyu kept licking him. What are you freaks doing? Who's that loudmouth over there? When Tsuyu noticed that Katsuki was approaching them by himself, he stopped bugging Izuku. Explosions began to form on his palms as he looked at her and Izuku. Asui, you frog bitch, what the hell are you doing? I'm helping Izuku. Yeah, fucking right, nothing can help that shithead Deku. She glared at Izuku after saying, so rude, what do you want, Katsuki? I didn't think we were worth your time. Maybe not Deku and the dirt-munching snake, but if you wanted somebody to whip your ass, I suppose I wouldn't mind. He gave her a cocky grin as Habuko stood beside Tsuyu. Who's this? A friend or an enemy? She yelled, I sure hope it's enemy. He's a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a friend. His name is Bakugo Katsuki. She motioned to Habuko, this is Mon. I don't give a shit. If you've got the time to beat Deku into the ground, you've got time for me. Habuko, go ahead. Kick his ass, Tsuyu. Katsuki squatted, prepared to strike, but he was immobilized by Habuko's dazzling eyes. Using her tongue to grasp Katsuki's body, Tsuyu pulled him in and kicked him between the legs. The boy lay on the ground and began to pant in pain after the 3 seconds had passed. You, bitch, even you have a weak point, Katsuki, and stop insulting Izuku and Habuko. I think we're done here. The erratic teenager was left on the ground when Tsuyu gestured to her 2 other friends. Way to be a man, Midoriya. When Katsuki arrived, Habuko began to criticize Izuku, who had done nothing. While walking with the girls, the boy chose to focus on his feet rather than the girls. Hey, don't ignore me. Are you the kind of guy who lets other people walk over him and his friends? And no, it's just that, Kachan doesn't really like it when I fight back, and he tends to get more violent. I thought you said things were getting better, Izuku? He winced at her inquisitive look and said, they are. I mean, it's not like he bothers me all the time. It's only when I stand out in some way. Geez, that guy's borderline psychotic. What the hell did you do to piss him off so much? I have no idea. The boy avoided making eye contact and remained silent for a while the 2 gazed at him. Anyway, this is where I go. I'll see you later. He felt a long tongue encircle his head and draw him into Tsuyu's hug. She embraced him more tightly and said, I'm sorry. He remained silent and said, whatever his reasoning is, it's not fair for you, Izuku. Habuko's expression was incomprehensible as she gazed at the 2 without saying anything. The 2 began walking home after the boy left. I don't think he can be a hero, Tsuyu. Instead of answering, the frog girl walked in silence. I mean, he can't stand up for himself, he's not strong in any way, and he's got no quirk. He's got a good heart. That's not going to save him when Lord Blastias comes and blows him up. Tsuyu turned to face her friend desperately and said, I'm not giving up on him, Habuko. So please don't give up on him either. He's not in a good place right now, and I think he needs all the friends he can get. Okay. Habuko didn't mean for her friend to be upset. I didn't say that because he's not hero material, it's just that, heroing isn't a game and he needs to learn that. He should focus on some other career, like police work or something. No, he needs to be a hero. There's no other option for him. Why? Why is that so important to him? It's something he wants. With a sigh, the snake girl turned to walk in a different direction. This is my stop, Tsuyu. Stay safe while going home, okay? Yes, thank you, Habuko. Be safe as well, I'm home. Her two siblings welcomed her back into the house with a welcome back wave. What would you like for dinner? They all exclaimed, beef stew, as she went into the kitchen. Alright, it'll take a while, sorry for being late. Were you with Izuku again? Why doesn't he just live here? Wouldn't it make things easier? While she was preparing the ingredients, the two harassed her. It doesn't quite work that way, yeah, you have to make babies first, then you get to live with each other, stupid. Nah. You've got to live with each other first. Without blinking, Tsuyu cut her siblings off, saying, it can work out differently, but that's not what's going on between me and Izuku. Yeah right. You're always with him. One of my friends said that being near a boy too long makes you pregnant. What does the term, pregnant, mean? It's when you get baby-fied. I read that froggies make babies weirdly. They lay eggs, like chickens, and then Daddy Froggy does something and then babies happen. Tsuyu, do you lay eggs and Izuku babies them? Does mommy lay eggs? No, I don't lay eggs, and neither does mother. But, does Izuku baby you? If anything, it's the other way around. The two siblings let out a startled gasp. I didn't know that boys get babied. Girls get babied more than boys, but boys can be babied as well. But I don't want to be babied. Tsuyu looked eerily at her brother and said, it's too late, it's already happened. Who babied me? It was me, she exclaimed, snatching her brother with her tongue, drawing him nearer to her, and giving the yelling boy a hug. No, I don't want babies, it's alright. You're not going to have babies. I won't. She put the sniffling boy down and returned her focus to her cooking, saying, no, silly. Boys can't get pregnant. But, you said you babied Izuku, as I said, it's different. I just treat him like he was a baby. Does that mean he can't take care of himself? Samadare. What? I had to take care of Satsuki a lot too, you know. I can take care of myself, not when you were tripping on your own tongue. I don't do that anymore. Tsuyu was deep in contemplation as her two siblings quarreled. Tsuyu, I have to talk to you. Izuku? He gave her a tight hug and said, I finally did it. She warmed up from the pleasant but unexpected action. You did? Yeah, I became a hero, he exclaimed as he withdrew, his smile dazzling her. But, you don't have a quirk? Even without one, I was able to get this far. Thank you, Tsuyu, for never giving up on me. He fell to his knees, trembling, tears already streaming from his eyes. Before he could hit the ground too hard, the frog girl held him up, and he began sobbing into her chest. I didn't do much, Izuku, she said, holding him closer while closing her eyes. I only wish that we had more time, Izuku. She opened her eyes in surprise as he became colder. Blood was all over the place. His feeble eyes gazed up into hers, almost tearing him in two. Tsuyu. No. Thank you, Tsuyu. I got to be a hero. You idiot, if it was going to end up this way, I would have rather you. She woke up to the sight of her darkened room. She sighed slowly as she attempted to sort out her feelings, but she didn't scream or get out of bed. She realized that there was nothing wrong with the dream and rationalized it. There was no possibility that Izuku would suffer from that while she was present because he was still alive and well and would not die in such a terrible manner. Upon further reflection, she wished for the best because she wasn't sure how he was doing at the moment. That he wouldn't escape such a fate and that there was no way of knowing what would happen if he became a hero. Even if they were both heroes, she couldn't convince herself that she would be there to keep him safe. She wouldn't be with him even if they were separated by miles. It was a routine process. One that she had recited over the years to help her relax. She didn't yell. She stayed in bed and called her friend to listen to his voice. In the hopes of escaping the nightmares for the remainder of the night, Tsuyu went back to sleep. Izuku failed to appear at their scheduled meeting location the following day. Maybe he gave up? As they waited for the boy, the two girls worked on their assignments and prepared for their upcoming class. He wouldn't give up so easily. That's not Izuku. I don't know, speaking of giving up, what did you get on the test? My score's terrible. Tsuyu handed her test over and said, here. What the hell? This is almost a perfect score. Izuku helps me study. We help each other in areas we're weak in. Where is he, anyway? Don't tell me that asshole did something to him. Tsuyu pulled out her phone and attempted to call Izuku, but all she received was a message saying that the number was not in service. He must have turned off his phone. What do you mean by that? Who turns their phone off? During class, or when you don't want your phone interrupting something. I know that people turn their phones off, but who would call him besides you? His mother? Habuko sighed, gathered her belongings, and gestured to her companion. It's getting late. I don't think he's coming today. Want to walk home? Yeah, guys, dinner's almost ready. Yay, pasta. As Tsuyu brought over their meals, her two siblings applauded at the dinner table. There's more if you want some, so don't hold back. Can we watch TV while we eat? Sure, but don't forget about your food. With a, all right. Her brother switched on the television, but all the channels showed the same content. Huh? Why can't I watch something else? It's the villain alert. They only air this when someone deadly is about so you can avoid it. While the heroes attempted to limit the damage, the villain was blowing things up. Yua, that's scary. Tsuyu, that's not near us, is it? While watching television, she attempted to console the two by saying, now, it's nearby, but the heroes will stop him, just like always, right? Why yeah. Go get him, heroes, kick his butt. As the villain turned to the camera, Tsuyu grinned and kept watching TV. Katsuki was the one. K Katsuki, what's wrong? Their sister said as she stood up and approached the television. Even though it was Katsuki, his body was hidden by something. Katsuki wouldn't do anything to endanger his hero career, so it must have been something controlling the boy. From the side of the camera, someone sprinted out toward the villain and hostage, avoiding the heroes and onlookers. Izuku was the one. With their sister, her siblings rushed to the television to watch it. Isn't that Izuku? They exclaimed. The villain ducked beneath Katsuki's controlled hand after the boy threw his backpack in his face. A huge explosion engulfed the buildings behind his backpack as it exploded in a geyser of flame. Izuku. The boy approached the villain and attempted to tear Katsuki from his body, but the villain's amorphous body appeared to be immovable. The building that had been struck earlier collapsed, making it impossible to see the fight when the villain raised Katsuki's hand to Izuku's head. A strong gust of wind entered their home through the front door, nearly toppling Satsuki and Samadare. They went to their sister after she screamed, Izuku, outside, but she had already left. Tsuyu leapt on the roofs of the buildings that stood in her way and hurried to where the villain had been. Desperation was already beginning to seep into her heart, and she was panicking as her nightmares followed her around. She didn't know of anything else that could have caused the wind to explode as soon as she opened the door. It didn't occur to her in her panic that Katsuki wasn't strong enough to do that kind of thing. As she finally arrived at the scene of the conflict, tears were streaming from her eyes as she braced herself for the worst. However, it wasn't as horrible as she had assumed. Except for the building that had obstructed the camera, most of the buildings were still standing. Heroes were moving about gathering strangely colored patches of water that were scattered all over the place. Additionally, she was instructed to leave the buildings and that the water was actually the villain's fragments, which had been dispersed by a hero named All Might. She looked around and saw Katsuki and Izuku, but she didn't like how the heroes were staring at Izuku while they were conversing with them. She let out a sigh of relief and made the decision to wait for Izuku once the heroes had finished with him. I didn't need your help, you fucking idiot, God fucking damn it. You piss me off so much, Deku. As Izuku was heading home, Katsuki was yelling at him. Tsuyu didn't want to step in if it wasn't absolutely necessary because the erratic boy had distanced himself from the heroes after witnessing Izuku go. Yeah. You didn't, Kachan. I'm sorry. Grr. Know your fucking place. Damn it. The boy yelled as he stormed away from his classmate without exploding. Tsuyu was hiding close by, trying to come up with something to say to her friend. To either chastise him or support him in his behavior. To sob into his shoulder in relief or sorrow, but she was at a loss for what to do. Hold on for a second, my boy. Both of them were startled by a voice they hadn't expected to hear. It was the world's greatest hero, All Might. I've got some words for you, young man. When Izuku yelled, excuse me, All Might, I need to say something too. He startled the hero and his secret friend. The frog girl had to hold her mouth shut to prevent any sound from escaping. Earlier when I asked you if I could become a hero, she said, you were right. It's dangerous for someone like me. A quirkless, weak kind of guy. I know that. And I'm sorry. It's time I faced reality. Although Tsuyu was unable to see them, she longed to approach him and try to talk him out of thinking such things, but she was unable to do so. The same was true for her. I can't, hold on there, Izuku screamed in concern for the hero as the hero's booming, loud voice abruptly turned into a coughing fit. The hero sounded sickly and weaker than usual when he said, "Let me say my piece now. I was a bit too hasty with my words before. I talked big words when I said heroes put their lives on the lines for others, and I was dangerously close to becoming a hypocrite. I was standing on the sidelines, hoping someone else would save that kid. Who was the first to act while I was waiting for that hero? It wasn't someone with a superpower quirk or someone who had a plan to save the day. However, the hero's voice may have been weaker, but it had a lot more impact. No, it was you, weak, quirkless you. You tried saving that boy, despite everything against you. The most heroic one there was in fact you. There's a saying that most heroes reply when asked about how they came about to be heroes. Wait. Stop, that sort of thing." Izuku attempted to interrupt All Might, but despite the hero's condition, his voice was barely audible above a whisper and was overpowered by All Might's. "My body moved before I could think. Behaving and thinking like that is crucial to being a hero. No, it's the fundamental principle of being a hero." A pause occurred in his speech. Tsuyu felt like crying and was unable to concentrate. "Boy, you can become a hero." She knew he was crying even though she couldn't see him. She was aware that this was the reason he was most likely on his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Standing in front of him was his hero, the person he had admired, the person who had saved his life today, and the person who was universally acknowledged as a real hero. Expressing to him his potential as a hero. Tsuyu was beginning to cry, so she knew this. Her friend was crying loudly from around the corner, and her heart ached for her. Who had been waiting for someone to just tell him that he could be what he wanted to be for over a decade. "You are worthy to inherit my power. This statement from the top hero cut through Izuku and Tsuyu's thoughts. All Might, the symbol of peace, has to come off as a natural-born hero. But, actually, my quirk was passed down to me. A quirk that can be given. I mean, something like that sounds unfounded, so crazy that something biological can be passed on to someone like me, but at the same time, there's no proof against it. There's quirks that can copy other quirks, so it stands that Hold on there, boy." Tsuyu was able to hear Izuku's All Might intervened. "I'm proposing that you try to accept my power. The quirk that I inherited, One for All, has the ability to transfer power. One cultivates it, passes it on, and another refines it and continues the process. I'm offering you the opportunity to accept my power, but if you refuse, I will understand. All Might. I've dreamt about being a hero so long. I can't think of a reason to refuse." "Is that so? Very well. Let's exchange contact information. I'll be sure to get in touch with you later with details about your training." Soon after, the two departed. Even after they had parted ways, Tsuyu sat as quietly as she could for a long time. She then departed to return home. She didn't get in touch with Izuku for 4 days. She attempted to contact All Might during dinnertime because it sounded like they would have a schedule in place. He texted her briefly to let her know that he had completed his dinner and was working out. It was odd that he was out in the rain, but he sent her a location ping to let her know he was nearby. She made the decision to go out and meet him since Samadare and Satsuki had already gone to bed. She dressed appropriately, walked out of the house, and leapt to the location where he had sent the ping. She decided it would be fun to surprise the boy, so she waited in the rain by the street. She shot out her tongue to confirm that it was her friend as a thin, shadowy figure began to run down to where she was. "Ga. Izuku," she said, drawing him nearer to her and giving him a firm head hug. "Nice of you to drop by," she said. He exclaimed, Tsuyu, as if his blood were boiling. What air you wearing?" He was talking about the short sleeves and shorts she was wearing, which most people wouldn't wear in a dark, rainy weather. She held his head tighter for added warmth even though it wasn't cold. This felt comfortable, so I thought it would be a nice surprise. It's raining," she exclaimed, enthused by his wriggling. She released him, pulled back her tongue, and grinned at him. "I guess I am a little giddy. Why are you out running this late? This is a little far from your place too." Her shirt was nearly transparent, making it difficult for him to look at her. "Izuku, take deep breaths and calm down." His whole body froze, his bloodshot eyes fixed on her, and he still didn't respond. He recoiled as her tongue encircled his eyes and said, "Vert. Sorry," he said, calming down now that he was blind. She grabbed his shoulders and led him down the street, asking, "Where were you headed?" Takoba BB Beach. She leapt in front of him and began tugging at his head, saying, "Okay, where do we go? Aren't you going to let go?" "Nope, follow the frog." This place is a little familiar. Could you let go now?" There was so much trash on the beach that it was impossible to reach the water. Mountains of trash covered the piers that were constructed to give the public a better view of the ocean. Izuku wiped his eyes with his sleeves as her tongue unwrapped itself and asked, "Have we been here before?" "And not that I know of. This is where I come with my trainer." "Trainer? I forgot to tell you. I got a personal trainer to help me become a hero?" She knew who this new trainer was. "I see. And not that you weren't helping me. In fact, he said that because I had built up some of my body, I could possibly make it in time for the next hero exams." He had grasped her arms. We're going to be heroes. Tsuyu. Together. "Yeah." She nodded and then looked around, trying to understand why she was feeling nostalgic. "You meet here how often with this trainer?" she asked. Every day." He let go, his sudden enthusiasm seeming to embarrass him. "What time?" She paused as she read the sign for Takoba Municipal Beach Park and said, after school." "I remember now. Tsuyu." Her tongue hovered in front of his face as she emphasized, "It's time to go. Izuku. Want me to add the way again?" He fled, saying, It's all right." Tsuyu thought about putting her tongue around his head. Looking at the sign again, past all the graffiti and other signs that people had written, I saw that it was one she had put up when they were both young. The frog girl was grateful but a little let down, so she followed the boy who was moving away from her. The boy jumped a little when she appeared out of a side street and said, "Hey, Katsuki, how have you been?" "Tisk, Asui." The frog girl found it easy to surprise the boy, despite his conspicuous presence. "Have you seen Izuku lately? I can't seem to find him anywhere." "Why the fuck would I know where that shithead Deku is?" he said in a scathing and derogatory tone, but he didn't erupt or explode. "I saw that villain incident on TV." He winced, squinting his eyes and making a grimace. "So," she placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "I was really worried, Katsuki." He turned violently, saying, "Really, it was very frightening. And I certainly didn't need to get the hell out of my fucking way." Katsuki snarled at her, attempting to turn away, but she kept moving, forcing him to face her. When he rubbed his cheek in surprise, Tsuyu gave him a glare and slapped him hard in the face with her tongue. "This isn't a game, Katsuki. I mean it. I didn't ask if you needed help, or anything about Izuku. I said I was worried about you. It looked very painful, and I wish I could have do." He pushed her away and sped up, saying, "You couldn't have done anything. So stop that stupid worrying bullshit. I don't need it. Izuku is doing his best, Katsuki. Didn't I just saw?" He paused for a moment before continuing, "So you better do your best too, or else you're going to lose." She saw him leave, until he was no longer in sight. "I've already fucking. God damn it, leave me alone," she exclaimed. Apart from the trash, Takoba Beach was a very lonely place. This location was ideal for couples to have a covert meeting because no locals ever visited. Naturally, Tsuyu only saw a man who looked like a skeleton standing around when she went. She chose to speak to him, but he appeared uneasy as she entered his line of sight, or maybe he was uneasy even before she did. "Hello. Hi." He attempted to avoid making eye contact as she gazed at him and said, "I'm Asui Tsuyu." "Toshinori." He jumped and asked, "Are you Izuku's trainer?" Which confirmed her suspicions. "Why do you ask?" "He told me he had a trainer. I wanted to meet him, so I'm here. He never told me that he had a friend such as yourself." He coughed into a handkerchief and asked, "Do you mean nosy?" "I have a habit of saying what's on my mind. I wouldn't say that's a bad quality. You're worried for the boy, I understand." There was blood on his handkerchief. "Are you okay, Mr. Toshinori?" I'm fine. I'm feeling a little under the weather is all." Whatever blood was in the man's face disappeared as her friend called out, "All might." From a distance. As the boy appeared, she turned to face the beach's entrance and said, Izuku." When Izuku saw her and the man, he went pale. "Sorry Tsuyu," he said. The frog girl didn't like how quiet it was. It appeared as though the two had told her about their covert relationship. She tilted her head and attempted to defuse the situation by asking, "Aren't you going to train with Mr. Toshinori?" By It's okay." She approached him and gently massaged his shoulder before smiling sadly and saying, "I know that you're excited about working with a professional, but I didn't really want to say this, but you've got to keep your delusions in check, Izuku. Delusions. Remember, it would be, All Might, this, and, All Might, that, not to mention the hero names you came up with. Tsuyu vowed to drain his body of all blood, if that was possible. You, saw, yes, his eyes twinkled with a few tears. I, can, it's alright, you don't need to, his hands trembled, just, work hard, Izuku. I'll watch a bit before I have to go to the store. She sat on the stairs that led to the beach after dragging her embarrassed friend to Toshinori. The man cleared his throat nervously after she embarrassed Izuku, and he was perspiring profusely. Why yes, it is I, Mr. Toshinori, your professional hero trainer. Midoriya, my boy, you've really got to shape up. All Might, here, it looks like I'm going to have to push you extra hard today. Why, yes, teacher. She could see Izuku looking at her blankly from where she was standing while she heard the entirely innocent announcement made by All Might. At first, they were unmotivated, but as they got into the swing of things, their training improved. It wasn't little trash that Izuku was picking up from the beach. As Toshinori assessed the boy's condition, he moved a car in what appeared to be a stove without stopping. She didn't want to give the impression that she felt sorry for Izuku or that she had totally defused the situation, but Tsuyu was at a loss for words and had said the first thing that gave the impression that she was unaware that All Might was Toshinori. Regretfully, she had to use her friend's peculiar obsession with the hero to achieve that. Before departing, she apologized to them both in silence. As Habuko and Tsuyu walked home, she inquired, I haven't seen Midoriya in a while. Did you two break up or something? What kind of relationship do you think we have? Close enough to hold hands, but too shy to kiss. No, that's not even close. What's with that pause? Not to mention the redness in your FA. He's working with a professional trainer right now. I think it would be best to leave Izuku in his hands. Nothing juicer than that. What a letdown. Tsuyu was a little let down by her friend's high expectations for her and Izuku, saying, there wasn't anything other than that. Besides, I don't think Izuku thinks of me as attractive. The snake girl held her friend in place and yelled, into Tsuyu's ears. What are you talking about, Tsuyu? He doesn't think of you as attractive. He's never called me cute. You, if he called me cute, then you must be absolutely delicious. Delicious, yeah, so much that I would want to gobble you up. She shook the snake girl off and left, saying, unless he likes the taste of frogs, I don't think he would think so. After a few seconds, Habuko came back to her side. Well, what about how he gets all nervous around you? He gets more nervous around other girls. Maybe he's used to being around you. I mean, you lick him all the time and sexually harass him, so it's like a tolerance. Habuko watched in bewilderment as the frog girl paused and gave her treatment of Izuku a lot of thought. It would be very difficult to stop. Is he like a drug or something? Tsuyu knocked while holding a basket in front of Izuku's apartment. Yes, hoo-ah, Tsuyu, it's been so long. It was his mother who had answered the door, not the boy. After a brief embrace, the frog girl was allowed inside. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya, I thought I would visit for a bit, and I brought some leftovers. She brought the basket to their table, which no longer contained the old doodles she remembered, and said, oh, how kind of you, but Izuku's out at the moment. Something about training. I thought he was talking about training with you. The food is not the only reason why I visited. I thought it would be nice to talk to you too. She gave another hug in return, saying, you're so sweet, Tsuyu. I wish Izuku would be with a girl like you because, well, you know how he is. It was really hard for her to ignore the question, does he still have the board? But Tsuyu tried her best. With a sorrowful frown, Izuku's mother turned to face her son's room. He does. Oh, Izuku, they said, gazing at his room, which had a board with a list of all of Izuku's present and potential pals. His mother gave her a bright smile and asked, how have things been, Tsuyu? Did you make any new friends? Let's forget about that, shall we? After a while, Izuku had still failed to appear. It's getting late, Mrs. Midoriya. I better be going. The woman appeared upset that her son had not returned in time, but Tsuyu understood what he was doing. I'm so sorry that Izuku didn't show up," she said. She saw a note written on the wall next to the kitchen as she was leaving the dining room. "It's okay. I'll see him some other time," she said. It appeared that Izuku's mother noticed and attempted to explain it, but it was too late. The dietary plan appeared to be too rigid for the items she had brought. As she picked up the basket, the older woman also grabbed it. "I see. I'm sorry about bringing the food, Mrs. Mid," she said. She grinned at the girl and said, "No, please. It's fine, really." But Tsuyu knew that Izuku would suffer if he strayed from his plan. "It's my fault for not asking him about it sooner. I wouldn't want to you not causing trouble." Her voice was somewhat louder. "You never cause trouble, Tsuyu. He'll eat it. He always eats the things you make. Mrs. Midoriya. He always sits there, at the table, when you make something for him. He would sit for the longest time, crying in happiness." Tsuyu let out a long sigh, thinking her friend would actually do that. I suppose I phrased that wrong. It's all right, Mrs. Midoriya, I understand. And no, wait, Tsuyu. If anyone is troubling us, it's Izuku. She grinned as she drew the basket closer, saying, "Always making us worry. Always doing things all on his own, it's almost unbearable. But, I want to believe in him, Mrs. Midoriya. I don't want to stand in his way if he chooses to do this, so please." After a few seconds of the older women staring at her, she let go of the basket. "Mrs. Midoriya, it was no trouble at all coming over. Even if Izuku is out, it's very nice talking with you." Izuku's mother appeared on the verge of crying once more, but Tsuyu saw right away that she was already in tears. Wouldn't it be alright to call me mother? Tsuyu cocked her head, perplexed by the unexpected inquiry. She bowed to the frog girl and said, What am I saying? I'm so sorry for that." Tsuyu was not offended in the least. "It was nice seeing you again, Mrs. Midoriya. I'll be sure to stop by again." Please do." For several minutes, Tsuyu stood outside the apartment door. Although she could hear the mother on the other side moving excitedly around the apartment, she was unable to determine the older woman's emotional state. Before leaving, Tsuyu furrowed her brows and put a finger to her lips. She happened to run into the boy on her way home. He was lying on a bench, breathing as deeply and feebly as he could. Izuku. Tsuyu was merely observed, but it appeared that his exhaustion prevented him from moving much. She placed a cold hand on his head and then slowly warmed it up, asking, "Are you okay? You're not overdoing it, are you?" Considering what Habuko had said, she took her hand away and sat beside him. She watched as his crimson face gradually reverted to its initial state. "You're the type that likes to be teased." He tried to turn his head away as he jumped, but he was too weak to do so. He gestured toward the basket as though accepting it, and she said, "I was going to give you some leftovers. But I saw your dietary plan, so you can't eat any," she said. As Tsuyu halted his attempt to reach for the basket, he noticed tears starting to form in the corners of his eyes. "I thought I told you to get rid of that friendship board in your room. It's creepy." He was crying now, but he was still unable to speak. "You don't need to put my name up on a board. You should know by now that we're friends, Izuku." Even as he wept, the corners of his mouth twisted slightly. She tried to think of something else to divert her attention as she stared at him. He raised an eyebrow in perplexity and said, "I knew it." He shivered and burned as she slid a finger down his neck and said, "It's too hard to resist." She stood up and began to touch his arms and legs, causing the boy to tremble violently as she touched his shorts and short sleeves. She then took a seat beside him and gazed at him. Izuku fell asleep in less than a minute after his breathing slowed and his eyes began to close. She scooted closer to the sleeping boy and said, so defenseless, "You really do make me worry too much." Even though it was now dark outside, he woke up and said, Tsuyu. "Sorry, I made you sleep a little. You should hurry home for dinner if you want to stick to your schedule." That's right. About earlier. I made you sleep a little bit. It's something I've been working on while you were training. There's that, but I'll get rid of the board. Tsuyu grinned and gave the boy a tight hug while sighing. "You're ridiculous, keeping something like that around even with all of the training." "Why yeah, also, don't cry while you eat my food." He turned into a monument. "Ask me if you want me to make you something." She withdrew after noticing his dejected expression. Sure. You're going to be busy for these 10 months, aren't you? She could tell she was correct by looking into his eyes, even though he didn't respond. We'll have dinner sometime. I'll invite you over before the exams begin. Yeah, if you want, we can still study together, but looks like you're overworked as is when it comes to physical stuff. Thanks, Tsuyu. This workout is really taking a toll on me. Don't hurt yourself, Izuku. Give me a call whenever you need me. The two stood motionless and said, "Gee, got it. I should be going. Sorry, I'll see you then." Yeah, she scowled as she looked at him, still motionless. Knowing she wouldn't see him for a while, Tsuyu gave him a hug before leaving. She sat with her family for dinner and said, "Have you been keeping up with your class work? The hero exams are in a month, Tsuyu." "Yes, father." "Tsuyu, are you really taking the hero exams with Izuku?" "Yes, mother." "Tsuyu, I need more soy sauce." "Sorry, Satsuki, I forgot to get more at the store." "Were you playing with Midoriya again?" "It's not playing, father. He's putting forward a serious effort, and I'm supporting him as much as I can." "The boy's quirkless, Tsuyu. Are you going to help him during the hero exam as well?" "Father." "Tsuyu, honey, you know Ganma likes Izuku. He's teasing you." "Beru, he was telling me the other day what kind of quirk your children might inherit. Hopefully, a frog form with fire breath, or telekinesis." "Stop, you two are the worst." The two frogs' kids jumped when the doorbell rang. Her mother put another mouthful of pork cutlet in her mouth and said, "Go get it, Tsuyu. We're a bit busy here." A little irritated by the taunting, the frog girl stood up and answered the door. "Izuku, how was the trip?" He shook and avoided making eye contact, saying, hello, Tsuyu. It was alright. Hope I'm not late." "Is that Midoriya? Come in. Izuku, we're having pork cutlet. Come join us." Tsuyu became suspicious when her parents called out from the dining room. As Izuku removed his shoes, she returned to the table with her parents and asked, "How did you know he was coming?" "Inko told us that you had invited him. We thought it would be nice to see him again." Tsuyu's siblings exclaimed, "Izuku." As the boy emerged from the doorway of the dining room. Samadare, Satsuki, nice to see you," he said with a smile as he bowed to the siblings. "Boy, Mr. Asui, Mrs. Asui, how unexpected." Tsuyu thought the boy would have back issues because he was bowing so much and so low. "Izuku, it's alright, have a seat and help yourself." Izuku jumped and said, "Sit here." Izuku sat next to the older man as suggested. "How are your studies going, boy?" Tsuyu's been helping me a lot, and I'm doing very well." "You better be doing well. You don't have to fight crime to be a hero. If you're diligent in your studies, you can help Tsuyu by making sure she has a place to retire to." Now, Ganma. Izuku's got plenty of time to decide what he wants to do later on. "Izuku, Tsuyu really enjoys massages. If you choose to be a masseur, Tsuyu would enjoy that very much." Mother. Izuku, stop hogging our sister all to yourself. We don't get to play with her that much anymore." "Yeah, baby her so you can live with us." Izuku had never started eating, but the others in the group stopped. While the frog girl gazed at her siblings in disbelief and betrayal, the boy was stuttering, struggling to form anything coherent. Baby. Oh my." At first, the Asui family patriarch remained silent. He put down his chopsticks and turned slowly in the direction of the stock-still Izuku. "Midoriya," he breathed deeply and exhaled, "I don't necessarily approve of you. You're wimpy and cowardly, but for Tsuyu's happiness, I wouldn't mind seeing if I can get you a position in my company." "Stop it," she cried as she got up from her chair, swiftly took Izuku's hand, and led him into the kitchen while snatching a bag off the counter. "We'll have dinner somewhere else. I'll be back later," she said. Her parents grinned and began croaking, "Oh, Tsuyu. You already prepared something like that." As they gazed at the two. Her siblings were even yelling at her, Tsuyu's all embarrassed. Because of this. Don't forget the soy sauce." As they walked out of the house, a chorus of croaking could be heard. "Sometimes, they're a bunch of fools. Forgive my family, Izuku." After an hour of walking, Izuku finally managed to say, "I do like your family, Tsuyu." She had been idly strolling for a while, holding the boy's hand, but before she knew it, they were standing at his training area. I like them too. I think they get the wrong idea about things. The majority of the trash had been removed by Izuku, but some remained. Looking out to the ocean, the frog girl was taken aback by how lovely it appeared without the trash. I'm impressed, Izuku. Without a quirk, you managed to move all of this stuff. It was hard, but yeah, I guess I'm a little impressed too. Tsuyu pulled out a bowl for him and they sat on an overturned refrigerator. It's Katsudon. Hope you enjoy. Thanks, Tsuyu. She grinned as she saw him nibble on some of it. Is it any good? Why yeah, it's great. He finished quickly, which made Tsuyu wish he had brought more. Thank you for the meal. When she leaned against him, he jumped and said, You're welcome, Izuku. He hesitated, but she could tell he was about to protest. Aren't you going to eat? I already ate. Izuku. About what my family said. Don't worry about it. I think that, in some way, they're thinking of you. I was actually going to say that I needed to pick up soy sauce. Fidgety, obviously embarrassed. I'm not sure you should take what they said seriously. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't. But I wouldn't mind if you did. She got up and began to leave, saying, in 1 month, Izuku, we're going to UA. She could hardly hear him, but she didn't want to go back to him. Yeah, thank you, Tsuyu. Thanks for waiting so long, she said. She wished to hide her face from him. At this point, she was too ashamed to turn back to him. Let's go back. We can drop by a store on the way, and Satsuki and Samadare have been wanting to see you for a while. Alright. He hurried to keep up with her, and the two of them walked off the beach. Tsuyu was forced to dress in her winter attire due to the unusually cold weather. She had been looking forward to February 26th ever since she found out that it was All Might's alma mater. UA stands for UA Academy. She wanted to go, but not necessarily because of All Might. Rather, it was a result of her desire to live up to her parents' expectations and to become a hero with her friend Izuku. Her siblings told her to worry more about Izuku than about them after she made sure they had eaten breakfast. She trembled more than normal. As she waited for the awkward boy to show up, it occurred to her that she had forgotten to add more layers. Izuku arrived just as the exam's introduction was about to begin. Until he passed the gates, he didn't appear to notice her, probably trying to take in as much information as he could about the entrance. Trying not to show her nervousness, she rushed to him and exclaimed, Hey! Izuku, it's finally here. Don't you dare stand in front of me, Deku. Katsuki was glaring at the two when Tsuyu turned to look behind the trembling boy. Katsuki, you look fired up. Before he glared at Izuku, he smiled at her and said, And you should go back home, idiot. You should stop shaking, Asui. It's not that cold. He moved swiftly past them. She briefly turned away from Izuku to try to reprimand the boy, but he had already left. Katsuki, Izuku is allowed to take the exam, just like you, she said. Izuku attempted to move forward at that moment, but he managed to trip over one of his legs and fall in front of Tsuyu. Someone had placed a hand on him, and he was hovering above the ground, too abrupt for her to really react to. By intervening, a girl said, Sorry for using my quirk. And kept the boy from painfully colliding with the floor. I thought it would have been terrible to fall and hurt yourself. She said as she swiftly put Izuku on his feet by pressing the tips of her fingers together. Izuku's face burned as he trembled as the girl spoke to him. It's no problem. Thanks for the save. Tsuyu thanked the girl on her friend's behalf, understanding that he was unable to communicate with girls. The girl was referring to Izuku's trembling legs when she said, I can understand why his legs would be shaking so much. I'm nervous myself. However, the exam was likely the reason for this. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet you, she said. This is Midoriya Izuku. She gave the boy a gentle shoulder shake, causing him to jump. I'm Asui Tsuyu, but you can call me Tsuyu. Nice to meet you, he said, bowing with half of his body bent forward. He was on the verge of collapsing, but fortunately Tsuyu was keeping him upright. It's so exciting to meet new friends, but we gotta go or else we'll be late. Tsuyu relished having a brief conversation with the vivacious girl. She exuded a bright aura and was amiable toward both Izuku and herself. Unable to handle the very likable girl, he said nothing. The frog girl enjoyed it until she discovered that each applicant was given an ID number at random, which prevented her and the other two from sitting next to each other. Tsuyu sat down and looked around for the other two and Izuku. Whatever it was that made Ochako so happy made her easy to spot. Izuku felt a little guilty for not being able to assist the boy with the explosive next to him when she was discovered beside Katsuki. "Welcome, everyone, it's everybody's favorite DJ, Present Mike. Can I get a hey?" The voice might have been the loudest she had ever heard. A man with what looked like a boombox around his neck was sitting on the stage in front of them. She added that the man's request was met with complete silence. "Anyway, I understand. I'm here to tell you everything you need to know about today's exam." He was very vivacious, but he probably wasn't the best person to give the test. Tsuyu felt sorry for him, but she and everyone else were too anxious to watch him perform. She could hear Izuku mumbling in the back, and it worried her because she noticed that not only was Katsuki annoyed, but also a few people nearby were also impacted. "You have 10 minutes in total during the practical. You have just 10 minutes to show us what you're capable of. Depending on the difficulty, you will have to defeat 3 robots, or fake villains, and their points will go from 1 to 3. Following my presentation, you will proceed to your assigned testing locations." "Proctor, may I ask you a question?" Tsuyu deduced from his tone and attire that one of the examinees was somewhat of a straight-laced character, and he stood up with his hand raised high, standing out from the other participants because he was taller. "Examinee number 7111, indeed. Go ahead and ask. There are only 4 different kinds of villains on the handout that we were all given. It is unworthy of Japan's most esteemed hero academy if this is an error. And you," he gestured directly at Izuku, whose mumbling had stopped when someone asked a question, "stop muttering. Does being a hero seem like a game to you? If so, get out." "Sorry." As the boy shrank from the abuse, some of the examinees around him laughed. Examinee number 7111, excellent insight. Present Mike drew everyone's focus back to himself by saying, "The 4th fake villain is a ploy. There's really no reason to waste time on it, as there's only one in each area and it's worth 0 points. Have you ever played any old school video games? It's a barrier, something to stay away from when trying to earn points." "Oh, I see, it's like a game." Before he sat down, the boy who had asked the question bowed and said, "I apologize for being interrupted, and I appreciate you answering my question. I'll leave you with our school motto now if that's all. As Napoleon Bonaparte famously remarked, true heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life." As his audience waited for the well-known UA motto, the man smiled at them. Are you trying to sabotage our exam or are you taking this matter seriously?" Unexpectedly, the straight lace from earlier jumped at Izuku, clutching one of his shoulders tightly, and the trembling boy stammered as he attempted to justify his behavior. His hand was slapped away, forcing the suspicious young man to release him. "Give him space. Is it not evident that he is anxious? And who could it be?" Tsuyu pulled back her tongue and said, "I'm his friend. It appears that their screening procedure wasn't entirely successful. He doesn't want to obstruct anyone's path, I assure you." Izuku rushed to her side, causing some of the other participants to snicker and her to scowl a little at his needy demeanor. Unfortunately for the examiners, Tsuyu had attended a different middle school than Izuku, so she was permitted to take the exam with him. Their procedure had been to assign different ID numbers based on the school attended in order to keep friends and classmates away. Their group was given Site B, which was big enough to make Tsuyu think twice. The site was intended to be an urban city area, with roads and skyscrapers, but nothing else, and it was likely more than a few acres in size, giving them plenty of space to spread out and defeat the fictitious villains. "Tell him to be a little more serious about this. This is a personal test, which might begin with an A. Start." Everyone was caught off guard by the loud announcement and froze for a few seconds. "What's the matter? Go ahead." After the announcement, Present Mike's volume was so high that it made everyone tremble. Everyone suddenly began to run in the direction of the testing area. When Tsuyu noticed that Izuku was not moving, she turned around to try to keep up with him, but she skidded to a stop. "Izuku, act quickly." The boy leapt and began running as hard as he could. The frog girl sighed deeply after observing how far ahead the competition was. It was a pathetic sight. She used her tongue to pick him up and then leapt forward, pulling her trembling companion to a location where she had spotted some of the fictitious villains. She landed heavily on a one-pointer, which had two arms with what appeared to be guns attached to them and one wheel to support their bodies, while the three-pointer had two arms to support it and tank treads for back legs, with big rocket pods attached to its back. Tsuyu threw Izuku to the other one-pointer, who promptly calculated the rocket's trajectory and hopped onto one of them after the three-pointer took aim and launched rockets at them. Despite the brief, shaky ride, she launched it back at the fictitious villain as she leapt onto another rocket, and when her projectile reached the villain in less than a second, it exploded, so she took advantage of the moment to finish it off. Leaping off the rocket she was on, she drop-kicked the robot in what she believed to be its face. Fortunately, it turned off as she struck it, and it slumped to the ground as she leapt backwards. She got back up and turned to see Izuku fleeing from the fictitious antagonist. "Izuku, you must defeat it. It appears sturdy, but it's actually quite thin." He rolled away from the robot and turned to face her, his face a picture of terror, and the fake villain swung its arm at him, causing his head to hit the ground. A few moments later, some of the rockets from the defeated three-pointer exploded around her and the boy he was facing. As the robot attempted to roll over her friend, she watched him pick himself up, protecting her face from the dust. It gave her another point by whacking the fictitious villain's head off with her tongue. Izuku, he was fine, but time was running out, so Tsuyu hurried over to check for any serious injuries. "You must fight. Let me show you more of them." She jumped deeper into the arena, where more of their fellow competitors were, and wrapped her tongue around his waist. With 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, she made every effort to remember the current timer. Some players were decimating the one-pointers, while others were taking down three-pointers at once. She was fortunate to spot a two-pointer far from the crowd. It had 4 long legs with guns on the front of them, and the tail that hung above its head appeared to be its primary weapon. She initially thought the tail would reach out, but instead it sprang a laser that struck her shoulder, causing a slight sting, but not enough to prevent her from moving forward. She slid beneath it, allowing Izuku to approach the side of the fictitious antagonist. "Izuku, hurry up, let's remove it." Its head turned, but its body moved slowly, and to turn even a little it had to take a step with both legs at once. When her friend didn't answer, she leapt over the robot, putting her tongue around its neck and pulling, forcing it onto its side before it could aim its forward guns. Right now, Izuku. A one-pointer was rolling toward him, but it vanished behind the two-pointer's body, and she heard Izuku cry in pain as he ran over to its underside while its legs flailed helplessly. She jumped over the two-pointer's body, stomped on its head, and swiftly used her tongue to slap the one-pointer's head, destroying it. It is now 8 minutes and 50 seconds. Tsuyu stared at the one-pointer's body as Izuku, who was holding his side and panting, got up, wincing. He looked up at her, her hair covering her face, and said, "Izuku. What are you doing? Tsuyu. Haha, I'm still. Did you consider being a hero to be a game?" She knew it must have hurt, but she refused to look at him. Since it caused her pain. No. Tsuyu. What are you doing, then? If you wish to pass, you must defeat these robots. He observed the bodies of the fictitious villains, the two-pointer being taller than a semi-trailer truck and the one-pointer already dwarfing him. She grimly questioned how he could possibly defeat one of them. Izuku, that stoic guy was correct. Everyone present, everybody is trying their hardest. She looked into his grimacing face, trying to keep her expression as neutral as possible. "I didn't. You want the two of us to be heroes. The remaining time is 8 minutes and 24 seconds. Tsuyu." He appeared stunned, with tears welling up in his eyes and his skin turning pale. "Get moving." She swiftly turned away and put her tongue around him again, saying, "We still have points to earn." 10 seconds and 8 minutes. Tsuyu kicked it, crushing its head, and Izuku rammed a one-pointer, but it brushed him off. 7 minutes and 40 seconds. The shoulders of a three-pointer were raised off its body and fell to the ground. 15 minutes and 7 minutes. She stopped a one-pointer that was aimed at Izuku by pulling him away and using the momentum to land on its body. 3 minutes and 7 minutes. She swiftly destroyed the few pointers that had attempted to dogpile Izuku after having to pull him out from under them. 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Her point total was around 15, and Tsuyu panted loudly as panic took over. She and Izuku had both suffered a few more injuries. Izuku had 0 because the robots were too strong for him and were constructed sufficiently to keep the boy from getting inside. "This is not good." As the other contestants eliminated the fictitious villains, she muttered, they were thinning out by now, having devised their own tactics to eliminate the villains. She turned and looked at her friend, who tensed up when she looked at him, winced, and held his side when she looked away. You're being pulled down by me. Quote, what? He shook when her response came out a bit sharper than she had intended. Quote, I apologize. He took off running. Wait, Izu. When a one-pointer came around the corner and nearly tackled her, something blasted through it and sent it to the ground, kicking dust into her face. I apologize, mademoiselle, and I appreciate the help. A boy who sparkled a lot passed her and smiled briefly before pursuing more of the fictitious bad guys. Izuku's form as he attempted to even dent one was still vividly etched in Tsuyu's memory, and she thought he had taken it out in a second. She had to find Izuku, who had run away. It is 6 minutes and 5 seconds. 5 minutes. Knocking one over wasn't too difficult, especially if she used one of those three-pointers rockets. She had already eliminated a couple of pretend villains on the way, and their arms were weak enough for her legs to break right through their joints, and they were unsteady on whatever support they had. Ochako and the straight lace were close by, and although he was a little rough, the straight lace was committed to his fighting style and used his speed and strengthened legs to methodically eliminate the fictitious villains, while Ochako only needed to touch them to make them helpless. One boy had a powerful tail that he could use to smash the robots with a single swing, another had arms that grew out of his back and easily destroyed the villains before finding more, still another had the ability to control shadows to attack targets with ease. She also remembered Izuku being helplessly pushed aside by a one-pointer. She landed on top of a three-pointer, which landed with a thud after Tsuyu tore it off its neck and landed on its head. Before she stomped it into the ground, she looked down at it and saw how easily she had been taking them down. Unfair, she found herself thinking as she watched everyone breeze through the test, something that was starting to really irritate her as she looked for her friend. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. The entire area trembled with a loud rumbling, and Tsuyu nearly stumbled when something she had assumed to be a building moved. It was the fourth fake villain, the Zero, the gimmick. And it was directly descending on her and the other local competitors. The time was running out before she realized it was 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Tsuyu was about to leap away when she noticed something terrible, and everyone began to panic as this unthinkable thing began to approach them. Wincing, Ochako attempted to get up after falling in front of the gimmick, but she appeared to be stuck. Tsuyu surprised the girl by helping her remove her foot from the wrecked road and by letting her stick her tongue out at the nearest object that could help her escape. The frog girl, looking back, saw that her scarf had caught onto debris created by the machine when it appeared, and as they were pulling away, she felt it catch onto something, nearly choking her and forcing her to stop their escape. Tsuyu had retrieved the scarf from the rubble and was on the verge of running away when a strong gust of wind from behind her stopped her. It was reaching down for the two. Above her, Izuku was yelling. She looked up to see the boy, his fist cocked back, flying towards the useless gimmick. SM. Then he punched. Ash. A few more explosions came from the useless wreckage, but the phony villains crawled out from under the machine, apparently unharmed by the behemoth. As its head violently blew backwards, the front of it completely smashed to pieces, falling on top of the structures behind it. Tsuyu was amazed by Izuku's strength and gazed at him in wonder, but he soon realized that he was now falling at an uncontrollable speed. She managed to catch him by sticking her tongue out where she thought he would be, but the distance was nearly at her limit and he was still falling. Tsuyu began to lose her balance as she pulled upward on her tongue, and she had to grab at anything she could to keep her friend from getting hurt. She struggled to keep him from falling to the ground and, using all of her remaining strength, dragged the boy to her. He smacked right into her, and she held him as tightly as she could for a moment, but it was a bit too hard. Or she would have, if she hadn't found his arm amusing. She pulled away, examining the cause of the strange sensation. She thought something was sticking out of his elbow, but there was more blood than she had ever seen in her life, seeping from his arm. Izuku. Breathing was becoming more difficult. As she held the boy's head against her chest, she noticed that blood was slowly trickling from his pant legs, which, although they didn't look right, were actually bent sideways at the knees. Her vision was beginning to darken and blur. Just one. She saw that he was breathing heavily when he abruptly spoke up. The frog girl found it hard to concentrate, or he might have been breathing that way the entire time. I require a minimum of 1. He was in tears. She suddenly became aware of their remaining time. Nothing. It's everything. He looked up, and his eyes widened, over. Quote. No. His pupils trembled as he gazed into Tsuyu's, his tears dripping slowly, and he kept looking at her until he sagged slowly onto her. For a long time, she sat there, oblivious to the world around her. Hey, Missy, nice job. But move over a bit. Tsuyu remained motionless, but Izuku was startled by the lips that rushed past her and touched her head. He slowly repositioned his legs and arm, and when he looked at his arm, it was no longer the hideous mess that it had been. Listening in on the conversations around her, Tsuyu noticed that the lips retracted and that it was Recovery Girl, the hero with the super recovery power. She then moved to some of the other participants and did the same for them. The frog girl felt conflicted about Izuku because there were discussions about him as well, but they were primarily shocked or negative responses. Assist the wounded. A pair of small robots approached her and set down a stretcher. Assist the wounded. They stared at Izuku as they attempted to remove her, and then her tongue slipped out of her mouth just a little. Whoa, hello there. Let them take the boy to the nurse's office, the recovery girl said, prodding her with the cane she was holding. The test is already over. The robots removed the boy after she reluctantly placed him on the stretcher herself. She stood motionless, clenching the front of her coat, but something shook her as a sharp pain pierced her chest as he was taken away. Hi, Tsuyu. Are you all right? It looked really painful when your scarf got caught, Ochako said, shaking Tsuyu's shoulder. Her voice sounded raspier than she had anticipated, and she could feel the burning in her throat as she said, I'm fine. He, Midoriya, failed to receive any points? Did he not accompany you? The cheerful girl's worried expression made her look out of the ordinary. The targets were too hard. Really, did you miss that punch? Pow, was the word. His arm was bust, she coughed painfully and hoarsely. Dear, you needed to be healed, didn't you? Something damp touched Tsuyu's cheek. There you have it. Better, I suppose. I'm sorry, recovery girl. The hero tried to continue, but the frog girl stopped him. Can we go to the nurse's office? I'm afraid you can't. Off limits for the time being. The hero departed to tend to additional participants. Perhaps we could request that Midoriya receive some points. I suppose we could give him some of our lives since he saved ours. Yes. Tsuyu waited for Izuku outside the gates after she and Ochako made their plea. The teenagers had left the area now that the test was over, leaving her alone. Only 30 minutes had passed since the test's morning start and afternoon conclusion, but the wait was quite lengthy. Izuku staggered out of the building, and without looking up, he trudged over when he saw her by the gates. Izuku. Refusing to look at her, he rubbed the back of his head. I'm not even sure where to start. What did you do? I brought forth a peculiarity. Since quirks are inherently mysterious, it's not too much to ask, but now that I have one end. Izuku was on the verge of going into mumble mode, but it appeared that they were both exhausted from the day. How about your arm? She touched his arm, causing him to flinch. Your legs. They're doing fine now. I'm a little sore, but recovery girl's quirk helped me recover. When would you have told me? When she saw him wince, she felt bad about asking him the question. I didn't really know a good time to tell you. Izuku must have inherited the quirk from All Might, who was the only one with that kind of power, but when he attempted to use the great hero's strength, it broke her friend's body. Izuku, don't worry. The day has been difficult, I'll lead you. Tsuyu. She attempted to get him to walk by pulling his arm, but he remained motionless. What is it? I apologize. She gazed at the boy who was desperately trying to avoid looking at her. I sincerely apologize. Considering how much work you and everyone else have put in. I blew it. I let you down. You're saying sorry. Yeah. Sniffing loudly, he wiped his face with his free arm. I must look so pitiful right now. With everyone's assistance, I've come this far, but I was unable to. Cease. He was interrupted by Tsuyu, who buried her head in his chest and gave him a tight hug. You have nothing to apologize for, and nothing. What are you? All of those hurtful things I said. I was aware of how diligently you were working. It was quite sudden, but she thought his shirt was a lot more drenched than she thought it had been, and still, I continued to say those things. The startled boy calmed down and placed a hand on her head as a few strangled croaks squeezed through her throat. Tsuyu. You were merely attempting to assist. How could he be? She was interrupted by another croak. Help is that? I made a mistake. I ruined your entire exam. That's not true, she said, shamefully enjoying the warmth he exuded. I know that everything you did and said was done to help me. That's how you've always been, Tsuyu. As he started to stroke the top of her head, she let out another cry. As she recalled how easily the others defeated the fictitious villains, she said, I couldn't do anything to the robots. It's not your fault that I was too weak. No. She tried to stop him by tightening her hold. Something like that. I sort of anticipated it. A hero's peculiarity defines them. Cease it. He either chose not to listen to her or didn't seem to understand. Isn't that reasonable? Fighting dangerous criminals is too risky for someone who can't even defeat a mindless robot. It's not fair. It's okay. Even. Kachan is definitely going to be a hero if I don't. He staggered a little as Tsuyu placed a hand on his chest and thumped it loudly, but she continued to hold on to him. Tsuyu. Stop talking. As though you won't be a hero, after everything you've done. She struck him once more. Everything that has taken place. But what did you do that left Uraraka and I stranded at the end? I didn't, Izuku. What did you do? She withdrew from him while gazing into his eyes. His face and hair were matted with dirt and some of his blood from their examination, and his eyes were red. It was frightening, but the thought of what might have happened to you was even more terrifying. I took a chance and followed my instincts. As she considered what had transpired during the day, what he had done and what had been done to him, she felt a dampness beneath her eyes. How? Are you not a hero in my eyes? Muttering, she hugged him again, making sure he couldn't see her face or her tears. My hero. As she held the silent boy, Tsuyu remarked to herself that it must have been too low for him to hear the last bit. A week had passed since the exam, and although the frog girl had not yet received the letter, it had been one of the most difficult times in her life. Since childhood, she had feared whether or not her friend would be with her as a hero. It was her nightmare, her dream, and it had grown more upsetting every day as she awaited some news regarding the test. Her siblings were safely tucked away in their rooms, sleeping through the cold, blissfully and innocently oblivious to their sister's predicament as she withdrew to her own room to open the letter. It was cold, even colder than the exam day when the letter had finally arrived. The hollow recorder in the letter was something she had never really seen before, and it seemed unreal that the news she had feared was contained in such a tiny gadget. It played its message when the button was pressed. Hey, is this device turned on? She was welcomed by a strong voice and a familiar face. Hello, Asui Tsuyu. I am all power. How do you feel? Thrilled? Feeling anxious? Then don't wait any longer because I'll tell you the outcome. The hero stood on a stage designed for performers, dressed in a bright golden suit that gave the impression that he was an announcer on a game show. You have undoubtedly passed the practical exam with an exceptional practical score of 25 and a rescue score of 50. Giving a thumbs up, he grinned broadly at her through the hologram. Good job. She identified the papers in the packet he took out as the written portion of the test. And this is truly unexpected. A perfect score on the paper. This and the practical will ensure your success. Congrats. UA will be happy to welcome a future hero like you with open arms. It was little, but it made her heart sing. Her hard work had paid off, but her friend's performance was more significant than her status as a UA student. Keep your hands off that dial. When she attempted to switch off the device, the hero startled her by saying, your performance was outstanding, without a doubt, but we noticed a small problem. He pulled a remote control from his pocket and pointed the camera at a wall-mounted screen. A scene from the practical section was displayed when it turned on, with her dragging Izuku into the city area in order to earn points. Normally, friends are kept apart to avoid help, but it appears that we forgot to include a certain froggy girl in the assistance of a slightly unfortunate boy. It showed her saying those horrible words, and Tsuyu was appalled at the look she had given him on the screen as she destroyed the robots while Izuku thrashed around. This unanticipated incident earned us a specific number of rescue points, but since it was our responsibility to stop this kind of thing, we gave you a little more. The boy did his best, but it wasn't enough, nothing that would earn him any points, and he looked so helpless to her. You kept helping this boy during the entire test. The image on the screen showed Izuku, who was covered in wounds, speaking to her. With complete frustration, the woman on the screen turned and gave him a glare. She started crying as something inside of her ripped away. And despite all of that help, you asked for him and another friend to share some of your points. After the test, she and Ochako spoke with Present Mike, asking if the boy could receive some of their points for assisting them. This is when the video cut to. Quote. That request, of course, the great hero turned his back to the camera, has been rejected. She tried to stop herself from falling by lowering her hands to the desk, but they were unable to support her knees, and she fell to the ground. The likelihood of failing is practically guaranteed when the practical score is 0 capture points. Not a single point, and it hurt. Tsuyu tried his hardest and failed, and the way she behaved and spoke to him during the test was very hurtful. Sis. Peeking into the room, one of her siblings said, "Is everything okay?" Through the device, All Might said to her, "Go to him. Asui. Based on our observations, he needs you right now. If we're wrong, we're sorry, but if you're his friend, it would be better for him to have you close by." It shut off, and she got up feebly. Satsuki clung to Samadere's back as he stood at the door. "Why sis, you were yelling." She opened the door wider and said, "I have to go." She did not dismiss her family, saying, "I'll be back in a bit." Izuku, is that right? Did he bring you to tears?" Satsuki nearly burst into tears as she said, "You look so sad." He is not to blame. Tsuyu hugged them and apologized for worrying them, but she knew it was too late and said, "I'm going to him right now." "Have you been accepted to that school? Will Izuku accompany you?" As she walked slowly out of the house, their inquiries followed. Even the heavy downpour couldn't make her feel better. I'm not sure. Although her friend's house wasn't too far away, she couldn't run there in an hour. She broke the "no quirks in public" rule by jumping through the rain and landing on the rooftops instead, but it didn't matter because she just wanted to be with him as soon as possible. She traveled quickly and was not apprehended by any of the police or resident hero squads, but upon arriving at Izuku's apartment, she noticed Toshinori leaving the complex while trudging through the rain without an umbrella. Before knocking on the door, Tsuyu waited in front of the apartment to try to gather herself. "Yeah, who is it?" The door slowly opened up, and Izuku's mother peeked around the door, her makeup running down her cheeks. "Tsuyu. How come you're so soaked out there?" "Hello, Mrs. Midoriya." She tried, she really did, but her voice was monotonous. "Is Izuku in?" "Yeah, he received the letter from UA just now." As she made her way to the restroom, the older woman ushered her inside and hurried her to a chair. As Tsuyu gazed at Izuku's door, he must have switched on the device because he could hear All Might's muffled words. "Tsuyu, what are you wearing? And everything is soaked in." "Well, here, Izuku won't be able to." After drying her hair, Izuku's mother wrapped the towel around her shoulders. "Actually, you're just as nervous as I am, even though I sat you in front of the table." As they both stood in front of the boy's door, she whispered to herself. They both stood motionless in front of the door, waiting for Izuku's response, but it felt longer than her letter did. She jumped on Izuku as soon as the door opened and he appeared in front of her. "What? Tsu?" The boy attempted to speak, but he had trouble speaking because his face was swollen. "Asui." If she hadn't known that the real All Might was leaving, she would have sworn that the holo recorder was a live feed. "If you're there, I'd like to congratulate you. What you've done requires courage, and in our profession, courage is something we value. Accumulating points and achieving a high score are two different things, but risking everything for someone you care about is quite another, is not overlooked." The frog girl wondered if he had planned this whole thing from the beginning as the All Might on the hologram grinned more broadly. "You went above and beyond what you could have done. That's our motto here at UA, as you too will discover." Tsuyu looked at one of the scariest performers she had ever seen give her the thumbs up, while Izuku's mother sobbed joyfully behind her and the boy below her was having a heart attack. Plus, she would have revealed his secret if she wasn't so happy. Ultra. Tsuyu decided to spend some time with her friends in order to pass the week before school started. Her parents said they would throw a party for her since they were pleased that their daughter had been accepted to UA. Finding someone to invite was all she needed to do. As she excitedly waved her arms at Tsuyu, the girl exclaimed, Hey. I'm so glad you invited me out. I was totally doing nothing." Giving Ochako a smile, she said, "I'm glad that you accepted." And accompanied the girl to a cafe she knew. "School will start next week, so I wanted to get to know one of my classmates," she said. "Ah, I'm so happy. It's been kinda lonely at the dorms. Do you live nearby?" "I live in Aichi, but I'm close enough to take the train here." When Ochako arrived at the cafe, she appeared distressed and anxious upon seeing the adorable signs. I'm not sure that I can eat. I mean, if you wanted to walk around and stuff, that's fine cause it's free." My dad gave me some money, so it's my treat. In that case, let's go. Ochako exclaimed as she hurried into the cafe, nearly drooling over the dessert and drink options. Although Ochako's cake looked delicious, Tsuyu liked her coffee jelly better. She enjoyed the sweetness that filled her mouth, and it was delightful. Whoa, you just ate that thing in one go. Incredible, Ochako exclaimed as she gazed at her while holding her green tea. The frog girl was now smitten with the jelly, but it was very tempting to respond. Tsuyu, are you alright? It looks like you're sleeping. I really like jelly. It's the texture that makes me crazy about it, she said, swallowing, prematurely ending the enjoyable experience. Really? I thought you downed it like a champ, ready to order another one. Didn't know that you were enjoying yours. Oh. You were taking your time. For a moment, the vivacious girl was beginning to panic. Feeling a little bad for saying too much, Tsuyu shook her head. That's not the case. I know it's a little difficult to tell what I'm feeling, due to my quirk. On that note, would you like to talk about them? Your feelings, said Ochako, who was eating her cake and had recovered more quickly than Tsuyu had anticipated, are quirks. I'm much better about talking about the last one. Quirks. Mine's frog form. I can pretty much do everything a frog can, though some take that as I'm all frog and no girl. But, you don't look like a frog. Pointing to her tongue, which was drooping limply outside her mouth due to a severe lack of jelly, she said, obvious one is my tongue. Another one would be my mouth. You can't really tell, but my tongue is in front of my teeth. Ochako was waiting for her to open her mouth, so she paused. I'm not going to show you that one. Needless to say, my lips are kinda bigger than a normal girl's. Okay, but it's super strong, isn't it? A frog's tongue, I think, could lift things bigger than its body. Have you tried it out? I can lift about 300 and a half. That's super cool, it's so useful, and cute too. My tongue is cute. Yeah, Tsuyu said, noticing that her cake was gone before the conversation began. You know, the kind of cute that makes guys fall for you. They're all like, man, I'd love to have a girl with a long tongue like Tsuyu. Or something. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable if that's how they thought of me. Same for your lips, they'd say the same thing. Ochako, may I call you that? Sure, I don't mind. Thank you. Ochako, calm down. The girl asked, surprised. You're shouting out loudly how guys would love to date someone with my lips and tongue. Ochako appeared to notice that they had a lot of people watching them as he looked around. I see. Here, let's walk for a bit, is that fine? Why yeah, she kept somewhat close to Ochako as they walked because it was a little chilly outside. The girl didn't appear to mind, or perhaps didn't consider her proximity. A really amiable individual. The cold is something of a weakness to me. See, I'm actually cold-blooded. She exclaimed, whoa, with genuine admiration. You mean, like lizards and stuff? Yep, so I need to be warm, or I start drifting off. She apparently noticed, so that's why you were so close to me, she said. Sorry about that. No, don't worry about it, I already think of us as friends. Already, hearing it so bluntly was a little startling. The girl's cheeks were a pretty shade of red as she exclaimed loudly, yeah, I really like you, Tsuyu. You're so cool, and friendly. During the exam, and right now, I'm really glad that I met you. You do say some embarrassing things, don't you? Is it alright to be fry? She took the girl's arm and clasped it with hers, saying, of course it is. You're my friend, Ochako. Just let me do this for now. It's really cold. They continued to stroll aimlessly down the street while the other girl giggled. You still didn't tell me what your quirk was. I didn't, did I? Well, I can make the gravity of an object zero. I have to touch it though with these pads on my fingers. She noticed the tiny pink pad on the tips of the girl's fingers and thumb when she held up her other hand. She tried to touch one of the pads and searched with her hand, asking, is that so? Tsuyu, what are you? Tsuyu knew she had located one of the pads when she felt herself suddenly float up. She let go of the frog girl and touched the tips of her fingers together, causing Tsuyu to fall to her feet. Skill, release. She exclaimed. That was an impressive groan you let out there. The girl was ashamed and rubbed her head, saying, why yeah. I get a little nauseous when I use it. It's really not a cute ability at all. From the guttural groan, most likely. Still, you remove the weight of an object. Forget about my tongue, you can lift almost anything. 3 tons. Ochako's luminous aura gave way to a rather anxious one as she said, I can lift, at most, 3 tons. Anything more than that. I see, it must have been awful. Yeah, it was bad. They set out to return to the train station, continuing their stroll. Oh yeah, that boy. The plain one. Midoriya, do you know what happened to him? He passed, thankfully. Oh, really? Ochako let out a breath of relief. That was pretty impressive back there too. He completely smashed that robot. It was so cool. I'm glad that he passed. Do you think he'll be in our class? Our class? We might not be. The girl appeared to be attempting to persuade herself that her viewpoint would be realized when she exclaimed, it's our class, Tsuyu. There's no way we wouldn't be in the same class. No way. Although it might not happen, Tsuyu herself did not express any desire to be in her class. I hope he's with us. There's one person I wouldn't want him to be alone with. You know someone else that took the exam? Yes, his name's Bakugo Katsuki. He's another friend, but he fights with Izuku all the time. Oh, poor guy, but he'll be alright, won't he? He's got that super strength. He can't control it. It broke his body last time. Oh, yeah, why is that? Do you know? His quirk breaks his body every time he uses it. There's not much chance to practice a power that breaks bones. That makes sense, I guess. He's in UA now. They might know how to make it so he doesn't hurt himself. I sure hope so. Well, I'm headed home now, Tsuyu. Thank you so much for inviting me out today. Tsuyu was starting to feel threatened by the girl's dazzling aura, which was almost engulfing her and hurting her eyes. It's alright, really. I'm having a party before school starts, so if you would like to come. This was awful, really. That really alright, I would love to come. Oh, I'm so happy I met you. Was beginning to look deadly. The frog girl was about to lose it when she suddenly embraced Tsuyu. Oh Ochako, it was super lonely here by myself. Living in that small dorm room and doing nothing. I thought that it would be really hard to go to UA, but if you're there, I think I can make it. It's alright, don't worry about it, I'll send you more information later. You're going to miss your train. She ran with tears in her eyes and said, alright. See you later, Tsuyu. Ochako was able to board her train before it departed and waved at the frog girl through the window until she disappeared. Tsuyu let out a deep sigh as she realized that the exchange had increased the number of people watching her. For someone like her, Ochako's brightness was dangerous. It could have been a secret weapon or something. That was her thought before she left for home, anyway. So, you've already made a new friend at UA. Tsuyu also wanted to invite Habuko over, but it might not have been a good idea because she was also starting high school the following week. Yep, her name's Uraraka Ochako. She's very bright, kind too, but she talks without thinking first. Sounds like the opposite of you, Tsuyu. That would be interesting, seeing a thoughtless girl with one that thinks too much. She was unaware of any events in the area, so it was unusual that there was a sizable crowd in their path. TCH, I see. Habuko began to glare at the audience as he pointed to a nearby sign. It's a bunch of All Might nerds. Some sort of convention, celebrating his start as a UA teacher. You're going to be taught by a guy like that. Looks kinda tacky. He's a good guy, a bit awkward, but understandable because he hasn't taught before. Sounds like you already know him. As the frog girl ignored her earlier remark and began to move toward an opening in the crowd, Habuko sighed, I think we can get through there. The snake girl was getting angry at the people in All Might gear, saying, couldn't these people find a better area? Seriously, there are people trying to walk. When her friend ran into someone, Tsuyu heard her gasp. She turned to see one of the fans had been inadvertently knocked over by Habuko. Hey, asshole, how about you grow some Iwai Midoriya? The boy picked himself up quickly, trying to look presentable in his All Might robe, carrying a backpack full of All Might merchandise and a bag full of All Might items. Mongoose. Tsuyu, what are you two doing here? He asked. Izuku, are you really wasting your time here? Lifting up a notebook he had been writing in, he exclaimed, this isn't what it looks like. There's a villain over here, and I happen to be here, and well, there were some things that I wanted, but I was mostly here with my hobby, you know. Anne. Okay, he muttered, avoiding eye contact with the two, his pathetic excuse not helping. Who would attack an all-might convention? Are there any heroes nearby? He asked. There's Mount Lady, but with this many people, it would be difficult. We should be safe as long as we stay away from the villain. So, this crowd is only because some clown wearing a suit is throwing a tantrum. How lame. Well, the villain is called Massacrate, and his quirk seems to be to turn anything into a box. He didn't really make demands, and just started to box people up. The hell kind of quirk is that? How is that supposed to work? Like this, Tsuyu exclaimed as she felt a force propel her ahead, knocking the boy to the ground before their vision was taken away. The voice of her friend, Tsuyu, was muffled by the box that had contained the boy and her. People all around them began to panic at the villain's unexpected appearance, causing a loud commotion. Boxes. This is all I can do, you know. They're nigh indestructible, can be any size you want, and I can make a ton of them, but nobody wants my incredible boxes. The antagonist was yelling with rage, so you're going to take them. You're getting a box too. Tsuyu tried to flee when Habuko began to scream, but it didn't seem possible. The girl seemed to be running away when she said, "Get away, you creep." Tsuyu assumed that everyone else had attempted to flee the villain. Alright, Izuku, looks like we have to get out of here. The boy's breaths were hot and moist against her face as he panted. Although the box was too small to move around in, it was big enough to prevent them from being awkwardly pressed together. Not to her, at least. Do something about your breathing. We don't know if we have enough air or not. Why yes. It was difficult to move, and she found that she had somehow gotten caught in Izuku's limbs. Absently, she remarked on how soft he felt through his clothing. Is there anything you can grab onto? And no, there's nothing. Move your hands, Izuku. He froze, and she felt his hands slowly take hold of her lower back and something slightly lower. It's all right. We were forced in this situation. I won't blame you for anything. She tried opening and closing her own hands as an experiment, and both of them grasped something soft, causing the boy to gasp in terror. Are you okay? T, that's dangerous. Why? P, please don't do that again. In contrast to the chilly winter air outside, the air was becoming quite warm. She was beginning to feel queasy, and she felt tremors in her body from Izuku's shaking. Alright, let's calm down a bit and see if we can get this box off of us. As she attempted to free herself, she couldn't help but squeak a little as she moved her hands slowly. Until one of her elbows struck something fleshy. That was the plan. What was that? He appeared more reserved as he said, "My sea calf," but she was still unable to see anything. His scent was beginning to fill what little air they had, and every time she breathed, his taste would fill her mouth. Where are your limbs right now? My knees are near the top, I think. She had made too many assumptions. What she believed to be his chest was likely a little lower because he was taller than her and the box was a little too small for him lengthwise. I'll try backing up. She attempted to act once more, but his legs were in the way and the box was too small. She'd try again, but she could tell he was getting hurt even though he didn't say anything. Backwards is no good, so forward it is. Panicked, Izuku's trembling grew with every step she took. Wait, is it really necessary to move around so much? See, can't we wait for someone to take the box off? She exclaimed. It's a bit uncomfortable. I'm moving again, Izuku. Moving forward was simpler than moving backward. She slid forward until the top of her head touched what she believed to be his chin. As she moved, her sides brushed his legs, saying, "It's kinda tight." He had tensed up at first, which was painful, but he relaxed as much as he could to let her pass. Tsuyu, she exclaimed, sensing the perspiration from his clothing. His breath brushed against her hair. She assumed he was attempting to raise the box because of the way his arms were tense at her shoulders. Can you push this thing off of us? I can't control my quirk well enough for that, but I'll try lifting it. He made an attempt, and his arms began to press against her sides, causing her throat to scream. Sorry. His arms were thicker than she remembered, and they were quite cushiony as he relaxed. It's okay. It was a bit unexpected. They continued to wait, but Tsuyu was becoming increasingly uneasy. His heartbeat was audible from his chest, and she was beginning to nestle into his warm clothing. She jumped a little when he said, "If only I could control my quirk," because she was gradually nodding off. Listening to his heart, She re-established herself and said, "It's okay. I'm sure we'll get out of here soon." She sighed, croaking softly and slowly, and he stiffened. Fortunately, there was still plenty of air in the box when it was lifted off of them. It seemed a little strange until she realized how long the box was, but she had been wedged between Izuku's legs while he was standing on top of his All Might backpack, which was stuffed with goods. Because of her size, Tsuyu recognized Mount Lady right away as the one who had set them free. It appeared that Kamui of the Woods, her backup, had apprehended the villain. Tsuyu reluctantly helped the boy stand up by lifting herself off of him. Although some of his merchandise was broken, she didn't consider it to be very significant. Izuku must have had a steely back as he bowed to the enormous woman after spending some time cooped up in that box. "Thank you for the help," he said. Instead of addressing the boy, the hero yelled, "Geez, how many more of them did you make?" At the man clad in black boxes. "I dunno, I think some of them are in alleys and stuff." Despite being snagged by branches, the villain appeared to be quite cooperative. "Come on, Mount Lady. We still have a lot more work to do. You're only happy cause you're going to be on the front page today." "Yes, free publicity," they both shouted at Masacrate. "Shut up, you. You're the reason we have to do this." Another girl unexpectedly embraced Tsuyu as they were leaving. "God, I was so worried, Tsuyu. That creeper was chasing me all over, and then I used my quirk to stop him and Kamui came swooping down and wait, you smell weird." As Habuko stepped aside, she put a finger to her lips and asked, "Do I?" "Yeah, you're all sweaty and stuff too. What happened in there?" "Nothing. Izuku and I sat still and waited to be freed." When the snake girl looked at the boy, he blushed and found it difficult to respond. "Sure, whatever. You wanna ditch Midoriya and go shopping?" She said, glancing at Izuku, who was already starting to excuse himself. "Come on, Izuku, let's go shopping." Her friends looked at her incredulously and exclaimed, what? Out loud. "It'll be fine. Plus, do you really want to leave him here? The All Might fanatic with all those expensive-looking toys?" Habuko sighed after glancing at the boy in the convention that was just beginning to resume following the villain attack. "All right, let's go, Midoriya. Wait, no, it's fine to leave me here. Really, I'll just go back home and..." As they dragged him away from the area and toward the mall, he kept making excuses. "Your mother really worries about you, Izuku, and so do I. Especially when you're going to places like that. There's nothing wrong with it. I only want to support my hero. Midoriya, I doubt the most famous hero in Japan is going to care about some kid's measly purchase of a toy that he doesn't care too much for." They were selling a very limited edition Platinum All Might figurine. There were only 100 of them. "Tsuyu, you can understand, right? That was when I was 4, which was a very long time ago, Izuku." She smiled at him. "However, I might start collecting figures of you when you become a hero." Whatever resistance he had vanished instantly as he began to splutter in their grasp. Izuku appeared somewhat irritated by Habuko's remark. "Okay. Now that the nonsense has been handled. Shopping time. Let's go to that new Amazonian they opened up a while back." I actually wanted to go by Bu Baudi." Habuko appeared somewhat taken aback. What? The U underwear store," he expressed. "Yeah, it's getting a bit tighter around the chest, so I might need a new underwear." Seriously, how much are you going to grow there? I'm so jealous, fatty. You're a pretty good size too, Habuko. You're much taller than me, and you're so sleek. Don't say that like a good thing. I'd rather be short and well equipped like you. Izuku, which store do you want to start at?" When the two turned to face their friend, they saw him completely stunned and melting where he stood. In the end, they went to Sizes, a reasonably family-friendly store that offered fittings for people of all shapes and sizes. As they strolled down the aisles, Habuko pouted, "None of these clothes are super cute or cool enough for me. Izuku, would anything look good on me?" He stopped himself, turning his head and putting his hands over his mouth. "We're never going to get anywhere if you two keep messing around." The snake girl whimpered as she picked up a couple of shirts, put them down, and left. With a gentle whisper in his ear, the frog girl held onto his shoulders and said, "I'll let you pick, Izuku." So try to impress me, okay? Habuko let out a dejected sigh upon noticing that many of the other customers were ogling the two teenagers. Whatever, Midoriya, if you make me look stupid, then you better treat us to something good. When the two were looking at him expectantly, the agitated boy gave up trying to think of an excuse and began going through the clothes. He eventually picked up a bunch of clothes, and after staring at them for even longer, he gave some to them. He was already turned away as they emerged, attempting to avoid eye contact. Habuko was dressed in a rather simple and conventional outfit consisting of jeans and a t-shirt, but that was to be expected from sizes. He had selected an A-line skirt that showed off Tsuyu's knees and a halter top for her. Hey, isn't Tsuyu's way more revealing than mine? It's because I know you're a bit sensitive about the part where your neck meets your torso, seeing as it's scales to skin, but at the same time, you've got a pretty impressive nape. He's right, you've got an incredible nape, but you dislike anything below that. Stop talking about my nape. There's nothing good with my neck at all, you know. Tsuyu traced a line down Habuko's nape, causing the girl to gasp briefly. Don't talk that way, Habuko. And what about you? Seriously, it's like he wants to ogle you or something. Izuku tried to defend his decision, but Tsuyu ignored him and turned to face herself. Although the top partially concealed her neck, it left her arms and shoulders bare. He made a somewhat poor decision, she thought, looking at her hands. Although she thought the skirt was fine, she thought it should have been longer. I'd give you a 5, Izuku. She didn't know why, but the two appeared somewhat taken aback. Tsuyu, your legs are to die for. Hell, if he had given you a mini skirt that would have been fine. Look at this, how am I supposed to choose what you two should wear? The boy said, picking up a few articles, including a bandeau and a tulip-style dress. I can't suggest something like that. After the group left the store, the girls made the decision to grab drinks. She gave the boy some cash and said, Izuku, go get us something good. For some reason, Izuku continued to look away, but ultimately, they had purchased the majority of the items he had chosen for them. When the girl confronted him, he began to run, saying, go on, Midoriya. Make it snappy, too. Man, he really is whipped, isn't he? Was it your doing or? He likes helping people, plus, I want to see what he would get me. Of course, Ms. Ulterior Motives. What do you mean? Nothing, but why did you give it a 5? I totally thought it was at least an 8. It exposes too much of my arms. I don't feel confident about them, he said, after they had put on the clothes he had originally chosen for them. Why not? They're toned just enough and, you enviable bust is a little exposed. I said I wanted to go by beau bouty. And if it's about your hands, might I remind you of my neck? Come on. After giving it some thought, Tsuyu grinned a little. Sorry, thanks for the compliments. I really do think that the t-shirt and jeans fit you well, Habuko. You're only saying that to make me feel better. Seriously, I could have chosen a bit better than this. Wanna wear the tulip? Habuko stopped, glancing at the other girl's skirt, and said, hell no. Even I'm not daring enough to wear something like that. That's a pretty good length. You think he stares a lot? Habuko asked. Even if he did, it doesn't matter much to me. No, I take that back, he probably knows a lot about them since you're always wrapping your legs around him. Only to pin him down. They were about to continue when Izuku, panting loudly, ran back with the drinks. It's almost time. Habuko snatched up the drink he offered her, saying, you know. I'm getting thirsty. With a smile, Tsuyu said, thanks, Izuku, and accepted the drink. A sweet nectar poured into her mouth and gradually encircled her tongue as she took the first sip. This is, well, you like jelly, so I got one that had little jellies in it. Habuko sipped her own drink slowly while observing Tsuyu's gradual descent into bliss. You get a 10, Izuku. T10, I averaged it. Isn't this out of 10? Yep, the jellies get you an automatic 10. You're easy, Tsuyu, bribed by simple jelly in your drink. What would you give him? A big, fat, solid 5. I see. The group was slowly making their way home after leaving the mall. I'm having a party at my house in 5 days. If you want, you can both come over. Tsuyu was relieved when Habuko responded with relative ease, 5 days. I can make that. Can my mom come too? I mean, she wanted to celebrate my passing as well. Yup, my parents would love to see Mrs. Midoriya again. That's good. I can't believe we're going to UA so soon. Yeah, I didn't believe you'd pass, but you managed to surpass my expectations. Maybe I should call you Izuku from now on. It wouldn't be AP problem, but I don't mind if you don't. Nah, you're still Midoriya cause you only got a 5. Habuko waved the bags she was carrying at them. See y'all later, heroes. The two waved the snake girl off. Have a safe trip, they said. Izuku, yes. How do I look? What? He said, turning to face her and looking directly into her eyes. Really? Getting me these clothes, but refusing to look at them. It's not that, Izuku, she said, feeling a little hot in her face, and his bloodshot eyes said. Please, look at me. He turned away, letting out a nervous sigh as his eyes gradually took in her shape. It's hard to look. She hoped that wearing the clothes he had picked out for her would at least somewhat please him, but she felt a twinge of shame and disappointment. I see, you're just too pretty. The boy startled the frog girl by running, I'll see you later, Tsuyu. And swiftly vanished from view. Her head and chest felt a little strange as his words replayed in her ears, but after a while she finally began walking home. Tsuyu found out that she had somehow boarded the train home, though it was a little confusing. Although she was somewhat dazed, she didn't anticipate it being this confusing. You seem to be having some trouble. Is there anything I can do to assist you? A loud voice said, startling her. Excuse me, miss. You're the straight lace, said the boy who had confronted Izuku prior to the exam starting. Excuse me, I'll have you know that I don't have shoelaces, but that is not the proper way to address someone. Except, you're from the exam, aren't you? Yes, I am. My name is Tsuyu. She carefully considered her words before putting a finger to her lips. You can call me Tsuyu, if you wish. Apologies, I should have introduced myself first. She said, I am called Iida Tenya. It is nice to meet your acquaintance, Asui, despite the fact that he was a little stiff. Call me Tsuyu. Sorry, but might I ask why? My friends call me Tsuyu. He appeared to be a pretty robotic individual. He appeared to be having trouble understanding her words. I would like us to be friends. Call me Tsuyu. I see. It is nice meeting you, Tsuyu. He raised his eyebrows. Might I ask why a lady such as yourself is around at this time of day by yourself? Heading home, Tenya. Why are you on the train? Do you live nearby? No, I do not live nearby. I'm checking the train and it stops on the way to UA Academy. So far, it's not too bad, but it's currently 6:30 p.m., so I should leave about 3 hours ahead of time if I wish to arrive at school at an appropriate time. I see. You're very serious about things, aren't you? That is who I am. I won't tolerate foolishness from myself. I suppose it's not a bad trait, but you were overly harsh to my friend before the exam. The plain-looking kid, from what I remember. Midoriya Izuku, he passed, by the way. It was strange to have someone who had reprimanded her friend suddenly change their mind. Yes, I acknowledge his prowess. The way he had discovered the test within the test was admirable. A test to see whether we could put the sake of others before our own safety. I admit that he has bested me. Don't beat yourself up about that. He didn't do it because he knew the true purpose of the test. He didn't. No, he simply followed his heart and did what he thought was right. Izuku is very kind. Now that I think about it, you did the same, did you not? For the sake of the other girl. Yes, Uraraka Ochako. We became friends before the exam. I see. I hope that when the next opportunity arrives, I will conduct myself in a similar manner. I thought that you were really stuck up. Excuse me. But you're actually quite nice, aren't you? That's not something that I can confirm, Tsuyu. Tsuyu moved to get off the train as it came to a stop. I'm throwing a party in 5 days. Do you want to come? He appeared a little more reserved than usual as he said, I'm afraid that I am rather tied up at the moment, but I thank you for the offer. He must have been a little anxious, Tsuyu thought. That's all right. It was nice meeting you, Tenya. He timed it perfectly. The pleasure was mine, Tsuyu. As soon as he was done talking, the doors closed and the train hurried on to the next stop. Katsuki was more difficult to locate. Tsuyu assumed that the boy didn't want to exchange contact information in the first place because he had never done so. She decided to bring a gift to his house instead of trying to ambush him. just in case she had to appease the erratic boy. When she knocked, his mother had said, "Ah, Tsuyu, wasn't it? It's been, how long? I haven't seen you since you were tiny." "Hello, Mrs. Bakugo. I'm here to invite Katsuki to a party in 2 days." 2 days. Ah, shit, I'm so sorry, Tsuyu. The mother appeared to be feeling guilty. "My boy's going hiking that day. Something crazy thing about trying to come up with impressive moves or whatever that boy's got going in his head." "That's all right. Is he in?" "Yes, he is," she said as she cautiously shut the door. "Hey, brat, a girl's come to see you. Tell them to fuck off. I'm busy." "You little shit, a cute girl is at the door for you. You know how goddamn rare that is nowadays. You get your ass out here right now." "God damn it." His mother peered out as the door reopened. Grinning, she said, "He'll be right out," and continued inside the house, leaving the door open. Tsuyu was unsure of how to interpret the conversation, but it appeared that his mother had not changed much since she had last seen her. "What kind of shit bitch are Asui? What the hell are you doing here?" She had to work hard to ignore the shit bitch when she said, "Hello, Katsuki. I was going to invite you to a party in 2 days, but I heard that you're too busy. I wouldn't go even if I was free. What the hell goes on in your head sometimes?" She handed him the package, hoping he would like it. Well, I kinda expected you to not make it, so I got you a present instead." He ripped it open like a savage, removed the wrapping, and gazed at it indifferently. "The hell, a sleeping bag. It's got a tent, a tiny burner, and some other knickknacks I thought you would enjoy." Ah, he appeared to accept the gift with no disdain, which was already a win for the frog girl. "It really is a bit of a shame. I wanted to introduce some more friends, but I guess it'll have to wait till later." TCH, doing something useless like that. He placed the present inside his residence and glared at her in return. "Doesn't matter who your friends are, Asui. I don't wanna meet them. You better get your ass in gear, or UA will eat you alive. If it doesn't, I sure as hell will leave you in the dust." "You think I passed? You wouldn't be throwing a party if you didn't. What kind of loser throws a party for failing?" He let out a sigh. "Sides, I knew you would make it anyway. Who would fail something that easy?" Izuku had a tough time. It was kind of scary. Tsuyu could see the scorn in Katsuki's eyes as his brow furrowed in anger. "That damn Deku, how in the hell did he pass? You helped him, didn't you?" "I did help him a little, but like I said, he was trying his best, Katsuki. Why can't you fuckers see anything? Hello, there's a reason why I call him Deku. TCH, I thought you were smarter than this, Asui. Don't insult him like that. It's true, I helped him, but he passed on his own. He earned it, Katsuki." "Yeah, right, how many points did he get, Asui?" She winced, and his glare only intensified. "0. A tiny explosion burst out of his hand. "Fucking 0. Are you fucking kidding me? What the hell, you think that shitlord can be a hero? The only thing he's going to do is get some. I thought I told you no explosions." The boy was dragged inside after taking what looked to be a fairly powerful blow. His mother had a frightful smile on her face as her head peeked out from the almost closed door. "I'm so sorry over this guy's behavior. Little brat can't control himself sometimes. It's alright, I'm used to it. Oh my, someone who isn't terrified of my little boy. Hey, girl, you can come over anytime, alright?" From within, Katsuki's voice said, "I don't want that bye." "What the hell are you saying, you old bag?" There was a loud smack before Mrs. Bakugo emerged, and her head went back inside. "Alright, Tsuyu, anytime is fine. Yeah, I might visit sometime in the future. It was nice seeing you again, Mrs. Bakugo." She was certain she got as many as she could, but the party day had arrived sooner than she had anticipated. In actuality, she did the best she could because she was able to invite all of her friends. Samadare and Satsuki were also thrilled. Although Habuko and Izuku were familiar faces, Ochako was new to them. Even her parents were thrilled and had taken the day off to spend it with their young daughter. The boy passed. Gotta give him some shit then. Father, or, more accurately, her father just wished to make fun of Izuku. Izuku and his mother were the first people to arrive. They had come a bit earlier than they were meant to, and they lived nearer to her than the others. As soon as she could, Satsuki grabbed onto his back and exclaimed, "Izuku, play with us." Beru put her arms around the other woman and exclaimed, Inko. It's been a while. The two parted ways, grinning. Beru, it's so good to see you. Is Ganma still trying to tease my son? All the time. He always expects a lot from the boy, it's silly. The kids were running around playing, Deku hunting, when they went inside. Inko, don't listen to Beru. If Izuku wants to hang around my daughter, he better work extremely hard. He was all worried and panicked when the test started, going, that boy. No matter what, he had better pass. Pacing about and around, was Beru's attempt at a Ganma impression, and it was rather successful. The patriarch stayed silent as the two talked extensively about their kids, refusing to be duped by Beru. They observed Izuku being played with by the two Asui kids. Where's Tsuyu? I haven't seen her yet. She was around here. She must be in her room. Izuku, go get Tsuyu. You know where her room is. Okay. Satsuki, you heard your mom, so let go already. As she disembarked, the girl croaked. It's so fun teasing you. You're like a squirmy worm. Nah, he's more like a, lizard. No, worm. Lizard. He left to go get Tsuyu, but he didn't even make it to the hallway. See, could you choose a better animal? Please, he muttered. Tsuyu, what are you doing? When her friend arrived, the girl had been peeking around the corner. Trying to maintain her composure, she said, Hey, Izuku, it's nothing. I was thinking about the other day, and I found her. Izuku sprinted away, returning to the group's location. Tsuyu, come on over, we've still got to prepare for the other guests. Hey, I've arrived. Habuko, thanks for showing up. It's nothing. We won't be able to see each other for a while, so I thought that maybe, it'd be fun to meet up with everyone. She was dressed in another ensemble that Izuku had chosen, which consisted of a long skirt, a sleeveless top, and a small collar. You don't look bad, Habuko. Really? I mean, that guy has absolutely zero fashion sense, but I thought it'd be a waste if I didn't wear the clothes. She swiftly pulled the snake girl in and said, Come on in, you can meet Izuku's mother. The next few moments were almost embarrassing because the boy's mother was shocked that her son had more than Tsuyu as a female friend. Tsuyu, the frog girl said as she answered the door, and something very happy gave her a firm hug. Ochako, was it difficult getting here? Izuku's mother gasped once more when she saw another girl enter the room. Nah, it was fine. I'm excited to meet your family. She went inside. Izuku, when did you make so many friends? I can make friends, Mom. She bowed to everyone in the room and said, Hello. I'm Uraraka Ochako. I met Tsuyu and Midoriya at the exam. I'm so excited to meet you all. Please, take care of me. Tsuyu's father was already squinting, finding it difficult to look at the newcomer. Who's this unnaturally bright girl? He asked. His wife didn't mind when he said, Oh, you're so cute. I'm Beru, Tsuyu's mother. What's this, on your hands? All of a sudden, she was airborne. She twisted and turned slightly in the air, saying, Oh my. I'm flying. While the Midoriya, Asui, and Habuko families looked on in disbelief. Please, take care of me. Tsuyu grabbed her mother with her tongue, briefly touching Ochako to indicate the release of her power, while Ochako was hunched over a bit, protecting her stomach from the unexpected activation. Izuku, when did you meet so many people? Mom, I already told you that Tsuyu was around when I met them. Do you think I'm able to approach anyone, let alone a girl on my own? Tears were already streaming down her face as she said, It's so surprising that my little boy can speak to others so normally. Ganma began to catch a glimpse of the woman out of the corner of his eye and scolded her, saying, Inko, don't start crying again. I'm not sure the floor can take much more. I'm flying. I'm really flying. The world's first flying frog. Ooh, that's great. Tsuyu considered taking her siblings away from her because they were already mistreating her new friend, but Ochako assured her that she could handle this much. It appeared that she had said, Don't worry. I'm sure to make a great impression. But that impression was going to be a bit of a spewer if nothing was done. She grabbed the two and said, Samadare. Satsuki, go mess with Izuku for a bit. Ochako let them go and they landed safely after she guided their feet to the ground. Deku hunting. They yelled at the boy, nearly toppling his mother in the process. Come on, let's go meet Habuko. She thought it would be prudent to avoid the eventual, scolding Ganma, after witnessing her father become very agitated. Unsure of how to approach any of the newcomers, the snake girl remained silent in the corner, but Tsuyu wouldn't let her kill time. Ochako, this is Mongoose Habuko. Habuko, this is Uraraka Ochako. Habuko glanced at the other girl and said, yeah, I heard earlier. You're kind of bright. The girl grinned at Habuko and exclaimed, so I hear. You have a really nice neck, and your hair is all, boomph. Blue really goes well with it. She asked, why you think? Her eyes and clothing were both blue. Gee thanks. Quote. Yeah, and your scales. They're super cool and scary. Ah, I forgot. Thoughtless. The snake girl's statement to Tsuyu perplexed the intelligent girl. It's nothing. You're going to UA too. Yep, I can't wait to make more friends. Can we be friends, Habuko? Habuko's anxiety vanished as Tsuyu realized they would get along. Quote. Yeah, that would be nice, Ochako. When the doorbell rang, Tsuyu picked it up. Quote. Asui. Katsuki, I thought you weren't coming. Was a pleasant surprise. He handed her a piece of wrapping paper with tiny frogs on it and said, I don't like owing people anything. Just came to. Shit. Here. Katsuki, you don't owe me anything. Thanks. I really like the paper you put it in. GCH, whatever. Who's here? Ah, there's a new friend over that's going to UA as well. Her name's. Her mother yelled at her, Tsuyu. There's another guest. Invite them in, which caused everyone to try to look at the door. Kachan. Katsuki must have been enraged by Izuku's appearance, as a sneer was already starting to appear on his face and his eyes narrowed. When her siblings saw Katsuki's face, they cowered behind Izuku, who was standing next to her. Deku. In addition, his mother asked, is that Kachan over there? It is. How have you been, Kachan? Are your parents doing well? His vile expression instantly vanished as he said, yeah, they're fine. They're thinking about inviting you out sometime, but they're cowards. Now, Kachan, it's just been a while since we've seen each other. Tsuyu noticed some confusion as the boy departed after saying, well, whatever. I did what I came to do, so I'm leaving. The boy's temperament did not seem to please her father, who asked, Tsuyu, who was that boy? That was Bakugo Katsuki. He's a friend, isn't he, Izuku? Yeah, we've known him since we were kids. HMPH, you're still kids. Didn't he just say Deku? Isn't that what Samadare and Satsuki call Izuku sometimes? That's, well, we told them that Izuku was called that a few times. That boy was rather strange, wasn't he? A little cute too. What? How is that behavior cute? That was somewhat expected because Tsuyu's parents were too busy at the time to have met Katsuki or his family. Habuko appeared somewhat worn out from seeing Katsuki once more. That bastard, how can you call him a friend when he acts that way? Habuko asked. He's going to UA too. Wow, what a character. He's an ass, Ochako. He kinda picks on Midoriya. Really? So, he's bullying you? And no, Kachan. He's only a little, Izuku couldn't describe the boy's treatment of him precisely. They turned their focus away from Izuku and said, not the friendliest, but he really is devoted to being a hero. He's a little Kachan, is all. He called you Deku, didn't he? Can I call you that too? Ochako, that's an insult. Nevertheless, it has a strange vibe, doesn't it? It seems to make you say, I'm not going to give in. That, and I think it would be nicer to call you by a nickname, Midoriya. Sure, you can call me Deku. Habuko screamed, grow a damn spine already. Izuku attempted to hide behind the children, but he was too large. Tsuyu removed the paper and grinned slightly when she noticed that Katsuki had brought her a drink she was familiar with, complete with jellies. From then on, the party went really well. Izuku briefly diverted the children while the parents were chatting among themselves before taking a turn with one of the girls. Naturally, Tsuyu prepared the majority of the food herself, but the food was still delicious. Tsuyu turned down her mother's offer because she knew how good she was at cooking. Tsuyu picked this time to drag Izuku away because it was getting late in the day and the guests were ready to leave. Their parents saw them briefly before going back to their conversations, so it wasn't entirely unnoticed, but they didn't seem to be trying to stop her. As she led him into her room, Izuku stammered a little but was unable to understand a word he was saying. She pushed him against the door and closed it, saying, "Hey, Izuku. Tsuyu. WWH, what's up? I was a bit worried, after you left so suddenly after we went shopping. Is that so? Sorry about that, it was kind of sudden, saying that sort of thing. You can forget it, if you want." "Huh?" he asked, as if he didn't understand her point. "I don't want to strain our relationship. You haven't been avoiding me, have you?" He had attempted to avoid her the entire party by keeping her busy with her siblings or the other girls. "No, I didn't realize that it looked that way. It's alright. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable around me, so I'll forget it too, okay?" It was odd that he appeared somewhat concerned. Although she didn't think he would object, she felt that this was something that had to be said so that they could both move on without this awkwardness. "Are we talking about the same thing? About when I asked you how I looked?" I thought it was about my answer. She didn't anticipate it becoming more awkward, but he managed to pull it off once more. I mean, I was trying to answer you, BB, but I'm not really good at that kind of thing, you know." She had hoped the conversation would go well, but it was not. Neither of them seemed to be able to forget it. The moment would not leave her, so there was probably no point in trying. "Stop mumbling." She gave him a hug, which caused him to switch to useless tomato and turn off his mumble mode. "I guess there's only one way we can get past this sort of thing." What would that be? He froze in her arms and she looked up, frowning slightly. "It's not the time for that though. You still need to become a hero, Izuku, so I'm not sure I can do such a thing, maybe." Tsuyu put her head in his chest and tried to think of something else, but she couldn't think of anything. "Tsuyu, it's okay. You don't have to cry. I'm not crying though." She felt beneath her eyes as he patted her head. It was damp. "You hide your feelings, Tsuyu. I've known you long enough to tell when you're struggling. I'm a bit embarrassed from what I said, but I don't really regret it. I meant what I said, Tsuyu. I think that you're pretty." She didn't sense any shaking from Izuku because he was so steady. He could look into her eyes, and after a few seconds she felt the room begin to heat up in an odd way. He turned back into a tomato and jumped a little, saying, "You're really awkward." "Yeah, I guess I am." From his cheek to his chin, she licked him. The words, "It's alright, you don't have to talk," caused him to shake, which gave her a sense of danger. "Thanks for coming to the party." Tsuyu made a few last-minute checks to make sure she had everything she would need for the day before it was time. Izuku's and her friend's first day of classes at UA. As she left the house, she was already feeling a little excited about it. Satsuki and Samadare had already departed. She benefited greatly from the fact that her parents had taken the initiative to drive them to work. She went to the train after locking up the house. The trip was fairly uneventful until she arrived at the station. The air felt colder than usual, and Tsuyu didn't see anyone walking around, which was strange because there had been a lot of people attempting to get to work not long ago. Something moved toward her from the darkness, sending a shiver up her spine. She had never seen balloons in the area before, and a garish clown in purple and yellow was holding a bunch of them. Swirling yellow eyes slowly stared into hers, and the mask they wore smiled back, holding out a balloon. She rushed off because she had things to do. The clown had vanished, as if it had never been there in the first place, when the frog girl turned to check if it was still there as she entered the station. She stood motionless as people passed her on their way into the station through the streets. Her classroom was easily located despite the size of the academy. She had learned about her class and its start time from the letter she had received in the mail along with the holo device. Fortunately, she discovered that Izuku was in the same class as her when she hurried to see him after he received his acceptance letter, and she made plans to have him sit next to her. An argument broke out as she opened the door. "As I said, it's a disgrace to the school for its students to so blatantly disregard their appearance, and not only that, it's incredibly insulting to the craftsman that made your desk." "Oh, shut the hell up, peon. As if I care about the feelings of a stupid desk." Although Katsuki and Tenya didn't seem to get along, it was lucky that her two friends were in the same class. She glanced around the classroom and noticed that some more people were trying their best to ignore the argument. Upon checking the clock, she discovered that class was still about half an hour away. Both of them had turned to see her standing there when the door opened, and Katsuki huffed as he moved his feet off the desk and turned away from her. As she turned to face Tenya, she noticed Katsuki wince. "Ah, Tsuyu," she said, "I hope the trip wasn't hard on you. You don't feel dizzy or anything?" "Nah, I'm okay, Tenya. Thanks for the concern." Even though it was low, the frog girl could hear him ask. "The hell, when did you get all buddy-buddy with this class act, Asui?" The classroom was quiet. "I met Tenya on the train about 6 days ago. I was shopping that day with friends and I had tired myself out." It hurt a little that Katsuki ignored her after he appeared to want to say more. She smiled and went to his desk, saying, "Thanks for your gift, Katsuki. The drink was delicious." He frowned and avoided looking at her, saying, "Get the hell away from me." Whatever. How rude. Tenya glared at the boy, clearly not appreciating Katsuki's manner of saying, "You're welcome." She moved away from Katsuki as he requested and sat close to the door, saying, "It's all right, Tenya." Her volatile friend appeared a little more alone when he was by himself, so perhaps something got into her eyes. "Are you prepared for the lesson today?" Tenya was sitting next to her. "I doubt we'll be doing much other than attending an orientation, but it's good to be prepared. I brought my gym uniform and other school supplies, just in case." About 5 minutes before class started, a steady stream of students began to arrive, but Tsuyu spent some time talking with Tenya about what to expect from the orientation. Tsuyu's focus was somewhat split, and she was certain Tenya had noticed since he was also observing the newcomers, most likely searching for anyone willing to break the rules. A red-haired boy sitting next to her held out his hand and said, "Heya." "The name's Kirishima Eijiro." Her response was disheartened, and she shook his hand feebly. "Asui Tsuyu. What's wrong? Aren't you excited?" the boy asked, flashing her a broad smile while gritting his teeth. He had occupied the final seat next to her. A blond boy who had once greeted her and watched the rest of the class had taken the one in front of her. She sat close to the wall, so Tenya was behind her and there was no other seat beside her. Yeah, it was difficult to stay motivated at this point. If seating was determined by name, she wouldn't be able to sit close to Izuku, though she wasn't sure how that was decided. If nothing else, Katsuki might be compelled to be beside her. After introducing himself to his other neighbors, he said, "Ah, I see," and actually had a really interesting conversation with a blond boy who had a lightning bolt in his hair. "Tsuyu, were you sure to eat breakfast? You seem rather weak." With a slight sigh, she said, "It's nothing," and realized that Izuku wouldn't function well without her. It was upsetting when he floundered or something. The person she was concerned about entered through the open door. Tenya got up and hurried. Walked fast toward the now stuttering Izuku. "Ah, Midoriya, if I might have a word with you," Tenya exclaimed. "My name is Iida Tenya, we met during the exam." As he attempted to retreat and flee, she realized that he didn't want to speak to Tenya. "Why yeah, Midoriya Izuku. It is nice to formally meet you." Tenya raised her head slightly. "I was informed by Tsuyu that you had passed, and I wished to congratulate you." He was a little taken aback because he hadn't anticipated receiving a pat on the back from someone who had chastised him. He bowed even more, leaving the other boy even more perplexed. "But I believe you earned your place here, at UA Academy," he said, adding, "I was a bit nervous during the exam, and I had been a little rude." Thanks. Ah, Deku, nice to see you. And who are you?" Ochako exclaimed as he hurried in to greet Izuku. "I'm Iida Tenya, may I ask who you are?" the bright girl exclaimed, Uraraka Ochako. With a sun-like smile. "I think I saw you running around the exam." "Yes, I recall someone resembling you as well. I believed that Midoriya here was about to." She rushed to the frog girl and exclaimed, "Ah, Tsuyu. We're in the same class. I knew it." She was cheerfully hugged and braved the light, saying, Yes, it's really great. I'm glad that my friends are here too." A voice said, "Hey, if you're here to make friends, go away," from the door that Ochako had left open, but Tsuyu couldn't see anyone. She couldn't imagine how difficult it was to stand up in a sleeping bag, and someone had managed to sneak into the room in one. Before pulling out his sleeping bag and heading out, he told them bluntly, "I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Everyone change into your gym clothes and meet out on the field." Shortly after she had changed, a girl with long, thin earlobes approached Tsuyu. "Hey, name's Jiro Kyoka. I'm Asui Tsuyu, but you can call me Tsuyu. What can I help you with?" Wanted to thank you for shutting those dweebs up. They were going at it for 15 minutes before you got there. You didn't ask them. Course I did. Those bastards just ignored me and it was pissing me off. I would have blasted their asses, but I took the exam with the spiky dude, and he's a little. Yeah, he's a bit extreme. I'm sorry I didn't arrive sooner. Don't beat yourself up about it now. You just remember that so I don't have to sit through their rabble again. I didn't think it was too loud though. She gestured to her longer earlobes and said, my quirk. These ears can pick up sound better than yours. It's a pain in the ass sometimes. Ah, mine's called frog form. I'm like a frog girl. You don't get all slimy and stuff, do you? No, I'm still just a girl that can do things a frog can do. After saying, Jiro departed. Although she was aware that appearances could be deceiving, Tsuyu felt that she was a bit cold. They all stood behind the discus-throwing area on the spacious field. Their teacher wore mostly black and wore a long, thin white scarf. He held some kind of gadget while observing them, and while he didn't appear lazy, he also didn't appear motivated. Alright, listen up, we're going to hold a little test. Tenya raised his hand in the air and said, excuse me, teacher. Aren't we supposed to be at the orientation speech? Nah, that's pointless if you all want to be heroes. Tenya asked, looking perplexed by the abrupt change in the plan. Here at UA, they allow the teachers to do what they want. In other words, I have the freedom to teach you guys important lessons, and right now, we'll be learning something important. Your limits. As the teacher pulled out a ball, the students looked on in confusion. Hey, Bakugo, come here and stand in the circle. Other than taking the ball and doing as he was told, the boy merely scowled at the teacher. How far could you throw a softball? TCH, about 60 meters. Throw the ball as hard as you can. You're allowed to use your quirk. The boy pulled his arm back, smiling. Die, and hurled the ball, yelling as it traveled farther due to an explosion. The boy's remarks surprised a lot of the students, but they were impressed when the ball vanished from view. Before demonstrating the device to his students, Aizawa glanced down at it and saw that Katsuki had launched the ball an incredible 705.2 meters. Katsuki appeared elated as he made his way back to the line, and many of the students were impressed. He gave Tsuyu a sly smile as he lightly touched her. Unlucky for Izuku, who stood beside her, the erratic teenager nearly knocked her down. In your old schools, you've been forbidden from using your quirks, but now you're becoming heroes. Before we begin hero instruction, we have to discover your limits. He watched them all with a stern look, and he was much louder than before. The students began to yell in astonishment, and some even expressed joy at the prospect of having such unrestricted use of their eccentricities. As their teacher whispered, "You're excited. Didn't you know this was a test? Do you think being a hero is fun and games?" They all calmed down. What? Tsuyu noticed that Izuku was in a panic when she looked at him. She was aware that if he used that crazy inclination of his body would shatter. Right, okay then. The one in last place, I deem hopeless and they'll be expelled, Izuku murmured with dread. Welcome to the hero course here at UA. To put it mildly, it was difficult. The worry she felt for Izuku and the pressure to succeed were too much to handle. Although she was never competitive, she wouldn't back down from a challenge if it came up. But at this pace, she was certain her friend would fail. He was still functioning at a normal human level, while everyone else was so exceptional. It goes without saying that Tenya was taken aback by Tsuyu's speed when they faced off in the 50-meter dash. Given that she had a slightly different gait than most, she also performed fairly well, hopping to the finish line in 4 seconds. Izuku took more than 7 seconds. By coincidence or Izuku's good fortune, Katsuki always sought to outdo the poor boy, attempting to prove some absurdity while depressing Izuku's score. She achieved a grip strength of over 200 kilograms, which was slightly higher than most, by wrapping her tongue around the digital hand scale and tightening it for the grip strength test. Izuku weighed just 65 kilograms. She was far ahead of everyone and had an absurd standing long jump. It was second to last, Izuku's. To her dismay, she did a fantastic job, even though the side step was a little more difficult. Izuku faltered a little and fell back. It wasn't a good score, but he wasn't last. The throwing event followed. When Tsuyu threw it, it traveled at least 120 meters. Izuku approached the final thrower cautiously and peered anxiously at the hand that held the ball. While she was trying to keep an eye on her friend, Katsuki stood next to her and said, Ha. This is ridiculous. I told you he shouldn't be here. Your help is wasted on Deku. She glared at him, and he gave her that arrogant smirk in return. Please, be quiet. He must have noticed that everyone had at least one strong record that was better than his own because this was one of the final tests. There would be no more opportunities if he did nothing now. He pointed to the motionless boy and said, "You really think he's going to pass this? Shithead can't even skip stones, so what makes you think he's going to do any good?" "I do. He's tried so hard to be here." Talking to the boy, who was still watching Izuku under duress, was getting intolerable. "Stupid. You know it as well as I do. He's nothing more." Izuku inhaled deeply before tossing the ball. He threw a distance of 56 meters. Not nearly enough to save him. She wanted to strike him, but she was too shocked to respond. "Then a useless, Deku," she said. Izuku looked at his trembling hand and said, "But I tried using it." Aizawa exclaimed, "That kind of power is irrational, so I erased it." His scarf had come loose, revealing the goggles underneath. "Those goggles, you're the underground hero, Eraserhead. You can erase quirks simply by looking at people." Izuku kindly gave her a comprehensive overview of a hero she had never heard of. Additionally, some of the students were unaware of his identity and asked each other questions about him. "I saw that strength during the entrance exam, and how it crippled you. Did you think that you would have someone save you after incapacitating yourself?" He briefly glanced at her. "That kind of power reminds me of a certain blockhead who saved more than 1,000 people, making himself into a legend. You've certainly got guts, but you're too reckless. You're only being a burden to those around you. With this kind of attitude, you'll never become a hero." He had no knowledge. It was ludicrous to make such an assumption before knowing all the facts. After staring at her teacher, Tsuyu sighed and walked beside her, closing his eyes. "All right, I gave you your quirk back. Let's get this over with." Tsuyu was unable to counter her teacher's reasoning, though. Although he was unaware of Izuku's potential, it was also true that Izuku's power destroyed his body and left him useless in the end. Tsuyu was persuaded that Izuku should stop being a hero by the fact that his body was broken after he had destroyed the robot. For a long time, the boy stood in the middle of the circle, reflecting. Aizawa whispered to her, "I bet you would agree that he should quit here, so this is for the best." She remained silent as she watched her friend search in silence for a solution. Then, like Katsuki, he took a step with his arm reeling back. "He's got no chance." She would not turn away and would never give up on him, no matter what. "Believe in him," would be her motto. Even though she had never heard it before, she could sense when he was exerting his influence. A loud noise that sounded like a roaring wind filled the room as the air shook. She could tell he was muttering as his arms swung forward and his face was marked with intense concentration. Izuku was giving this one action all of his energy. He put all of his energy into achieving this one objective. Smash! Izuku smashed the ball with everything he had in an instant, sending it flying and sending a shockwave back at the students, which was so powerful that some of them nearly fell. Aizawa looked at the boy he had said would incapacitate himself in disbelief. Izuku stood in the center, slowly making a fist with the hand that only had one broken finger, saying, "Teacher, I can still move." And a minute ago, that boy was smiling foolishly, as if he was confident he would succeed. This kid, how unexpected. Aizawa grinned slightly, his eyes shining where he had previously been watching with indifference. Even she was thrilled to see how surprised everyone was by Izuku's performance. At least he had been able to gain some recognition from his peers. Katsuki rushed toward Izuku, ready to blow up. "What the fuck, Deku?" he exclaimed. "What the hell was that? Tell me, you." Tsuyu tried to stop him, but he was using his quirk to fly towards the other boy, blasting her and Aizawa back a little. He was restrained by a white cloth that was draped over his arms and around his head. As the one who used his scarf to render Katsuki unconscious, Aizawa yelled, "Hey, quiet the hell down. Stop using your quirk right now and get back in line. I've got dry eye, and that dust isn't doing you any favors." After making one last effort to resist, Katsuki gritted his teeth and turned away from Izuku. He told everyone to get ready for the next event after Aizawa let him walk back. As they proceeded to their next event, the endurance run, Tsuyu remained behind, and Katsuki gave her a brief glare before glaring angrily at Izuku. As he applied eye drops, she said, "Mr. Aizawa, I think you would agree with me when I say that without knowing everything, to call someone a burden or hopeless is irrational. Quote. Maybe I would, but all I will say is that he's not someone that has no chance at being a hero. She kept staring at him as he moved on to the next section. And stop glaring at me like that, it's useless to try and threaten me. The following events went by with little to show. The endurance run came next, followed by the stretching exercise. She was unable to assist Izuku, who had run with obvious pain on his face. She had even passed him a couple of times, and each time a terrible pain would pierce her heart. She stretched her tongue 20 meters away, making the stretching competition even more unjust. At last, Aizawa held his device in front of his students. All of the results were posted, and the device gave off a slight glow. Tsuyu's gaze was fixed on the final contender, praying it wasn't him. Izuku Midoriya, he finished last. Oh yeah, I lied. I won't expel anyone. All of them gazed at their teacher. He turned to face her and said, it was a logical deception. Meant to bring out the best in you. She didn't trust a word he said, and she could tell he knew because he smiled at her. Everyone else, including Izuku, was relieved that no one was being expelled, but they were even more relieved that they weren't last. The boy jumped when Aizawa held something out to him and said, "We're done here, papers pertaining to your curriculum and the like are in the classroom. Be prepared for tomorrow. And Midoriya, go to Recovery Girl to get patched up. Tomorrow is going to be hell for you. Careful there, Sonny. Even if I keep healing you, you're eventually going to run out of stamina and die anyway." As Tsuyu waited outside for Recovery Girl to heal Izuku, she jumped. Really? That sounds terrible. Just don't get hurt out there, you've got to be more careful, boy. Then he left the nurse's room and walked back to the entrance with Tsuyu, saying, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Recovery Girl. You must have heard that, Tsuyu. She gave him a few consoling pats on the back before they left the main building. Don't, Izuku. Let's not think about it now, and be glad that the first day ended well. Deku. Are you alright? Why yeah, I'm fine. Ochako was approaching Izuku a bit too closely, but he was succeeding at hiding his face and carrying on a conversation. Deku? What does that mean? Midoriya? Tsuyu told him, looking somewhat disappointedly at Izuku. Katsuki calls him that all the time. It's an insult. Why would you insult Midoriya like that, Uraraka? It's okay. It means to never give up, he said. In reality, it means, useless, it's fine. Isn't that right, Deku? Ochako hugged Izuku's arm in an attempt to convince him. Izuku. Tsuyu shot back, gripping his other one. As they drew nearer to him, Tsuyu could see that the boy was losing his temper and that he was beginning to pass out. Midoriya. What are you two doing? It's fun, isn't it, Tsuyu? Still clinging to the boy, the frog girl gazed at Ochako for a few more seconds. Tsuyu. Yeah, Tsuyu. Why are you following me home? I'm making sure you get home safely. I don't want your stamina to run out. I'm not going to fall over like that. She watched as his temperature rose as he recalled it and said, You almost did when we hugged you. They were on their way to Izuku's apartment when Tsuyu felt a cold rush over her as they passed the river. Izuku. It was cold, but it pierced her soul instead of her body. She recalled this sensation earlier. He turned and looked behind her, his eyes widening. What is? He asked. Well. Hollow hands seized her shoulders. Isn't this thrilling? A young girl. Going back to his place with a young boy? How? Scandalous. The hissing voice beside her ear was mocking and bitter, neither male nor female, and worst of all, it was filled with such hatred that she thought death was only a step away. She was barely able to say, Izuku. Run. While the boy gritted his teeth and scowled at whatever was containing her. If you go, your friend becomes froggy paste. He seemed to have a stronger hold than she did, but she hoped he would listen and leave her alone. I'll let her go, she said. Malevolent. As their fingers dug into her shoulder, she was certain they would rip through her flesh. Or do you want her all to yourself? She asked. I only wish to have some fun as well, young boy, isn't it fine? To share? Tsuyu wondered why no one was around, but it was a sudden thought. Even though it was evening, there were no buses or cars, and no one was there to assist them. She could see that he was beginning to beg, what do you want? His fists and eyes were trembling. She could feel its moist breath on her neck as the voice drew nearer to her ear and said, I want some fun, and I'm going to have it. She fell onto the boy after being shoved forward. He caught her, but it was too late to stop it from doing whatever it wanted. They were somewhere else, and the street she had known for a long time was gone, making it feel like she was being put through a spin cycle. As they looked around, Tsuyu was at a loss for words. Was that a warp? I asked. They had left the city altogether. It was a desolate scene, with only darkness and a drab red earth. There was a loud drumming sound, but it sounded like it was coming from the floor. Izuku. She couldn't tell why, but breathing was difficult. He sounded desperate as he searched for anything familiar, saying, "I'm going to try to my phone's gone." It's okay, Tsuyu." She took hold of his hand and said, "Calm down. We make sure that staying together is a part of everything we do." After giving her a somewhat bewildered look, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Trying to regain his bearings, he glanced around once more and said, "Okay. This place doesn't look normal." They realized they weren't alone when they looked more closely at their new surroundings. The two wished they had never done so, but large, hideous figures moved slowly through the darkness, occasionally getting close enough to be seen. "This isn't real, is it? It's possibly an illusion, and we're sleeping." "Let's not test that out, Izuku. We don't have enough information, so for now, we should try to find a way out." Choosing a path, they set out to walk as stealthily as possible. They moved slowly because, regrettably, they had nothing to hide behind. They could make out another slit of light cutting through the night in the distance. It was a staircase of some kind, reaching up into the sky. Tsuyu looked up when Izuku mentioned it, saying, "That's strange. I mean, I wondered why there's light, but is there a sun?" She looked up to see a huge, golden eye staring down at her, the pupil concentrating on her. She was startled, and so was Izuku. It was very unnerving, but it just stared at them. Izuku couldn't contain his fear as he said, "Well. Now we know why there's little light. I assume that there's another eye down there. It doesn't look possible to get over there. Why not?" Tsuyu pointed out that there were innumerable slithering things that moved across the surface and hid from the light between them and the light. "The way's blocked, and I'm not willing to risk our safety against something that large." "You're right. We don't know how this place works, so it'd be best to figure out another way to get over there." They took a long time to navigate around the slithering creature, but even then, tiny green bats flew out of the shadows to attack them. Izuku was getting ready to use his power when she interrupted him, saying, "There are too many, so we can only run." She jumped across the landscape, wrapping her tongue around him and getting a few bites from the strange little creatures. When hundreds of the tiny creatures were attempting to devour them, there was no other option, even though it was risky. One of the big animals had gone by her. It moved carelessly because it had no direction and was a dull gray. One of its limbs had nearly struck her as she passed it, startling the frog girl and knocking down a few of the bats. The giant groaned and began pushing the bats against itself, absorbing them through its skin. If at all possible, she didn't want to go through that. At that moment, she realized her error. They had thought that the terrain was level and that the strange animals were the only things to be concerned about. When Tsuyu attempted to land, she stumbled and fell into a cavern, which she later regretted. Tsuyu nearly dropped Izuku as she landed on her feet. They were in a cave with a dark, reddish liquid up to their ankles at the bottom. Through the narrow entrance, the eye kept staring at them. "Don't drink it, Izuku." She disgorged the boy of the water, and he scowled slightly. "Of course I'm not going to drink it. But, I've been thinking that, doesn't it seem like a body?" "What seems like a body?" "I mean, the red ground, the red water, the eyes staring down at us from the sky, the pulsating, it feels a bit like we're inside a giant body. That would make this the head, wouldn't it? Unless they had eyes somewhere else." It was disturbing. It was unsettling to consider that they were inside that clown thing. "I don't know. Is this an intentional theme, or is it?" Before he could make any assumptions, something began to emerge from the water. To the extent that any of these creatures could be humanoid, it was. It had been obscured by its vivid red hue until the movement caught their notice. Unaware of the possibility of an attack, he whispered to the girl, "Oh no. Tsuyu, can we escape?" "We can try. That thing gives me the creeps." As it emerged from the shadows, it had a terrifying appearance. It resembled a gorilla in size, but it lacked a head and had long, thin limbs. It appeared too fantastical to be real, just like everything else. Tsuyu jumped and put one arm around Izuku, but the hand was somehow holding onto her leg. Naturally, it hurt when it threw her against the water, and even though she had warned her friend, the water still got into her mouth. Fortunately, it was only red water. She would have been a little more alarmed if it had been blood. Despite the boy's protests in her arms, she made another attempt. She attempted to jump off the walls rather than straight at the exit above them. She initially believed they had escaped when it didn't move, but she had been too innocent. She was struck to the ground by the object, but she held onto Izuku. She carried most of the rocks to her back and lay motionless, hoping her body would absorb the impact. Tsuyu. He raised her head out of the water after the landing and attempted to examine her wounds. Her body refused to listen to her when she said, "Listen, Izuku, you're going to have to leave." It refused to move when she tried to get up. "You can't. I think you might have a concussion, and few more injuries. I'm going to fight it." "No," she said, grabbing onto his shoulder with all of her strength. "Don't do that, we can still run." He led her to one of the cave's walls and said, "I'm not going to leave you here, Tsuyu." The creature didn't care about anything else they did, but it didn't appear to be planning on letting them escape. "All right, stay here, I'll be right back, okay?" It was becoming more difficult for her to stay awake as she gradually felt her strength ebbing away. "I won't forgive you," he scowled heavily. "If you leave me." As her eyes closed, he smiled sheepishly back at her and said, "Tsuyu, I'm sorry, try, get here." She closed her eyes against her will and only heard a few of his words, so there was no point in struggling. She had hoped it was a dream. She had attempted to awaken in order to get out of this nightmare and return to reality, even though there were occasionally red flashes and a lot of screaming. She had no idea what had transpired. Everything was all right one moment, and then it was all wrong the next. Tsuyu desired to go back to that tranquil existence, away from this madness. She opened her eyes, not knowing how much time had gone by, and, startled, tried to raise her body as high as she could. Although she was still in this nightmare, her body at least appeared to be in good condition, as only half of it responded and she realized she was still alive. Her heart was filled with relief. She was back at the top of the cave, no longer inside. They were both spared because Izuku had done it. She wondered where Izuku was at the thought of him. She didn't see him anywhere, but he must have managed to get them both out of there safely. "Izuku, Izuku, where are you? Are you okay?" she yelled, expecting a cordial reply. Her words caused nothing to move. She was ignored by the big creatures, who kept flailing. She had an idea, but she didn't want to accept it. I suppose he was out, looking for the way out. Then she realized she was close to the stairs. It was surprising that it arrived at the hole so quickly, but it must have been on the opposite side. Though she quickly suppressed the thought, Tsuyu wondered if he had left. He had to have a good reason for leaving her here. He might have gone to seek assistance, but he would have known that there might not be a way to return. He would have imagined that far in advance, knowing him. She did her best to stifle the thought when it returned. She couldn't deny the possibility, but there was no way it could be real. There was no way he could remain in the hole. That's absurd. She was certain that she had warned him that he would not be pardoned for doing so. He would never harm her in that way. She crawled over to the edge of the hole. The creature was still motionless, but it had shifted to the side. She wasn't in the hole, so it wasn't interested in her. Izuku was in the middle, drenched in the red water. When she took a sharp rock and stabbed it several times, the giant who wandered aimlessly became interested in her. They respond to pain well. It hurt to be absorbed, and after she tore her arm free, it now had a big hole in it. It trailed her to the hole, bellowing in an odd and useless manner throughout. She had picked up Izuku as fast as she could, and the landing had been better this time. She slid past the red thing, which was already attempting to strike her, and used her tongue to trip it. It was the giant plummeting into the hole. It wouldn't have mattered to the girl even if it had blocked it. She saw it attempting to absorb the red thing as she leapt against the wall, but it thrashed wildly and raged as she attempted to flee. They were out now, but when she jumped against the hideous creature, the sole of her shoe had turned to nothing. Both of them had gotten out of the cavern. Regardless of how much she prodded him, shouted, or cried, or even yelled, Izuku would not wake up. He would have to ride on her back for the time being, but if they left, she would give him a hard time. It was a false staircase. Hours of climbing later, nothing was there. It was over. As she traversed the wasteland, time passed quickly. After 2 days, she had lost count, but the flat wasteland had turned into endless rolling hills. She must have been walking so much that her foot was now ruined, but all she felt was numbness. As it gazed down at her from above, the eye in the sky was repulsive. She feared that it would follow her for the remainder of her life, however brief, and that it had never closed or vanished. She had caught a glimpse of a large, blue creature out of the corner of her eye. It followed her, undoubtedly, but it shuffled behind her, staying in the shadows. As long as Izuku could be set free, it made no difference. However, she was no longer strong. When Izuku's face struck the rocky ground after a hard landing, she collapsed, despairing. Her voice broke as she said, "I'm sorry. I should have put you down first." Her throat was too dry. He refused to speak to her, so he must have thought it disgusting. Blood dripped from her mouth as she said, "Hey, how long do you think we've been here? Your mother must be worried sick." Being a frog, her body was more vulnerable to dryness. Tears had stopped long ago, perhaps after the first day. Samadare, Satsuki, mother, father. I wonder what they're all doing right now. They must be so worried. The others, they'll form a search party, and they'll find us. Izuku, we just need to hold on, for a little while longer. She must have fallen asleep at the worst time because he refused to speak to her. Even Izuku, who had no resentment toward her, would find her actions annoying. Then she said, "Izuku," knowing he wouldn't wake up. His bleeding out had been a long time ago. Tsuyu managed to get on her knees after struggling to pick herself up. She turned to face her friend. She could see the big blue thing staring back at her. Its face was small but human-like, and its small black eyes were fixed on her. No strength remained to resist it. She would appreciate it if it meant a speedy end to her. It raised something to its mouth and bit into it with its small, sharp teeth. It was a fragment of the shattered body of Izuku. It rolled out of the way and used one of its claws to cut her tongue as it shot out. She looked for Izuku, who was still lying beside her, but the big beast had moved behind her. Something put its hands around her neck and she struggled to turn. She knew it wasn't Izuku, but it was. He couldn't choke her because he was lying beside her. There were no hands on him. As it drove a claw into her chest, the fake's black eyes gazed back at her. The thing was beginning to stab her several more times, and she felt weak. Dying at his hands would not be so horrible. She kicked him away with what strength she had left after reminding herself that it wasn't Izuku. It rolled over the hills and was gone. She knew it was too late, so she put a hand to her chest. This was the last thing that had killed her. Tsuyu's eyes were filled with darkness as she collapsed to Izuku and gave him a feeble hug. And, scene, she was back in the city, and it was bright. She was sitting on a bench. Izuku sat at her side, gazing straight ahead. The person who had done this to them bowed low, but it was dressed in a purple and yellow suit rather than a clown costume. Its laughing mask scoffed at them, its terrible yellow eyes staring back up at them. "Ah, that was great. You two put on a great performance," it said. Tsuyu made an attempt to talk but was at a loss for words. She was overcome with fear. "It's a real shame, but you did pretty well against violence, but in the end, grief ended you. Thanks to you two, my boredom has somewhat been sated." It gave them a little clap. "Now then, this manipulating and manipulant, will take their leave, but worry not." As it gazed back at the two with madness in its eyes, she had never experienced such fear in her life. "I'll be back, farewell." Like it had done at the beginning of the day, it was gone, as if it had never existed. It's only been a minute. Her friend was looking at his phone when Tsuyu turned to face him. All of that was only a minute. "Izuku," she touched his shoulder, feeling a shock run through her body. "That's unbelievable. What kind of quirk was that?" "Izu." She buried her head in his chest, unable to finish. As she sobbed, he typed on his phone, "I'll text a friend. He might know more about this." Manipulant set his phone aside and gave her a head hug. "Didn't I say not to leave me?" he said. "I'm sorry, Tsuyu, but it was for nothing. There was never an escape." "You knew. After I got mauled by that thing, I was still aware. Even after ID." She screamed at him, "Forget it. It never happened." In an attempt to block out the whole incident, her eyes were watering as she gazed at him. He was going to say something, but instead he raised a hand to her face, closed his mouth, and scowled pitifully. Tsuyu closed her eyes, took it in both hands for comfort, and pressed it against her cheek. "Whatever that was, Tsuyu, it happened. It was real. What makes you think that was real? Our clothes. She lowered her gaze to their ripped and ruined garments. We need to tell the teachers, Tsuyu. That manipulant is dangerous. Although it had taken some time, Tsuyu managed to gather herself to some extent. As they waited for the assistance he had summoned, she sat with Izuku. There was nobody around, and their clothes were in ruins, but that didn't really matter to Tsuyu, who had just seen a version of hell. Tsuyu clutched his hand, grateful for his life. Midoriya, my boy, you called. All Might landed in front of them without even breaking the concrete. Although it was quite unexpected, it was expected that he would call Toshinori given his knowledge of the boy, his secrets, and his limited network. Wow, you know All Might's number, Izuku. He thrashed his arms, releasing her hand and refuting the charge, saying, and no. That isn't the case. I called Mr. Toshinori. He's a friend of All Might. Even All Might was mimicking her friend's gesture, saying, that's right. Toshinori and I go way back. We used to work together, but not directly. He's a good friend. After pausing, the great hero put his hand to his ear. It's all right. You can disperse now. Manipulant has fled. What's the matter? She asked, wondering why nobody was out and about. He gestured toward them and said, the police have cordoned this area off, for the safety of civilians, as well as providing a little privacy for you too. This is from that villain. I mean, our clothes took some damage, but in that world, we were really getting hurt. This appearance is completely innocent, and there's no way we would tear up our clothes ourselves. Stop that. The boy's constant mumbling was cut off with a tongue whack. I'm just trying to explain why we look like this. As he fumbled, she looked at him and said, pointless. All Might coughed politely, and she ignored the fact that he didn't seem to understand why she had stopped him. It's very fortunate for you two to be in such spirits after dealing with Manipulant. I completely understand if you need to take some time off, and don't worry about your uniforms. Replacements are being prepared as we speak. Time off. No way would I miss tomorrow's class with you, All Might. But, what about you, Asui? It must have been an arduous affair, from what young Midoriya has told me. The hero exclaimed, rubbing his head in an embarrassed gesture while maintaining his signature smile. You mean, from what he told Mr. Toshinori? Why yes, that is correct, from what Mr. Toshinori has told me. I'm a fan too, All Might. I want to go to school tomorrow. But your safety is more important than a class. Are you sure you're up to it? She said, enjoying his absurd reactions as he twisted around. Ah, shucks, you two. You're making this old man feel rather loved. Yes, all right then, I'll consider this matter over, for now. He started to walk away, but Izuku interrupted him, saying, wait. Do we have to worry about Manip? That matter is being handled, my boy. Tsuyu noticed a frightening gleam in his eye, which was unusual for the hero. They don't go after the same target again for some time, but you better dial me right away if you see them, he said, handing them both a slip of paper, which Izuku clung to fervently. I'll be by your side to save you, she said, admiringly. And then, with a burst of air behind him, he was gone. She repressed the urge to tell him that she knew he already had the number, but he was doing this for All Might's benefit. Whoa, All Might's personal number, she exclaimed. Izuku, mind if I come over today? What? I mean, I don't mind, never, but don't you want to go see your family, after what happened? He became a stuttering mess as she pointed to her ruined clothes, gleefully making him uncomfortable. You want me to go home like this? She asked. Izuku, Tsuyu, where are your clothes? When they entered the house, Izuku's mother was taken aback. Fortunately, they had escaped detection and had returned home in time to avoid the pedestrians. Something happened. As she continued to stare at the two, the older woman's face turned red and she began to twitch. Hiya, Mrs. Midoriya, do you have any clothes that would fit me? We got caught up in something. Taking the frog girl by the arm, she said, why yes, actually, I have something already prepared. And they went to her room. The matriarch reached into her closet and pulled out some still packaged clothing. Here, I got your measurements from your mother, so try them out. Why do you have clothes for me? Izuku's mother held her flushed cheeks and shifted around, saying, I was getting worried that something like this would happen. Because you've been rather bold, haven't you, Tsuyu? Coming in all the time, drenched to the bone, this is insurance. I see. Tsuyu picked up the clothes and went to change in the restroom. Through the bathroom door, she could hear his mother asking him, "Izuku, what did you do?" Mom, I'm changing." As she took off the torn clothes and put on the new ones, she heard the two fighting over the boy's bedroom door, suggesting that there was a major struggle going on in the Midoriya household. "Tell me, what happened?" she said. Mom," he cried pathetically, like he had lost, and nothing happened, all right. "Really, you better be telling me the truth. Coming in with both of your clothes in that state." We were attacked by a villain, Mrs. Midoriya." The two ceased their altercation. Tsuyu had to step in quickly to prevent her friend from saying something inappropriate. "AA versus villain. Yeah, but we're all right. We're not hurt. All Might came to save us." The mother, relieved to have received a response, said, "I see. Thanks, Tsuyu, I knew I could rely on you." As she exited her son's room, Tsuyu glanced over and saw an agitated Izuku reaching for the handle while wearing his pants around his ankles. His face turned a deeper shade of red as his eyes locked with hers. Tsuyu sighed, saw the boy's face go white, and hurriedly closed the door. He was wearing All Might boxers. That boy, really, trying to lie. Why wouldn't he tell me? He didn't want you to worry. It was scary. The woman appeared genuinely appreciative of her. But you were there, weren't you, Tsuyu? My son's always getting into some sort of trouble, but you were there to help him," she said. There, lying broken, in the bottom of the blood-filled hole, was him. "Thank you, Tsuyu." Yeah, his mother departed too quickly for Tsuyu to refute her. I'm off to the store now. Don't do anything, too adult." All she could do was wonder what Izuku's mother was thinking and what she meant. Hey. The frog girl had been too preoccupied to notice Izuku sitting on the couch beside her. "You're still wearing All Might bow." He covered his arms with his head and turned away, but she could still see how red he got. Why you weren't supposed to see that," he said. "That's pretty disappointing, Izuku. What about you? What about me? Why you used to wear All Might PP panties?" He was shivering, presumably fearing that she would beat him up for uttering those words. She had been a little preoccupied, but the boy was right, she did want to hit him. "You were looking back then?" he asked, trembling wildly as he thought about what she would do to him. Izuku didn't notice her amusement because he didn't turn to face her. She smiled and put a finger to her lips, saying, "That means you've looked recently." Izuku trembles in terror and perspires, trapped in a trap. That means punishment, Izuku. It was an accident. Then why didn't you apologize? She persisted even though it was a little out of proportion. Naturally, the boy would have remained silent, alerting her to the situation, and this would have occurred regardless of his decision. Unresponsive, he attempted to conceal his head in the couch's corner, but this would not allow him to get away. In order to pry it from his head, Tsuyu grabbed one of his arms. He resisted a little, but she was stronger than he was without that crazy strength of his. She believed he was, anyway. She managed to wrest the boy's arm away despite his heroic efforts. Since the boy was exerting all of his strength, she sat on top of him, which allowed her to pull his other arm away as well. I'm sorry, it's a little too late for that." Closing his eyes tightly, he was trying to turn his head away from her, but he could only wriggle from under her in this position. Sweating from being in this predicament, she sat on top of him and looked down at his hilariously scared face. Am I dreaming? He paused and raised his gaze to her. She was unaware of the flurry of emotions that were erupting from within at the moment. Tsuyu. She placed her head on his chest and let his arms drop. "All of that stuff, that nightmare. I don't even know if I'm alive right now," she said. "I don't know what's going on anymore, Izuku. All of this could be a lie," she realized as those memories attacked her. It was possible that the villain had trapped them once more, waiting to retrieve them, because she had experienced pain in the other world. He gave her a warm embrace and said, "You're alive, Tsuyu." All Might said that Manipulant could only take people into that weird place. What if that's a lie as well? Looking up, she saw his clumsy face trying to come up with a response. "Well, I can't really say for sure, but," she said. "I mean, you feel real to me, and you're assaulting me like you usually do." A tiny, hiccuping croak escaped her throat as she said, you're actually putting up some resistance, Izuku. You're being a bit weirder. That's only because you do this so much, I've gotten a little, used to it. Liar. I'm telling the truth. You're safe now, Tsuyu. No, not about that. He appeared perplexed. Nobody can be as awkward or embarrassed as you, so I know you're alright. Then why am I? She grinned at him and said, you like it, but you're not used to it. He was getting red and making her feel even hotter. What? That's. When she ran her tongue over his cheek, he made a funny face. She wanted to see more because it was so funny. Stop. She became even more excited because of his feeble resistance. Then show me more, Izuku, she said, crawling up to his face and looking into his obedient eyes. You wanted to help me, didn't you? She couldn't resist, even though it was risky. Her instincts were now controlling her actions, so she was suppressing her reason even though her brain was telling her that now wasn't the right moment. The unexpected sound of something hitting the floor had Tsuyu searching for the source of the noise. Izuku's mother had come into the apartment and was looking down at the two with her face flushed and her hands covering her mouth. Sorry, she exclaimed, and then, just like her son, she fled the apartment. Mom. He was a little stronger now, but she held him down nonetheless. With a sigh, she put her head on his chest, hugged him, and listened to his heartbeat. Don't leave me again, Izuku. He shifted around before giving the hug back. That was metaphorical. Go get your mother. I can't. She felt something pressing against her legs and looked intently at his flushed face, asking, why? I suppose you couldn't help it. It's my fault, after all. As she caught up to the older woman, Tsuyu heard her friend's mother reprimand her, saying, that kind of thing, why you two aren't ready for it yet. Sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, but it wasn't what you. I was there long enough to see. Don't try and trick me. He was comforting me from the villain attack. I was confused. About what? The villain's quirk made us see things that weren't real, and experience bad things. I was confused because I thought we might have been under the villain's influence, but Izuku convinced me otherwise. The mother sighed and said, well, I think you should stay for dinner. She had nothing more to say about the situation. No, I should be. With a reassuring smile, the mother said, Tsuyu, honey, grabbing her shoulder and saying, look at your pants. She began to concur with the mother, looking down, that she ought to return home and eat dinner at the Midoriya's. Until her pants dried off, anyway. She had been so happy to call her parents. Even though she had spoken to them yesterday, she missed their voices. Izuku wanted to at least walk Tsuyu to the station after everyone had settled down, had dinner, and had a few conversations before she decided to go home. Izuku assumed her parents would soon receive her new uniform, which had been delivered by a UA representative before they left. She had attempted to talk to him multiple times during the trip, but he would clam up and try to divert the topic, denying her the opportunity to express regret for her actions. About earlier, she said, yeah, I'm going to go buy some new underwear, 'cause it's a bit childish to be wearing. Take me with you then. Mine got ruined, and I had to throw them away. I'll think about it. Don't go rooting through the trash for them either. Why do you think I would do that? Better safe than finding it later in your room. She grinned as she watched him loosen up a little. Why did you even bring it up then? She asked. She looked around and saw that they were in front of the station. I wanted to teach you, she said. Although no one was around at this time of day, she could still make out occasional people. Before talking more about what happened. It stresses you out, thinking about that place. She furrowed her brows and said, Izuku, I thought you had died. It's less about the place, and more about what happened. He gave her a somber yet reserved look while scratching his head. At the very least, I didn't want you to go down with me. I thought that I did what was best. Even if the best thing was leaving me, your mother, and all of your friends behind. Yes, if I could save one more life at the expense of my own. It was not to her liking. That look of resignation, contentment, and foolishness as if he had said something impressive. Her fist struck his head, and he let out a cry. The boy was interrupted and knocked to his knees when she struck him once more. As he held his face in his hands, she gently asked, Did that hurt? Fear pulsing through his trembling body, he nodded. Did it hurt to die? She knelt down to put her head in his. Yeah, quote, so why? Did you not know? She asked, grabbing him and making him look into her eyes. That pain you experienced, was nothing. It's nothing. She tried to keep her composure, but the pain and the fear were too much for her to handle by herself. Her cheeks felt wet. This is nothing. In contrast to how I felt. In contrast to how each of us would have felt. What should I say to your mom? I apologize. I apologize for not being able to keep your son safe. Are you sorry he was killed in front of me? I apologize for that. He was correct. There. If only. I wish I had had a bit more strength. She stopped her reprimand and began to catch her breath when hiccups began to interrupt her. She saw what he couldn't, so she shook off his attempt to appease her. I'm sore. He tried to do so. I want you to make me a promise, and if you can't. You're actually, Izuku, truly, Deku. As he should have, he appeared hurt, but it didn't ease her pain. On the contrary, it made it worse. Prior to considering rescuing others, you had better figure out a way to get yourself saved. If you are the one in need of saving, how can you save others? She was more than justified in being alarmed when Izuku, with his split lip and slowly developing bruise, did not answer immediately. Izuku, Tsuyu, I'm not sure whether I can. He slowly took her hands away from him and got to his feet, looking down at her with a sorrowful expression. What are you? He appeared to be about to leave her here without a response, and to return home. She chastised herself for believing that he would listen to her without conditions because this wasn't what she wanted or what she expected him to do. Hold on. I spoke too soon. Tsuyu, we have no idea what the future holds. Sometimes I have to give something up for myself. Quote. No, he was going to abandon her once more, just as he had done in that awful place. The nightmare was the source of the abyssal feeling that was filling her heart and causing her to stare back into his eyes. His expression changed to one of horror as he looked at her. It must have been difficult to witness this pitiful scene. It was impolite to expect such a thing from him. Please forget it, okay? I apologize. Let's return to business as usual. Be back, to be companions. What are you discussing? You're overanalyzing. Stop it, he said, giving her a hug. What does going back mean to you? Do we still have a friendship? Quote. Please don't leave me. Please don't do that again. Tsuyu, why in the world did you say you were okay earlier when I thought you weren't lying? I wished you would stay with me. Quote. I will not abandon you, Tsuyu. Never. Even though there were only a few people in the area, Tsuyu kept crying while clinging to her friend, who had promised her he would never abandon her again. Classes had gone on as usual the following day until it was All Might's turn to instruct. As the lesson began, the hero bounded into the room, saying, I came in like a normal person. The rest of the class was eager to learn from the top hero, but it wasn't what Tsuyu would call normal as the man, dressed in what she recognized as one of his older, Silver Age costumes, danced a little as he walked to the front of the classroom. Hello, students. We won't waste time because you all are likely familiar with who I am. The side wall of their classroom began to open as he pulled out a small remote control, and the frog girl could see some numbers on what looked like compartments inside the wall. Combat training is scheduled for today. It's entertaining, thrilling, and, above all, educational. I think the main reason I wanted to do it was because it had a lot of credits attached to it, he added, but I had lost most of the students' attention because they were too interested in the compartments. Are you curious about what's behind those tiny doors? Why, your costumes are to blame. The entire class, including Tsuyu herself, began to applaud. Hopefully, they had made her suit the way she wanted it, with few unnecessary designs because she was a sensible person and only made a few bad choices. It was all for the sake of being a hero. She needed to maintain a composed demeanor and wear appropriate clothing to protect her reputation and her capacity to protect the defenseless. Izuku, are you still evolving? Everyone has already departed. Too many of them had stared at her as they left, but Tsuyu waited outside the boys' changing area, where many of them had impressive costumes. It was practical, perhaps even more so now, but she wished it were a few millimeters thicker. It was a little awkward, especially when the purple-headed weirdo stared at her for a long time. Whoever had been involved in making her costume had been too stupid and messed with the design too much. Yes, shortly after she called for him, he emerged. She had a very negative first impression of his costume, and when the boy in the light green jumpsuit emerged, she sighed, but at least his suit resembled hers somewhat, and the worst part was the one on top of his head. Tell me those are rabbit ears. And no, you see, it should belong to All Might. You're a rabbit, and that's that. It didn't take long for steam to escape his ears as he scowled at her before attempting to critique her new appearance. What's the matter with your outfit? This wasn't intentional. He wanted to say more, but as he stared, it appeared that his processing power had diminished significantly. Izuku, we don't have time for this. Wow, you've put a lot of effort into your figure. As they rushed to get to the class, she carried the boy out while holding his head in her tongue. They arrived just as All Might did. I see that everyone is present. Okay, let me clarify the circumstances. They would draw lots to determine who would be on which team, and All Might would then decide who would be heroes and who would be villains. The scenario they were to play out was that a hero team would infiltrate and secure an objective while the villain team tried their best to avoid capture. While some students struggled with randomness, others understood that real-world situations always involve some degree of randomness. As she reached inside the box, her heart was racing, but she still had a chance to work with Izuku because the students were arranged by seat. She took it out and discovered it was an H. Tsuyu waited as patiently as she could, and Izuku must have felt a little under pressure, too, as she stared at him. He received an A. Ah, Deku, I'm happy to work with you. Ochako's squad received an A. Tsuyu accepted being in a different group after the boy failed to reply. Hi, which team are you on? She noticed the small slip in the purple-haired oddball's hand as he walked toward her. The final person took out the final slip before she could respond. Pardon me, everybody, who else is on Team C? She yelled. Holy SHT, I'm very fortunate. She thought he was rude because the little purple goblin appeared much happier as he ran towards the speaker than when he was speaking to her. As the little purple freak attacked the girl, she already made up her mind that he would be a little problematic. Another person, about her height and with the head of a dark, feathered bird, walked up to her and said, I think we're on the same team. Group H. He showed her the slip with AH on it without saying anything else. I understand. It's good to meet you. You can call me Tsuyu, but my name is Asui Tsuyu. Tokiyami Fumikage. He bowed slightly. He didn't seem particularly conversational, but he wasn't antagonistic either. All right, these two boxes I have here will determine what role you shall be playing, the hero said, drawing their attention once more. The hero and villain boxes that All Might mentioned were intriguing items, as he reached into them and produced two balls. Team A will emerge victorious, and in opposition to them. He didn't do well in a villainous role, so she was glad he would get to be a hero. It was Ochako and Izuku's team. Group D. Tsuyu was surprised to see who Team D was when she looked around because she didn't know who they were. Tenya could be a villain for a while, but he was a good man, but serious. Deku, the other member of Team D, glared at Izuku with a snarl. Her heart ached when she realized it was Katsuki. The remainder of the class went into a command room, which had numerous monitors showing the site from different perspectives. It was going to be a little challenging, but she thought that considering the group they had, an enclosed space might be better for her. They would have this simulated battle in a building, and All Might had explained that the more intelligent and crafty villains would not carry out their operations in the open, which Tsuyu understood. There were 5 floors in the building itself, and each floor had the same layout, with lots of windows to squeeze in but enough to make it impossible to hide from the inside. As long as she stayed hidden, this environment was actually perfect for her. She might even be able to take the goal herself, but only if she wasn't facing someone with a disadvantageous quirk or a powerhouse, like the Ice Boy. Before attacking the villain's headquarters, the heroes could get ready during the prep phase. Katsuki and Tenya placed the objective, shaped like a humorous missile, on the 5th floor, while the students watched Izuku and Ochako survey the building's exterior as the villains were given this opportunity to get ready. Although there was some discussion between the two teams, it seemed that the antagonist side struggled with cooperation, and because Katsuki was a volatile boy, he would attempt to deny his teammates assistance. On the first day of school, Katsuki and Tenya had some conflict because of basic behavioral differences, but Izuku and Ochako got along well, so their teamwork would be great. They should have the worst teamwork in the class. Izuku and Katsuki would be the only group to perform worse. It was very annoying that there was no sound in the video screens they watched, but they appeared to be cooperating. That was what she had known about the boy, but Katsuki seemed different. Rather than blowing off Tenya as she had assumed he would, he was yelling at him. The trial began with a bang, and the class watched as the two groups would crash into each other. After using her anti-gravity power to enter the building around the third floor, Izuku and Ochako had to rest. The other team was much more active, with Tenya following Katsuki as he would peek around corners before heading for the stairs. Isn't that strange? Isn't the whole, if this thing is taken, we lose, part entirely lost on them? One of the pupils, a girl with pink skin and a peculiar yet attractive leotard, asked All Might. No, their plan is sound. The hero team will have a difficult time winning if they continue in this manner. In addition to explaining that he would have access to both lines and that the teams would have their own communication devices, the hero was taking notes on everything that caught his attention. The hero team sneaked through the hallways to the stairs after Ochako had recovered enough strength to enter the building through the window. While Tenya ran through the fourth floor, the villain team was able to sweep it quickly because they were moving more quickly than the hero team. When the hero team heard him running, they began to sprint in the direction of the stairs. After instructing his teammate to run through the fourth floor, Katsuki waited near the third floor stairs, knelt down near the door, and got ready. Based on his reaction, the class could tell that he knew where his enemies were. It appears that the hero team is at a disadvantage. Given how challenging it would be to sneak into the enemy's stronghold, a few students in the class yelled. Now, our goal is to make you heroes. You have to do more than that. Everyone, join me in saying it. Plus ultra. Tsuyu said it softly because she was too preoccupied with her anxiety to notice as Katsuki set his trap. Izuku pushed Ochako to the ground as the boy's explosion covered most of his head as he leapt from around the corner. As the smoke cleared from the wall, she noticed the boy fall to the ground, Katsuki holding the communicator close to his ear, suggesting that the room was a little chilly. Either the explosion or the transmission she believed the boy had made had alerted Tenya, and she began to run to the stairs. With his right fist cocked back, Katsuki tried another attack as the hero team slowly rose to their feet. In an attempt to tie the capture tape as fast as possible, Izuku grabbed it, flipped him onto his back, and both he and Ochako went for his arms and legs. The two skidded a little against the ground, but neither side had sustained any significant damage, and Tenya came down the stairs and pushed them off and away from his teammate, but it was too late. Didn't that boy get the best score on the practical exam? He was simply thrown over his shoulder by the other one. My goodness, that guy irritates me. I hope he was struck with some common sense. The kid from Midoriya made a really smart evasion. His instincts are sound. As they observed the violence, the students were chatting among themselves. The hero team still had a chance to win because the trial had only begun a few minutes earlier. The worst thing that could happen was to face Katsuki and Tenya simultaneously, but Katsuki was unable to do anything too strong because his own ally would be caught in the backlash, so Tsuyu recognized that this was a very bad situation for the hero team. Only if the boy truly thought Tenya was an ally. The boy exploded himself, hiding Tenya's location and attempting to attack the hero team once more. Ochako tapped his hand and reached out as he passed by, and even when he managed to hit her with a blast, he floated off and into the ceiling. Tenya rushed past the two and jumped up to pull Katsuki down, but the explosive boy refused the help and kicked off the ceiling towards the two, so Izuku pulled her to the side. When Ochako pressed her fingertips together, Katsuki fell to the ground, reorienting himself and letting out a few explosions before he struck the girl with his fist. Wow, he has such quick reflexes. Unfortunately, he's a total jerk. Izuku seized his arm, and despite the explosion in front of him, he pushed the boy to the ground and brought him under control. He shouted at his teammate, and the girl began to bolt up the stairs. Tenya ran across the floor, avoiding Izuku, and attempted to climb the stairs while Katsuki was yelling as well. However, Izuku had freed Katsuki and grabbed Tenya's foot, dragging him down the stairs and off his feet. Ochako was in the middle of the fifth floor stairs. After pulling his arm up and using a finger to grab a pin that had popped out from his gloves, Katsuki shouted something to Tenya, who rushed to one of the distant rooms and left through the window. As Katsuki took it out of his glove and pointed it at Izuku's side, the girl arrived at the fifth floor. The cameras blinked as the building's lights went out and the sun's natural light caused some glare. The building where the class was held shook, which was strange considering that it was at least a mile from the trial area. The stairs were in ruins, and light was streaming in through the new hole that had opened in the building's side. As Tenya flew in through the far window and gazed at the kneeling girl, a camera captured Ochako falling, but she used her quirk to climb back onto the 5th floor. Izuku had fallen away from the now demolished stairs and was lying on his front, his exposed back burned from the explosion being too close. What the devil? The red-haired boy who sat next to her, Eiichiro, said, "Isn't this a test? He's attempting to murder him. Don't do that again, Bakugo." She was shocked to hear it. "It's not a good idea to destroy your own base. If you do that again, I'll take some points away. You ought to stop them, don't you?" One of the quiet boys, a big boy who resembled a rock, said out loud, "That looks bad." Katsuki had his eye on the injured boy and kicked him in the side, but Izuku was slowly getting up off the ground while All Might pretended not to hear him. Izuku used this opportunity to tie one of his capture bands around his ankle, and Katsuki jerked back, tripping the fallen boy. The girl floated herself over the boy as Tenya cornered Ochako, but it appeared harsh because she was beginning to feel the effects of the backlash. Katsuki stood back up and followed Izuku as he made his way to the fire escape. Katsuki then blew up the entire wall, and beyond that, the class could see that Izuku was climbing up the remains of the fire escape. Izuku leapt through the open window, but the camera failed to capture anything outside. He tried to harm the other boy because he was losing it, but it only destroyed his only means of communication, so he had to stop and follow him to the 5th floor using his explosive power. The 5th floor cameras captured Izuku hurling himself through the room containing Ochako and Tenya, tackling his opponent to the ground while yelling at his teammate. Katsuki entered the room as Ochako fled, looking for the target. The boy threw himself at the girl with explosives, but Izuku had once again stopped him by securing Katsuki's and his wrists with the capture tape. When Ochako turned to look behind him, she saw Izuku get a face full of explosions, but she departed at his command. As Tenya prepared to pursue, Izuku tied another tape around both Tenya's and his ankles. Tsuyu was unaware of where he obtained the tape, but she felt a pit in her stomach as she witnessed Katsuki grow angry. Katsuki briefly attacked Izuku and, indirectly, his teammate, but he appeared to have a plan. Ochako was getting closer to the goal when he detonated the wall. He launched himself, Izuku, and Tenya in an attempt to capture the girl, his face full of anger. Before she touched the target, Ochako slapped the boy's face and he drifted past her. The hero squad triumphs. After that, the two teams entered, both of them looking injured and gaunt, with Katsuki and Ochako in the best shape. After a brief peer review, Ochako was chosen as the best performer because she was proactive, listened to orders, and didn't falter in the face of the enemy. Tenya came in second, listening to orders but not being able to contribute much beyond that, though it wasn't like he didn't try. Because Katsuki was overly emotional during the fight and Izuku had taken on too much and not relied on his teammate as much as he should have, Izuku and Katsuki were tied for worst. Fortunately, they had different buildings for each test, so they wouldn't have to deal with a giant hole gouged out of the upper floors. Tsuyu, who was on the villain team and facing Team C, wanted to say a lot to her friends, but her turn came right after theirs. "Where should we position the missile, in your opinion?" "Anywhere you like. As long as there isn't any darkness over us, I don't mind at all." "Is it a peculiarity of yours? I think I heard you refer to it as Dark Shadow." "It's my dark companion, with its own will. It's uncontrollable and will soon overwhelm me, but the darker it gets, the more power it has. So, it's weaker the lighter it is." His little shadow friend gave a positive exclamation when he nodded. "I understand. Perhaps we ought to locate it on the 1st floor." They put it in the middle, and Fumikage obeyed without questioning why she wanted it there. Then she began to turn off the lights. "What are you up to? You do realize that your quirk is more potent in the dark. The interior will be extremely dark. I cannot guarantee your safety if it's pitch black. Well, how about I turn off the lights in each floor's central room? And a couple by the windows. So you can protect it and they won't really know where we are." "Sorry, but I don't want to go into the darkness." The lights in their objective room had already been broken by her. "Is there no way to persuade you to enter?" "Only if they're close to securing it." "All right, we'll just have to defeat them by surprise. The girl has some sort of creation ability, but I'm not sure what the purple head's quirk is. She can illuminate the darkness. She might be able to create a flashlight or something. Your little shadow wouldn't benefit from that." They kept getting ready while she disregarded the Shadow's complaints about being called little. Their trial began as soon as the bang sounded. Instead of trying to disperse and look for the heroes, as Katsuki and Tenya did, they were to divide up and protect the first floor objective. Fumikage would stand in front of the door, and Tsuyu would hide in the shadows. It was not long before the hero's move was made. You perverted. What a disgrace. Tsuyu was very happy that she wasn't paired with that pervert, even though there were tidbits of the girl. Although it was bad for the girl, they would not work well together in this manner. In fact, Izuku and Katsuki would work better together than these two. She was positioned to ambush anyone entering through the window to reach the goal, hiding in the corner between the wall and the ceiling. Something squishy and organic was pressed against the wall, making a funny noise that was unsettling, but she had to ignore it for the sake of stealth. She caught a glimpse of what had been thrown through the window and knew it was a stun grenade. She was stunned like this, which wasn't good for her balance, but she didn't fall or move away from the corner despite having her vision taken away and her ears ringing. The room she had been in was dark, and presumably they didn't know exactly where she was, but Tsuyu waited and she wasn't discovered. After a few minutes, her vision had somewhat improved. The spent stun grenade was still burning slightly in the center of the room, and her ears were still ringing, but she was not captured. She figured the hero team had moved to the center room because the door to the adjacent room was open. She crept down from the wall and looked through the doorway to see her teammate fighting the girl, pushing her back with his little shadow, but Fumikage was still by the center room entrance, his shadow not alive, so it recovered much faster than they had. Fumikage must have been stunned too. What the? Tsuyu abruptly kicked the girl into the wall after she was startled to see her, and Fumikage's shadow encircled her. Despite the girl's struggles, the shadow appeared unfazed and continued to lie there. It snapped at the comment, "Little shadow, show me her hands so I can capture her." She put the capture tape around the girl's wrists after it complied. "It seems, it's my loss. Sorry, but we want to win too." The girl had a pretty nice demeanor, saying, "No, don't apologize. I wonder how you avoided my grenades." "I didn't, really." The girl was pleasant to talk to, Tsuyu had to admit. "Where were you hiding?" "In the dark room, near the ceiling." "Oh, I see. I ought to have started my infiltration in that room." "You were powerless to stop it. Before you entered, there was no way to know where we were. It was more crucial to capture the other hero because Fumikage was beginning to rise. My name's Asui Tsuyu, but you can call me Tsuyu." If she hadn't been restrained, Tsuyu would have shook her hand and said, "Yaoyorozu Momo. Be careful of my teammate. He has no shame." The evil squad triumphs. When they located the other hero, the match was over. He attempted to hurl the purple balls that grew out of his head at them, but they were easily avoided, and Fumikage's shadow went through them. "Dude, this is terrible." While he was publicly grousing against the shadow, the frog girl believed Momo had lost with some grace. "With that, how in the world were we going to compete? Let me at least give you a little groping." Momo was correct. It was a little embarrassing how quickly he had lost. They had located him on the 5th floor, looking for the target, and had taken him down in a matter of seconds. "You were pretty shameless." "What the devil is wrong with that? At least I would be happy if we had followed my plan." "Don't explain it to us, please." After being struck by one of the purple balls, Fumikage didn't appear to be very happy. Although his shadow was swift and powerful, he was a little slower than it. "Dignity, screw you. Do I appear to be the type of guy who even owns something like that? My head is spinning. Balls. It will take a few hours to get my balls out of your face, so I hope you enjoy being stuck there for that long." Tsuyu didn't like the way he had to put it. "You're disgusting." Her partner had been struck in the face, but he was able to see through it because of his bird-like face. "You appear to be a turkey. A fucking turkey." Fumikage's shadow grabbed one of his balls off his head and thrust it into his mouth. Their peer review was mediocre, and she and Fumikage didn't accomplish much because their opponents weren't even cooperating. Momo received praise for having a decent plan, but she was defeated because she couldn't work with Mineta Minoru, the purple-headed pervert, who received a lower score to his obvious dismay but was unable to articulate it because the ball was stuck in his mouth. When the review was over, Fumikage's shadow took the ball out of his mouth, but the bird-headed boy wasn't so fortunate because the one on him remained stuck. The rest of the class was impressive, and after seeing the others, Tsuyu nearly wished she had a challenge. The ice boy, who had impressed everyone in Aizawa's test, had quickly ended his match, and Kyoka and a blonde student with a lightning bolt in his hair performed admirably against the redhead and another student who had tape coming from his elbows. All Might hurriedly left after telling them to go to their next class after all the trials were finished. In order to tidy up and store their costumes for washing and repair, the students went to their individual changing rooms. Hey, Asui, the pink-skinned girl that sat directly in front of her was pretty energetic, even when she was half naked. Nice to meet you. My name is Ashido Mina. I adore your attire. Mina never had the opportunity because she was very engaged in the class and struck up discussions with some of the other students. Thank you, even though it didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. Call me Tsuyu. Then call me Mina. I've noticed you looking at Bakugo and Midoriya a lot, the girl said with a joyful laugh. Although her class was drawn to her statement, they didn't appear to be planning to change their course of action. They are friends from my youth. I lived close to them once. Really? Is there an angle here? What's the angle? Tsuyu didn't know what she was talking about, but she seemed a little hyper. Childhood friends. You claim to have lived close to them in the past, so you moved away. Yes, around the age of 9. We needed a larger home after the birth of my sister. Is it possible? I believe I can see it. Yes. What do you see? Love is there. The frog girl began dressing a bit more quickly as the room seemed to shrink. I think you're mistaken. No, no, no. I do not wish to be misinformed. It's too thrilling. The girl was overly excited, saying, I see it now. Rivals in love, or he, in love, rivals. Tsuyu was caught off guard, and a few giggles broke out from the room as she let out a croak. Well, what was that? Uncertain of what the commotion meant, the pink girl was beginning to relax. I apologize, but that was kind of funny. No matter how hard I try, I can't see that. Are you certain? I think it's pretty obvious. How many physical encounters did they have during your absence? Tsuyu exhaled a soothing sigh, ready this time. Katsuki bullied Izuku while I was gone. Hurried. Oh, Mina began to calm down, which was beneficial for the frog girl. Sorry about that. Izuku's tougher than you think, but he's a coward sometimes. However, he was truly amazing, wasn't he? She noticed that some of the people in the room agreed with her when she said, Midoriya took that bomb straight to the face, and he didn't back down. It's a little frightening, but I thought he was cool. Well, I believe you ought to let him know that. Given how shy he is, he might not reply. All right, I will inform him. Tsuyu couldn't help but notice that Mina's skin was actually entirely pink as she smiled and took off her entire costume. Kachan. You idiot, I didn't want to use my quirk because I greatly admire you. Deku, I told you to stop. I'd rather not hear it. I couldn't control it, so I was really worried. I just wanted to let you know that, although I'm currently too weak, I will become much stronger in the future. I'm so strong that I'll use my own strength to defeat you. The other boys had apparently already left, and the two boys were standing in front of the boys' changing room, already dressed in their school uniforms. Tsuyu wouldn't be able to justify her and the other girls' viewing of this scene otherwise. Admire. He is going to defeat Bakugo. Did you hear him? He has no control over it and is unable to stop it. When the two boys noticed the girls huddled around the corner, they knew they had an audience. Hold on. It's not what it appears to be. I see it. Tsuyu. I have a confession. Tsuyu. Asui. Izuku was shaking and drenched in sweat, and Katsuki's face was one of horror as they both turned to stare at her in disbelief. Hey, wait, it wasn't supposed to be this way, she said monotonously while staring at them, her voice tinged with a hint of incredulity. Deku, you are a goddamn piece of shit. Katsuki roared at the other boy, explosions from his palms blasting the other boy. I'll show you. I will be the greatest. Do you hear me? The finest, therefore, you dare not hope for another victory. He walked away after yelling at the girls. Whoa, that guy's got a short fuse. As they watched the other boy scream away, Izuku, who was covered in soot, sighed. Izuku, that was a pretty poor confession if I ever saw one. It wasn't a confession, You would know if it. He clamped up, and he fled, flushed in the face. He is a coward. Tsuyu concurred after observing the boy with the green hair trip over his own feet. Hey, excuse me, you two. How's it like learning from UA Academy? What's All Might like? As she drew Izuku away from the curious reporters who crowded the school's entrance, Tsuyu responded sharply, mighty. The press had seized every chance to interrogate the students as they arrived on school property, even though it was only the third day of classes. A special gate at the entrance would bar anyone without a special ID, which they had in the form of their student ID cards. As she grabbed his arm and dragged him to the main building, Izuku muttered, "They're really going at it, aren't they? Don't stop for them, Izuku. Anything you tell them might be misconstrued." He shifted his backpack away from her, saying, "Yeah, it would be a bad idea if I were to say anything. Thanks for walking with me from the station," he said, adding, "I'm not good with strangers. It's no problem. Keep walking with me from now on. Also, this weekend we're going to be having a get-together at my house, if you want." "Indeed, I'll leave. Will anyone else be attending? I was planning on inviting a few classmates." "Well, is Kachan?" "No, she was still a little upset from yesterday, and even though it was cold, she said, he needs to cool off a bit, maybe find some other friends to hang out with for a while." "Yes, I suppose." The boy's nervous scratching at his head was unnerving. "You didn't tell him the truth." "No, it was a relief to Tsuyu to see him get upset. You had to see that, but why? All I wanted to do was lift his spirits." "I know." She grinned and leaned on his shoulder, taking pleasure in his tenseness. "You're too kind, Izuku." "Oh no." Someone snorted in disgust and interrupted them, saying, "Normalfags, go find a ditch and die in it." It was Minoru, the purple pervert who had opposed her during the hero trials. He had come just after them, but they were obstructing his path and talking too slowly. "Midoriya, I thought you were just like me. On the third day, you're fucking around instead." The boy was frowning at Izuku and was almost crying bloody tears. "Fucking around? Wait a minute, Mineta, stay out of it. Izuku is too innocent for that kind of behavior. What are you arguing against, then? What would that make you?" His tear-streaked face took on a horribly obscene expression. "That was one really sexy costume you had on yesterday." The worst person to remind her of her costume was too much for her, and Tsuyu hit him with her tongue, surprising the pervert and Izuku, who stared at her in disbelief. Tsuyu. Izuku responded incredulously, as she had assumed he would, but she had the impression that if he knew how long the pervert had been staring at her, he would comprehend her. "Damn, it was really hot." Minoru's response was really disheartening. "You can use that tongue of yours to beat me all day. I plead with you, please. It's annoying. Hey, quit that." It was surprising to see the boy standing up for her, but he didn't need to. "Okay, hold on. We are classmates, right? Violence is not necessary." It wouldn't be good to attack her classmates just because they irritated her, so Tsuyu tried her best to calm down despite her irritation. "Traitor, get out of here. Given that you have a gorgeous girl free, you would never comprehend me." Tsuyu's arm was pulled after she struck the young boy with her tongue once more, and she allowed her friend to drag her away as he ran down the hallways. It was the start of the school day, but everyone was preparing for homeroom, not gym, so Izuku led her to a section of the school that would be vacant for the time being. "Just so you know, I wasn't enjoying that." The only explanation for the warmth in her cheeks was that she was having a hot flash, which was brought on by the demanding school environment, villain attacks, and social pressures. "Nay, I wasn't either." She had witnessed him engage in far more physically demanding activities than fleeing from a pervert, so it must have been the emotional stress rather than the physical one that caused him to gasp for air. Putting a hand on his shoulder to help him recover, Tsuyu tried her best to ignore what Minoru had nearly called her, watching his face for any signs of embarrassment. The boy was wincing as he calmed down, aside from the gasps of air he inhaled. "We were not required to run." That's, as if we're acknowledging his correctness. "I don't think you had to hit him, Tsuyu." He smiled at her. "I mean, I know that you might have taken offense to what he was saying, but using violence might be a bit much." "It's not that I was particularly offended," the frog girl said. "I'm not sure why Mineta believed that we were. You know, he couldn't be this naive. I have to tell him later that's not the case. You two ought to be somewhere at this moment." The voice was that of their homeroom teacher, and they jumped, not knowing where it was coming from, but then they heard Aizawa slowly rise from his sleeping bag around the corner. "Come on, class is about to start. Don't annoy me with your relationship problems." And no, wait, all we are is friends. In addition to his earlier remark, which was a bit cruel, the faintly fervent argument he raised was depressing, we're on our way to class right now, Mr. Aizawa. Make sure it won't interfere with your studies, but I don't really care. The teacher gave them some advice before he ejected them, saying, it's true that some heroes develop romantic bonds, but those can be used against you. Alright, I've looked over your grades, and I have a few things to say. Gathering his thoughts, Aizawa looked around the room. Bakugo, the boy said, lifting his head, stop acting like such a child and learn how to relax. You'll get better. Got it. For what may have been the first time she had witnessed him do so, Katsuki gritted his teeth and accepted the criticism. Mineta, to Tsuyu's dismay, Minoru was staring at a few of the girls rather than being particularly attentive to the teacher. Trying to grope your colleague is stupid, and you might have been able to do more if you had worked together. Indeed, Mr. Aizawa, homeroom responsibilities now, this seems a bit abrupt, but, the students braced themselves for what they believed would be another surprise from the teacher. The election of the class president is imminent. The students let out a chorus of yells and shouts, but Tsuyu held back and considered who should be the class's future leader. I propose that we have an election. In this manner, the person who is qualified to be president will be elected, the bespectacled boy behind her declared to the class. Although some of their classmates pointed out that it wasn't a great decision, it was approved, and a vote was being held. Being in charge of the class of future heroes would be an amazing experience, but deciding who should be class president was difficult. After a few minutes of deliberation, she finally came up with a name and submitted it. The results were posted on the board after the votes were counted. What the fuck, I only received one. Katsuki was the only student who could be heard expressing distress. In front of them stood Izuku and Momo, the girl being the vice president and the green-haired boy the president. She received 2 votes, while he received 3. Tsuyu had 1 vote even though she didn't cast one for herself. Alright, let's cut out this time wastage. They carried on with their class because Aizawa didn't care about the entire procedure. Tsuyu would look at Izuku several times during or between classes, and Katsuki, who sat in front of him, would try to ignore everyone else and would look at the teacher with a hint of annoyance, knowing that he didn't need to take notes because he was so good at learning and remembering most things, and that he was also likely still upset about losing the election. As promised, Minoru was always muttering behind Izuku in the corner, and although his muttering wasn't mumble mode level, it was still unnerving to know what he was talking about. The fact that Momo was sitting behind Minoru made it even worse. Although the poor girl was making every effort to take notes, Tsuyu could see that Minoru was interfering with her ability to focus. Tsuyu, as their teacher, Smintos, walked out of the room. Mina whispered to her, "You can't stop staring at Midoriya. Are you two involved in something? A bit more than friendship, perhaps." "No, we are merely friends." "Well, are you all right?" "Well, you don't sound particularly attractive." "I am." A sigh escaped her lips and she set her chin on top of her forearms. "I don't know. I believe I'm feeling fine. We're going to karaoke later, you know. Would you like to attend?" Well, it was tempting. There was no need to home early for her siblings, since they've been taking care of themselves as of late. "Can I bring some people?" "Yes, but they would have to cover their own expenses. More is always better." Present Mike entered the room and got ready to begin their English lesson. "Singing ability is not a requirement, is it?" Izuku's tone is deaf. Are you certain that you two are not having any sexual relations?" The pink girl smiled enthusiastically at her question, but she didn't feel like she could smile back. "No, we are merely friends." Her friend was looking anxious, and there was a soft murmur, but class was about to begin. "Karaoke? That sounds like a lot of fun. However, I have none." "My treat. Congratulations, Tsuyu, you are the greatest." From the other side of the table, Ochako gave the frog girl a joyful hug. "Hey, leave the table." Iida was berating his friend while making strange hand gestures, saying, "If you're going to give a hug, do it right." It didn't feel like a good moment, so she held back a joke that was about to come out of her mouth as she ate some rice slowly. Tsuyu, are you alright?" "Yes, well, I guess it's not too wrong to embrace in this manner. You can always show us how to hug properly later, Tenya." What do you mean?" "That's a joke." She noticed Izuku's anxious expression across the table. "Is there a problem?" Tsuyu was just eating her lunch with them, so she didn't know why, but he writhed in his seat while the other two gave them strange looks. Quote dot dot dot. Tenya, will you also be attending? My brother is spending the day with me, so I have to say no. Izuku, you know, Iida, your brother wouldn't be. Would he use Ingenium? Izuku ignored her and began talking to Tenya. What? That renowned group of heroes. Iida, hello, is that accurate? Mew, yes, but I really don't want anyone to know. The Ingenium is my brother. The other two were unaware of her kicking his shin, but Izuku flinched. You must be a wealthy child. Why yes, I suppose I would be. He stared at her in pain, and she could feel him shuddering as she drove the toe of her shoe into his leg. Quote dot dot dot. So I'd get a lot of money if I married you. Uraraka, what are you thinking? Tsuyu saw his face heat up and he looked down as she slipped out of her shoe and slid her foot down his shin, up his calf, and repeated the process. Izuku would not leave her so easily, and Tsuyu dug her heel into his foot until his eyes begged her for help, and then she carried on as before. Iida, it's a joke. Calm down. Yes, but I'd like to be self-sufficient. Isn't it true that you say whatever comes to mind? Stop being so rigid. Where's it at, Tsuyu? She slipped her shoe onto her foot, accompanying Mina. This is being organized by her. Who is coming? I don't know. The only two people I know that are going are you two. Wait. Izuku struggled to find his voice and said, why are you decided? Alarms went off in the cafeteria, and the bright red lights and loud noises left the students speechless. Oh no. Tsuyu noticed the students starting to panic as they muttered, this doesn't look good, beneath the alarms. They had discussed with their classmates and upperclassmen what to do in the event of an alarm during the first 2 days, and there was a protocol in place for such occasions. Ultimately, Tsuyu continued to be pushed up against the throngs of students who hurried out of the building. Since they had left the table, there had been chaos, and she wished they had changed their minds. They needed to leave in case of an attack, but the business and support departments at UA had been particularly hit by this level of panic. She was smaller than most, so it was awkward to be squeezed between a few people, and it didn't help that too many people were in her personal space. She felt strangers, limbs slamming into her body, pushing, brushing against her, and occasionally even grabbing at her shoulders and other areas she wanted to conceal, so she pursed her lips and forced herself not to slap people with her tongue. Tsuyu, you're there. Unfortunately, she was pushed between the person and the wall when they pulled her away from the center and toward the wall. I have been Biao. I'm trying to find you. Despite having his chest thrust in her face, Izuku informed her, I lost the others, and ga. Tsuyu croaked in pain as he lay flat against her, trying his hardest not to crush her with his body, but the crowd was too crazy. Sorry. He started pushing back against the students, giving her some room to breathe. Hey. Stop it now. Someone over here is being harmed by you. Although his intervention had kept her from turning into a pancake, his shouting was ineffective, and Izuku was still a little close, but not by much. Tsuyu looked up at Izuku expectantly, but was a little disappointed to see that he had no redness on his face, but she was proud that he could be so close to her without showing signs of embarrassment. Quote dot dot dot. Izuku, my chest hurts. He tried his hardest to lessen the pressure on her, but the crowd resisted, so it was in vain. It hurt a little, but not enough for her to handle, and it was too soon for him to feel too at ease touching her. I lost Uraraka and Iida. I have no idea why this crowd is here. Quote dot dot dot. Will you be attending the celebration? He came closer after a particularly forceful shove, and she raised her hands to try to keep him away. What? Do you believe that this is a good moment to discuss it? He sighed and gave her a disbelieving expression, saying, yeah. This isn't the time to discuss that, but I'll go. Quote dot dot dot. She put her arms around his back and gave him a hug, saying, thank you. He scowled strangely as he kept guard over her. Observe, I apologize for earlier. What are you saying? A little earlier, during our conversation with Mr. Aizawa, I said something that depressed you. Depressed? I don't believe I was depressed. You look lazy, speak less, your eyes wander a little, your lips are tighter, your head tilts forward, shadowing your eyes, and you become aggressive. His last mumbling session had been a long time ago, but he recovered from it rather quickly. Quote dot dot dot. I apologize as well. In retrospect, she must have been a little down. For kicking you. In a way, I deserved it. I wasn't truly unsure of how to lift your spirits. Tsuyu sensed his body temperature rising, P+. I already stated that I wouldn't abandon you. All of you. It shook her out of her daze and was loud and violent. There's nothing wrong. The press is to blame. Everything is fine. The real exit sign was underneath Tenya, who was plastered against the section of the wall above the closest doorway, resembling a human exit sign. Izuku, no longer pressed up against her, took a few steps back as the student crowd began to thin out. Anyway, we should probably help Iida down. Quote. You were examining my lips and eyes. Avoid attempting to portray it as perverse. In class, you couldn't stop staring at me. Oh, it's Midoriya and Uraraka. Hello. As their group encountered Mina's, a pink hand waved enthusiastically at them. There was a blonde boy with a big tail, another blonde boy with a lightning bolt in his hair, and Kyoka, a girl's floating uniform. Hello once more, Kyoka. Yes, my name is Asui Tsuyu, but everyone just calls me Tsuyu. In an attempt to make friends with her unidentified classmates, she greeted the group. I am Kaminari Denki, the blonde boy said as he hurried over to her and Ochako. I'm glad to have met you, Tsuyu, and, quote, Ochako Uraraka. The vivacious girl wasn't as disappointed as she had been when the boy was introduced. My name is Midoriya Izuku. He bowed deeply to the newcomers, saying, it's good to meet you. Hey dude, Kaminari Denki. Kyoka quickly reprimanded the blonde boy, saying, stop trying to act cool, Kaminari. I'm Jiro Kyoka, although I already know you, Tsuyu. Masharao Ojiro, nice to meet you. He bowed to each of them and was more courteous than the other boy. Mina Ashido, Midoriya, don't worry, you have a lot of attractive girls like us around, but there's no pressure at all, she said, giving him a backslap in an attempt to lift his spirits. That, in my opinion, is the most upsetting thing. Quote, you flatterer. The place is just down the road, she said, laughing cheerfully as she began to leave. Hey, hello, this is Hagakure Toru. With excitement, the girl's uniform bobbed up and down. Making new friends is so wonderful. I hope we can all get along. As they began to follow Mina, the uniform danced around. So, Midoriya, I was curious about the purpose of your uniform when I saw it yesterday. Tsuyu considered commenting on Toru's costume, but she changed her mind. He's a rabbit. I can answer for myself. I'm a frog, too. Ignoring her friend, Tsuyu and the group went into the karaoke room and said, all we need is a monkey. Is that a joke? This Ojiro has a tail like that. Hey, it's not monkey-like at all. I could dress up as a monkey. What were you thinking of? It was a joke, Ochako. One of my pals is like a monkey, I see. In fact, he is enrolled in our class. You must be low on energy, since you're a little derpy in the head. Hey, Kyoka, just because we collaborated once doesn't mean I'm always jerkish. Jiro. Undeterred, Denki took out his phone and said, I can give him a call, so he'd come over and stuff. Yes, that would be fine. The group's coordinator, Mina, was open to the idea of additional people joining. The room was large enough to accommodate everyone, and there were plenty of songs to choose from. 3 couches framed the wall, with a table between them, and most of them took their seats. Everyone had paid for themselves, with the exception of Tsuyu, who covered for Ochako. Excellent. He promised to arrive in a moment. However, it took some persuasion. As Denki concluded texting his friend, Tsuyu glanced at the drink list. Oh no, why did he require persuasion? You always have a good time when you go out with your friends. Toru volunteered to be the first singer and danced around the stage with adorable exaggerated movements. The list nearly fell from her grasp. Ah, something about girls. Mineta, what? As the horror gradually set in, they all looked at her. You invited Mineta. Yeah, Denki sighed and sat there foolishly, unaware of what he had done. Well, the purple hair, what makes him so much like a monkey? Look, Mina, he's a great climber. Yes, didn't he do that during the trial? Tsuyu, hello, how does he seem? A perverted creep. The girls quickly began to glare at the drooping Denki. Hey, you do realize that the more the better. All right, Kaminari is an idiot, according to the first song. What? Help me out here, folks. Well, Mineta is not someone I know very well. Quote. Oh, Midoriya, I apologize, but sitting behind him is too much. Izuku appeared exhausted as he leaned against Tsuyu, but the fact that Minoru was arriving was a buzzkill for the frog girl. Now I have to sit here in an enclosed space with a bunch of girls, with him. Dude, whoa, individual privacy. Don't worry, Denki. Izuku was a friend from my youth. He sat there thinking about what he had done, saying, well, shit. I apologize to everyone. I had no idea he wasn't popular. I'll just uninvite him. Hold on. No. Everyone had rejected the idea of ostracizing one of their classmates, so Tsuyu was shocked to find that she wasn't the only one speaking for the purple gremlin. I mean, isn't a pervert still a person? Despite the fact that it is a pervert. Yes, and consider what it would be like to be left out, even in the case of a pervert. Geez. Being foolish, Kaminari invited a pervert. Make the most of it and let it happen anyhow. Yes, despite Kaminari's lack of intelligence, we shouldn't reject our classmate. We can simply place it in a corner or another location. Distracting. Izuku, be close to me. For the protection of the pervert. There was no way to go back now, but the girl's response was a little hostile. Wow. Aren't you too harsh? Mineta must not be that awful. Hee. Oh, Ojiro, since you're a boy, you have no idea what it's like to be looked at like a creep. You're invisible, Hagakure. Kaminari is a fool, so is Ojiro. Shit. Fuck it, Midoriya, act in a way that would turn the girls against you. Kaminari, don't bring others down to your level. Kyoka said, her earlobe reaching out and striking the boy in the head. She looked to her side and saw Izuku, who was sweating profusely and staring at the coffee table between the sofas, saying, it's hard for Izuku to get on the bad side of women. He's heavily whipped. That's not the case. He halted his conversation when he noticed her gaze on him. Izuku, are you requesting punishment? While the rest of the group looked at the two, Toru kept singing about Kaminari's mistakes. Punishment. Mina grinned broadly at the two, a frightful gleam in her eye. Tsuyu, can we also punish him? Uraraka. Geez, I had assumed that this would be a singing night rather than a punishment night. Quote. Izuku turned to the other boys for assistance, but their looks showed no sympathy. Wait, let's discuss this. With the exception of Kyoka and Toru, every girl was moving toward the sitting boy. If you would like, you can all assist. It's somewhat enjoyable. Tsuyu slowly took hold of the boy's shoulder as he tried to hide in the couch, which had been his favorite spot in the past, but he was a shivering ball of tears and sweat. Get moving, Tsuyu. As he continued to hide, he yelled, please don't do this to me. Tsuyu. He called out for you. Toru concluded her round by making an announcement on the microphone. All right, everyone, please relax. Izuku is brittle. So you didn't mean to discipline him. It appeared to be an enjoyable experience. Nah, sorry, Ochako. Thank heavens. That kind of thing is a bit extreme, even for me, Kyoka said, leaning back against the seat. Gosh, you gave the impression that it would be a lot of fun. I apologize, Mina. Who will sing next? Tsuyu, you ought to sing. It was a little nerve-wracking, but she didn't mind singing. Quote. Singing with me is your punishment, Izuku. Izuku emerged from his little ball, looking perplexed. How is that a penalty? You seem a little smooth there, don't you? That wasn't smooth, Kaminari, especially with the tears he's got in his eyes. As Izuku took another microphone from the machine, Tsuyu took the boy's hand, escorted him to the stage, and took the microphone from Toru. I would have sung with you if you had asked. Fortunately, he had been silent enough to keep the others from hearing him say, shush, or the others will hear. I wanted to sing with you. Okay. If only the group were aware of the consequences of letting her sing with him. She chose a duet song that the machine had that she didn't mind trying because she thought it would be entertaining with Izuku. All right, breathe deeply, and let's try our hardest, shall we? They got ready to sing after the boy nodded. God, quit talking. As the intruder yelled at Tsuyu and Izuku, the door flew open and crashed against the wall. Quote. She decided it would be a good idea to stop when the song was interrupted. Hey, Mineta. You were audible to me in the hallway. The croaking and the squeaky singer. Geez, you two are pretty shameless. You're one to talk. Hey, it wasn't so horrible. When Mina attempted to defend her singing, the frog girl felt better, but she was well aware of how awful it was. It was really bad. All right, your singing would be extremely lethal if it were a weapon. The others were somewhat quiet, while Kyoka and Ochako didn't hold back at all. All right, we're finished. Who will come next? Well, Tsuyu, you were fantastic. Izuku put down his microphone and sat down, while Mina carefully took it from her. Mina, thank you, but I'm quite happy. Don't stress over it. She sat beside Izuku and watched with a smile as Minoru attempted to peek under Toru's skirt. Gah! He was stopped by a well-placed slap, and Toru covered herself after realizing what he was attempting to do from the commotion. She picked him up with her tongue and placed him beside her, saying, "You get to sit here." The pervert's gaze immediately landed on her chest, and she gazed at him while he went on without shame. Is there anything wrong with looking? Her tongue, ready to be used as a whip once more, was slowly slipping out of her mouth. Izuku sat down between them, hiding from the pervert, saying, Excuse me. Quit keeping your girlfriend all to yourself." Tsuyu felt that everyone was watching them, so she thought it was a terrible idea to invite Minoru. "Girlfriend, I was aware of it. You two were very close. Fuck it, I am not as popular as Midoriya." "Hi, Tsuyu." Ochako was the only one of them not going completely insane. "Is that true? Are you and Deku going out?" "No, we're just F." A hand clamped down around Tsuyu's, stopping her, and she traced it back to Izuku, who was able to keep his eyes on her despite his dark red face, feeling very uncomfortable in his typical manner, and a little heat rose in her face. "Well, we must be good friends. Fuck it, I'm really envious." She soon realized why Minoru and Denki were friends. It was a lot of fun. Although it was exhausting, she had a good time. Yeah, it was. After spending most of the time occupying Minoru, the boy beside her was even more exhausted than she was. They waited for the next train to return home while sitting on a bench at the train station. The purple-headed oddball was completely perverted, but he wasn't particularly offensive. He just stared at them, though he would try to look up their skirts. He soon realized that getting punched and soaked in acid and stinging poison was awful, and he wasn't gaining any favor, so he stopped and spoke to the other boys. Mineta singing to heavy metal surprised me. It was pretty intense. Minoru had been glaring at Izuku the entire time he had done his part, which contributed to Izuku's fear. It was the crying of his soul. Don't make light of it. He may be in serious trouble. He is the trouble. I suppose perverts will always be despised. Thanks to my conditioning, you're perfectly not perverted. What does conned mean to you? Tsuyu didn't care that he stopped talking when she put her head on his shoulder, and she didn't mind if the train was late. The boy's behavior and his glance back at the karaoke room had been on her mind. Gee then, that implies that you have been deceiving me all along. Foo, you're already caught in my trap, she said monotonously, echoing his exaggerated statement, but it's too late. Her head was growing heavy, so she set it in his lap, letting out a slow croak, exactly how I desire you to be. Her actions indicated that he was rapidly approaching critical temperature, and she could hear his heartbeat through his legs. You mean we're still making jokes? No, actually, I wasn't. I don't think I under. It's okay, I'll forgive you for what you did earlier if I use you as a pillow. Not only would it excite the boy too much, but it would also keep putting her in an unpleasant half-sleep state, and Tsuyu was too exhausted to have him writhing beneath her head. The train had yet to arrive, and the boy was at last starting to calm down. Please wake me when the train comes. I don't want to wake up on your lap in the middle of the night. Her father killing the boy on the third day of school was the last thing their parents needed, but it wasn't that bad, but they would be worried. He began to stroke her head, and it was pleasant, perhaps one of the best things he did today.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.